to the bird spread through the West. House sparrows are now common across all North America, except Alaska and far northern Canada. Though this northern cardinal was keeping his distance, his bright red colors made him easy to spot. The northern cardinal can be seen in Kyle, Texas, year-round. These are just a few of the many birds one can see in Kyle, Texas.
There he is, the yellow-bellied warbler.
Hi, I'm Danielle. Thanks to a partnership between the City of Kyle and Uber, getting a ride has never been easier. As long as you're traveling in Kyle, download a voucher from the City of Kyle app and your ride will cost just $3.14. To help veterans like me, this offer is now available for rides to and from the VA clinic in Austin. And if you have a flight to catch, rides to and from the airport are now 31.4% of the original price. Download the app today to get discounts on your Uber rides. It's easy as pie.
A fun place to check out while in downtown Kyle is the Kyle Thrift Shop. Let's go inside and check it out. A J Wood. What do you mean TikTok version? I would lose that. Not bad. My little daughter might like this. I like these. These are good. Old boots. Ooh, they're my size too. Perfect. Pretty cool place to check out. Got these boots, got this hat, and the best part is every dollar goes to funding the Kyle Library. This is not the right place. This is just not the right vibe. I need the right vibe. I gotta find somewhere different. Yeah, this is the right vibe. This is better. This is the vibe. You don't know much about writing songs, do you, buddy? So that's how music works. All these years. It'd be cool if this thing would spin. Come take a ride, you'll love the vibe of Kyle, Texas. Hope you enjoyed your visit right here in Kyle, Texas.
Man tried to fly for 5,000 years before he finally hit on the idea of the balloon. And it took him only a short time after that to discover that ballooning presents 4 primary problems. First, the problem of keeping the balloon itself in the air, which involves the question of fabric and something lighter than air with which to fill it. Second, the problem of lifting something besides the balloon into the air. This led to developing the net load ring, and basket. Third, the problem of navigating vertically, of getting up and down. This has been done by using a valve, appendix, and ballast. And fourth, the problem of landing and emptying the balloon. Rip panel, drag rope, and in bygone days, anchor. Now, in taking up those problems, let's consider how they relate to present-day ballooning. Here's a modern Navy balloon being prepared for inflation. Hydrogen gas is most often used in balloons because it is released after each flight. Helium is generally reserved for airships where it can be used over and over again. However, in the early days,
the world's first balloon, the hot air marvel. Amazing invention of two Frenchmen, the great Montgolfier brothers. The world's first passenger flight from Paris, France, November 11th, 1783. Hey, something's wrong, look out! Ah, more hot air. Thought they'd forgot about that. Sensational, sensational. Or is it? Professor Charles, famous French scientist, would attempt an ascension using a newly discovered gas called inflammable air. The world's first hydrogen balloon, 1783. And now the stupendous feat of combining the two types of balloon will be attempted. We invite your attention to Pilatre de Rossier of France. Strange name. And his 40-foot hydrogen balloon with a 10-foot hot air balloon beneath it. Too bad, I could have warned him. He rises quickly, however, to about 3,000 feet and... the world's first martyr to aircraft experiment.
de Rossier, unfortunately, didn't know enough about hydrogen. Professor Charles could have shown him this. First, that pure hydrogen burns with an almost invisible flame. And second, when mixed with oxygen or air, hydrogen is highly explosive. In the early days, hydrogen was prepared by pouring sulfuric acid over scraps of iron. Here is a simplified modern method of doing the same thing. Caustic soda and water are used instead of sulfuric acid, and ferrosilicon, a kind of ore, is used instead of scrap iron. The bubbles, you see, are hydrogen. The Navy today uses methanol, another name for wood alcohol, and water instead of sulfuric acid, and copper zinc oxide instead of scrap iron. Now then, just exactly why does hydrogen lift a balloon? The answer is that it doesn't. Hydrogen is used merely to hold the sides of the balloon apart, using as little weight as possible. Here's the way it works. Consider an extended balloon with air inside and out. Naturally, it doesn't go up because the air inside is just as heavy as that outside. But as we take the air out of it, the lifting force of the air outside increases. Archimedes put it this way. The loss in weight of a body immersed in a fluid is equal to the weight of the fluid displaced. So the total lifting force on our balloon is exactly equal to the weight of the air displaced. No more, no less. Obviously, if we left it a vacuum, we get the most possible lift. But any container light enough to serve the purpose collapses from the outside pressure. It seems to be necessary to have more pressure on the inside than you have on the outside. That's why hydrogen fills the bill so well. You can release enough hydrogen into a balloon to overcome that outside pressure, keep the sides of the balloon apart, and still not add very much weight. Hydrogen is only about 1/14 as heavy as air. Now, if the balloon is tied off so the gas can't escape, it expands as it rises, simply because the air thins out as the altitude increases, thus lowering the outside pressure. Another factor is sunlight. Direct rays of the sun heat the gas and cause it to expand. A balloonist must be on the most intimate terms with both Charles' law and Boyle's law. Charles' law. The volume of a gas is directly proportional to its absolute temperature. Boyle's law. The pressure exerted by a gas is inversely proportional to its volume. If these laws are ignored, the balloon may explode. Warning. Watch the pressure inside your balloon.
That goes for ordinary coal gas, too, just like out of the stove. First tested and proved by Charles Green, famous English scientist, in 1821. It's cheaper, it's handier, but heavier than hydrogen. First portable hydrogen plant, invented during the Civil War by Abraham Lincoln. Oh, pardon me, invented by Professor Lowe, L-O-W-E Lowe, the first official aeronaut of the U.S. government. Note the small boxes, boys. Washing machines to get rid of the sulfuric acid.
Here's World War I. No gas generator in sight. The hydrogen is forced under high pressure into cylinders, which can then be stored or carried almost anywhere. The same system is used today. Now we come to the second half of the first problem, the question of fabric to hold the gas. Curiously enough, the best balloon material is a kind of animal tissue. It's called gold beater's skin, found in cattle just aft of the appendix. Gold beater's skin is cemented to balloon cloth as a lining. It's very light, thin, tough, and almost completely impermeable to hydrogen. But it's hard to get in sufficient quantity and expensive. So it's not surprising that the next best fabric, namely silk, took an early lead and remained the favorite up through Civil War times. One of the most colorful incidents in the war was the use of a so-called petticoat balloon, made of the beautiful silk gowns of Southern belles. However, through a fortunate combination of economics and science, cotton forged into the lead during the 80s and has stayed there ever since. Cotton is even stronger than silk when treated with rubber, real or synthetic. It wears better, it's almost as light, and it won't generate a spark the way silk will when rubbed. What's more, it's far cheaper. New materials are constantly being tested and developed. Cellophane, for example, holds gas very well, and it's light and flexible. However, it doesn't last, and it tears too easily. Maybe these difficulties will be overcome. In any case, it appears certain that synthetic materials will become increasingly important in the preparation of balloon fabrics. The second problem, that of lifting something besides the balloon itself into the air, involves the development of the net, the load ring, and the basket.
The famous Charles balloon of 1783. Kindly note the load ring at the equator and the net strung only over the top half of the balloon. 1793. The net now covers the entire balloon. The load ring has dropped below the balloon. This magnificent craft made the first flight in America, an ascension in Philadelphia by Jean-Pierre Blanchard, better known as Jean-Pierre Blanchard, the prominent French aeronaut. 1830, back to the half net, but the load ring remains below the balloon. Charles F. Durand, owner and pilot, was the first native-born American aeronaut, a scientist, a philosopher, and a daredevil. In 1859, this balloon set a world's distance record that stood for 40 years. Missouri to New York, 809 air miles in about 20 hours. John Wise was the owner and pilot, famous in early American aviation. Looks like he's got a boat there. That's something new. Professor Lowe in the Civil War used a double ring, a load ring and a basket ring. One on his finger for luck. And the basket itself is fairly small. Well, he didn't need to carry supplies and navigating instruments. He wasn't going any place, just sitting and looking.
World War I brought a balloon of radically different shape, a captive balloon called the kite balloon. This was developed to overcome the balloon's tendency to swing in a circle when held captive. Tail cups were used as stabilizers. Air-filled lobes served the same purpose on a later type. Note the lack of a net. Lines were secured by so-called finger patches, and the load ring was a horizontal bar. One of the great American balloonists of the 20s was Ward Van Orman. He improved on Wise's precautions against a water landing by using pontoons and carrying a rubber life raft. This was the forerunner of the rubber boats carried in today's combat planes.
Why is a net better than finger patches? Well, stick around, the boys, and you'll see. John Wise went up one day. His balloon was hit by lightning, and the fabric parachuted into the net. To make sure it wasn't just luck, he went aloft and did it again. Worked exactly the same, and has ever since.
The next problem, the third, deals with the navigation of the balloon vertically. This is taken care of by means of the valve, appendix, and ballast. That first hydrogen balloon way back in 1783 had all three of these elements. In the first place, an open appendix allowed gas to escape naturally as pressure increased. Then, when Professor Charles wanted to release more to descend, he opened a valve at the top and let more of it out. Of course, when the balloon came down, some air came in at the open appendix, and you couldn't call that good. But we'll consider that in a moment.
Professor Charles learned about ballast the hard way. When he landed after his very first trip, he politely helped his passenger out. Silly boy. Moral: release ballast in small quantities.
The balloon appendix started out as little more than a hole in the bottom of the balloon. But that was unhandy to deal with, and so gradually a tube was extended from the opening. Until in 1793, it was long enough to drape over the side of the basket. Possibly this was an effort to keep the gas from seeping down onto the head of the balloonist. But, of course, hydrogen drifts up, not down. So there was a gradual retreat until many experiments finally fixed the appendix at its present-day length. As we've already seen, a balloon that's descending always has a tendency to parachute. And if the appendix is open, air goes into it. But air mixing with hydrogen creates a highly explosive combination. So air is kept out nowadays by twisting the appendix closed during descent. And parachuting is prevented by securing the appendix to the load ring. From the very beginning, most balloon valves have worked in a trapdoor fashion. The valve is pulled down against a spring, which on release snaps the valve back into position. About 1880, the double trapdoor type came into use. It proved so efficient that it's still being used to this day. Various instruments have been devised to help in the navigation of balloons. For ordinary flights, an altimeter, rate of climb indicator, and a pocket compass are usually all the instruments that are needed, although an altigraph, or barograph, is also used if an accurate record of the flight is wanted. The earliest instrument used in a balloon was a plain mercury barometer. This was replaced by the aneroid barometer about 1880. It was handier. Calibrated in feet, it becomes an altimeter. The barograph, sometimes called altigraph, appeared about 1912. In any attempt at a record, an officially sealed barograph is always carried. The barometer didn't work quickly enough, so the statoscope was developed to show change of altitude and rate of change. These are indicated by the position of the bubble in the tube. The instrument on the left is American, and the one on the right British. A further development is the rate of climb indicator, or vertimeter. This device also stems from the First World War. Today, it is used either in the liquid type, as shown here, or a mechanical type. In addition to these instruments, balloonists have also usually carried a compass and watch or clock. We take up the fourth major problem in ballooning now, the landing. This involves the rip panel, drag rope, and anchor.
The drag rope was invented in 1836 by Charles Green, the coal gas man, remember? Very useful in navigating at low altitudes and to prevent a rough landing. A sort of automatic ballast, you might say. Weight of the rope on the ground lightens the balloon. She rises and lifts more rope. Down she comes. Up, down, up, down. Monotonous, isn't it? Look out for fences, houses, and high-tension wires. Bad medicine. In the old days, before the invention of four-wheel brakes and the rip panel, a balloonist had to throw out the anchor and pray. A landing was a cross between a commando fight and a rodeo. The balloonist didn't always win, poor fellow.
Since John Wise invented the rip panel in 1850, various styles have developed, of which these three are typical. The peeling type, cemented in place. This can be difficult to pull if it's left in place too long. A variation, the V peeling type, sometimes used on stratosphere and racing balloons. And three, the cheese cutter type. The fabric is torn, either the envelope itself or a fabric strip. The Navy today uses the first mentioned method. The panel is lightly cemented, not too long before use. This affords a gas-tight closure that can be handily ripped out and easily replaced. Now let's have a look at some of the uses of balloons. First, balloon racing. Probably the greatest single factor in creating public interest in lighter-than-air flight has been the balloon race, notably the big national and international events. Every year from 1906 to 1935, except during World War I, an international race was held for the James Gordon Bennett Trophy. American entrants were selected by a national race for the P.W. Litchfield Trophy, and the contests were open to all, Army, Navy, or civilian pilots. The first international race, starting from Paris in 1906, was won by an American pilot, F.P. Lamb. He covered 402 miles to the northern part of York County, England. Probably the most spectacular of the big races was the 1910 event. Starting from St. Louis, Missouri, the winner, A.R. Hawley, representing the United States, sailed 1,171 miles to St. John's, Quebec. He was lost for almost 2 weeks in the Canadian wilderness. 2 years later, starting from Stuttgart, Germany, the French pilot Abe Bien-Aimé won the race with a record-smashing 1,298-mile flight to Moscow. But balloon racing did more than prove the great distances that could be covered in sustained lighter-than-air flight. One of America's leading balloonists, Ralph Upson, in preparation for the 1922 national race, organized the first system of aviation radio weather reports, an invaluable contribution to the progress of aviation. The fact is that many of the men interested in balloon racing have proved to be leaders in aeronautical development. Ward Van Orman is one of the outstanding figures. 3 times an international race winner, Van Orman has pioneered in several important ballooning improvements. It was Commander Rosendahl when this was taken to the national balloon race in 1927. Today, Admiral Rosendahl, as Chief of the Navy Airship Training and Experimental Command, directs the entire field of military lighter-than-air development for the United States. The winner of the national race from Pittsburgh in 1929 was Lieutenant Settle, an ardent balloon race pilot and a scientist as well. But the name Settle became much better known for a considerably different aspect of ballooning, the stratosphere flight. In 1933, Settle went aloft almost 12 miles. Yet, sensational as that record was, it stood only 2 years. The reason was that stratosphere flights during the 1930s became almost an international passion. In 1934, 3 Army men, Stevens, Kepner, and Anderson, tried unsuccessfully for a record. And then, a year later, 2 of them, Anderson and Stevens, brilliantly succeeded with an ascension of almost 14 miles. What did they hope to find? Why did they go up? Well, the main purpose was to study cosmic rays, mysterious shafts of energy that constantly rain down on the Earth. Also, to collect samples of air, dust, bacteria, and make other scientific studies. Their findings were valuable and could have been obtained in no other way. Such flights date back to 1862, when 2 English scientists, Coxwell and Glazier, ascended 37,000 feet. The outstanding modern flights have been those of Mr. and Mrs. Piccard, 1934, 57,579 feet. Settle and Fordney, 1933, 61,237 feet. And Stevens and Anderson, 1935, 72,395 feet. This is the greatest altitude ever reached by man. But balloons carrying only equipment have reached even higher. Radio-sonde balloons, equipped to send constant reports back to Earth by radio, have climbed as high as 86,000 feet. And at this point should be mentioned the fact that aerologists constantly use small balloons to determine wind direction and velocity. Here's the operation of sounding, as it's called, being performed aboard a carrier, which serves to remind us of still another use of balloons.
Balloons in war. The first war balloon was used by the French at the Battle of Flores in 1794. The Austrians might have shot it down, but didn't, figuring the balloonists were taking enough risk, just going up in such a fool contraption. The Civil War balloon telegraph. Before this, they used to shout, wig-wag, or throw rocks at each other, to which messages were sometimes tied. This was the first step on the road to radio. Recognize this? It's the grandpa of all aircraft carriers, the first one in history. The G.W. Parke Custis, used by the Federal troops on the old Potomac. It had no motors, was pulled by a tug. Sometimes the boys had to help out by rowing. You may not believe this. During the siege of Paris, the French not only established the first airmail service, but even published a newspaper that was sent by balloon post to the provinces. Over 3 million letters were carried airmail. The world's first air battle, an attempt to hijack the French airmail. Both fired, both missed, thank heavens. But a lot of future trouble was touched off then and there.
During World War I, both observation and barrage balloons were widely used. Observers did artillery spotting, map making, photography, and tracking of enemy troop movements. The AEF contained 23 balloon companies, each with 2 balloons, one for service, one for reserve. We lost 48 balloons during the war, 47 due to enemy action, and 1 blown away. The present war shows an advancement in barrage balloon protection, the armed cable. Here's the way one such lethal device works. Instead of the cable remaining taut and possibly breaking or slipping off the wing of the plane, it pulls free, and a parachute system pulls a bomb right onto the plane, with interesting results. The barrage balloon today is important and effective in helping to protect shore installations, cities, ships, and personnel from low-altitude bombing and strafing attacks. Observation balloons are no longer used. Planes can do the work much better and faster. But the free balloon is far from being a has-been. No experience is more valuable to a lighter-than-air pilot than his training in handling a free balloon. After all, an airship is basically a powered, steerable balloon. It reacts to the same laws of gases. When its power plants stop or are stopped, the airship becomes a free balloon. The airship pilot must first be a competent balloon pilot, and the balloonist can look back on over 150 years of proud tradition shared by many great and courageous men. He can look forward to a challenging future in the airship, lusty child of the free balloon.
If you just look at, this is the one place that people can come in town where they really don't have to pay money to be here. So a lot of places that people spend their leisure time, you know, you're kind of, when you walk into a restaurant, the clock starts ticking and, you know, you only have a certain amount of time and you can't just stay there too long. But, you know, the library, you can come here and spend as much time as you want. You can walk on our grounds, you can get a book. There's just so many things that you can do here. So first of all, it's a space that people can come and relax, study, socialize, and do so many different things that we all enjoy doing. But I think the other two components of that are the programs and the collection. In other words, our programs are designed to reach out to everybody in our community, and so that there will be something there for everybody to enjoy and come in here, and it brings people together. And the same's true with our collection. We try to be comprehensive with it. We try to make sure that from birth to seniors, that we have a variety of things, recreational as well as informational, educational, workforce related, you name it. But we try to have all of those things. So I do think that the library has sort of replaced in some ways what used to be the old market square, where people would come down and, you know, that was where you did your shopping and sell things. I think if you really look at the library, day in and day out, that's what it's become. It's where people come to hang out. If you're a young family and you've got young children, you know, all of our story times, you know, a lot of the mothers will start out with the toddler story time, and then they work their way all the way up, you know, over that 3 to 5 years. And a good part of that is they come together, the mothers, the fathers, the grandparents, the caregivers, and they talk and enjoy that time together too, and the children do as well. So I think all the programs function in that way a little bit. You know, we have teen programs, a whole array of those that we do. Teens can come together and enjoy those. We have Dungeons and Dragons. We have our senior movies that we show a couple of times a month here. That gives an opportunity for seniors to get together, have refreshments, and watch a great movie. And of course, everybody's invited to that. It's primarily our seniors that come to that, but it's open to the entire public, so people can come in and do that. You know, another partnership that we've started recently is with our homeschoolers. You know, for a long time, I think there was a little disconnect there, but you know, we've got homeschoolers now that come in and have a chess club. And of course, the wonderful thing about that is, again, they run it, but they welcome everybody. That's an example of a program that I'm very, very pleased with and very happy to do. And that's an example of a partnership with a group in town that can make that happen. So we're very happy about that. But I think our programs in general, you know, are designed to provide recreation for people and let them come together and socialize and feel like a community. So I think that's the biggest thing. But I also think it's the atmosphere. Again, we try to create a destination experience, so we try to have things where people are comfortable. We'll put comfortable chairs in different places where someone may just find a little out-of-the-way spot to read a book. Or like we say, the kids can come get on the computers and learn something or enjoy that. My favorite place would be the butterfly garden. I think when it's in full bloom, we have just a beautiful little, it's like a little Texas pasture back here. It's not necessarily like a park, it's just like a little pasture with this beautiful little butterfly garden. And I would say that's probably my favorite place. That and how I would like for people to view the Kyle Library is that it's their library. I don't want them to feel like they're going to a place or they're going to a city building. They're really going to their library. I want I want them to feel like this is their hometown library. It should be a place they feel just as comfortable as they do sitting reading a book like they might in their study or their living room at their house.
The Texas Parks and Wildlife television series is supported in part by Texas Parks and Wildlife Foundation, conserving the wild things and wild places of Texas thanks to members across the state. Additional funding is provided by Toyota. Your local Toyota dealers are proud to support outdoor recreation and conservation in Texas. Toyota, let's go places.
Coming up on Texas Parks and Wildlife.
It's estimated in the U.S. that they cause about $2 billion worth of damage per year, and that can be through loss of agricultural crops, equipment damage.
We're working to look at the potential for these rangelands to sequester and store carbon.
The bat flights are pretty spectacular. They are 500,000 bats here at the cave.
Texas Parks and Wildlife, a television series for all outdoors. Feral pigs have become quite the problem everywhere. But here in LaSalle County, folks are going hog wild for 'em.
Our county fair is the Wild Hog Cook-Off. It's the biggest event in LaSalle County. It's all about wild hogs. Everything's about wild hogs. And it's all because we had so many wild hogs is why it started. And there'll be 200 teams and anywhere from 6,000 to 10,000 people come to town. Everybody's always trying to make it just perfect.
As they say in South Texas, you know, in livestock and rodeo, at the Wild Hog Cook-Off in LaSalle, when they ask to see your ID, you show them your belt buckle.
But it's not all fun and games when it comes to wild hogs, 'cause these critters create lots of problems.
It's estimated in the U.S. that they cause about $2 billion worth of damage per year, and that can be through loss of agricultural crops, equipment damage. They are highly reproductive. You know, one female can produce up to 20 piglets in a year, and they can really reproduce at a very young age. So the Texas Parks and Wildlife Department encourages folks to get out and help us control feral hog numbers. We've reduced the requirement to have a hunting license. There is no season, there is no bag limit. It's pretty much open season on feral hogs. The feral hogs that we see today, got their origin in North America, really with the first Spanish explorers that came over in the late 1500s. I think they came into Texas probably in the mid to late 1600s. They brought them in for food. They either took them with them or even left some behind as they moved further into North America. Those domestic pigs escaped. Then a few generations, they became what we call feral hogs today.
Everybody knows that wild hogs are a problem throughout most states now and getting to be more of a problem in a lot of states. But there's a lot of great things that come with it. One of them's hunting. You can hunt them with a bow, you can hunt them with a spear, you can hunt them with a rifle, you can hunt them with a blowgun. Go check it all out. See what we got. It's just a blast, and to have an opportunity and a place where we can bring in people to help us control them, and they can do it because they don't have places, they don't have opportunity, they can come and we can support them and teach and use it for new people learning to hunt. Check this feeder, make sure the battery's charged up. All right, you ready to go?
Yeah, let's test and see if it works.
I think it's hot.
Yep, she's ready.
Now, hunting with feeders can be a touchy subject, but here in Texas, it's totally legal, and it's a great way to control these beastly boars.
I got started hunting in my youth. It was a family thing. I got started because, it was a nuisance for most ranchers, and they would allow us to come out and hunt them. They're a relatively easy animal to hunt, and there's plenty of them to do so. You can hunt them any time of day, any time of year, and there's no bag limits. There's just a bunch of pigs for us to hunt. But as much as they're a nuisance, they're still a fun animal, and they're a joy to hunt. Here we go, we're in action now, baby. Here come the pigs running off all the deer. Oh, they are all stacked underneath that feeder. We got him, a 10 ring. It just ran off into the woods here to the right of us. Give it a few minutes, should be an easy track. I love archery, so I'd rather hunt anything with a bow. Is it as easy to do? No. Is it as efficient to do? No, but it's more fun to do. So that's my preferred method to take. We got a stuck pig, little baby boar. Definitely happy we got it. Get it clean, get it skinned up, get it cleaned up. It's gonna be a good eater.
They're great eating, phenomenal eating. The key is the cleaning. I was raised on deer and hog meat. We didn't eat beef, we didn't eat goat, we ate deer and hog meat. I love eating wild hog as much as I do venison or beef. It's all in the cleaning though. I find that 90% of people that don't like wild meat, it's because it wasn't cleaned properly. But that's some pretty clean, almost white pork. It's good and lean, but got lots of flavor. We've been probably doing it 40 of the 42 years. We're cooking up some wild hog, and then we throw in a little hot dogs and chicken for people who don't want to eat it. Not everybody loves it, but most everybody loves it once they try it. If anybody ever wants anything to do with taste all kinds of wild hog, from chili meat or chili, wild hog chili, to carne asada, to hog enchiladas, you name it, you can find it out here. Somebody's cooking it, you know. It's a great place to come and find out if you like to eat it. And then from there, you can always find places to hunt them and get them from. That's what it's all about. The fun and the camaraderie and just having a good old time.
A strong land ethic, it should be a top priority. It's been really important to us to not only be a prudent operator, but at the same time to take care of our surface assets as well. It's also important because others on the outside look at us and see what we're doing, and we're able to set an example here.
The Quail Ranch, really what we consider the heart of it, is about 90,000 acres, just a little over. It's actually a collection of ranches that Concho purchased back prior to being acquired by ConocoPhillips. We've always got something going on the ranch.
We're working out here on Quail Ranch with Concho Energy and ConocoPhillips to look at the potential for these rangelands to be able to sequester and store carbon.
You know, there's an old saying that says we can only manage what we measure. We're looking at some technology that would give us the ability to measure carbon in place in real time. Make sure we get a good tight sample presentation.
Part of what we're doing is trying to understand how we could manage our lands in a way to be able to put more carbon into the soil and have it stay there long term.
The Quail Ranch, they just put a lot of effort and a lot of time and a lot of money back in for conservation and for habitat management, for wildlife management. They're kind of tackling it from all sides, and so it's really neat.
This is part of an area that we conducted some brush work, part of our grassland restoration efforts, and it's a pretty stark contrast here. As we're walking through here, you can see there's not much herbaceous cover at all. And what we were wanting to do is try to reestablish, you know, native grassland here.
One of our biggest successes and one of the things that I found really cool is our burrowing owl project.
You got one prairie dog, owl.
We went in and we actually cleared about 370 acres and went in and reseeded that. We were trying specifically to target burrowing owls, so we created artificial burrows.
Fruit of that, we've been able to see burrowing owls actually move in and use those burrows. So to be able to bring some life back and create some usable space for wildlife has been a real treat for us. A strong land ethic, it should be a top priority. We've been given the opportunity here to demonstrate that we're not only an E&P company, but at the same time, you can have a strong land ethic, you can promote rangeland health, ecosystem health across the board, and have a positive impact across the landscape.
There you go.
These divers are visiting the most complex artificial reef Texas Parks and Wildlife Department has ever created. In just 1 year, thousands of fish have made this their new home. The Texas Clipper has become an ocean oasis.
Okay guys, today's dive, as you know, is to the Texas Clipper. There are 3 must-see parts of this dive. The first is...
Tim O'Leary owns and operates the American Diving Center on South Padre Island. He takes sport divers out to explore the Texas Clipper, which now teems with marine life.
Texas Parks and Wildlife has taken a section of the Gulf of Mexico that was once a barren desert and created an enormous ecosystem of some 180,000 square feet of substrate to bring new life for both the fishermen and the divers. I never thought it would happen. I'm ecstatic. And for me, this is like an unbelievable dream come true for South Texas, and I'm just shocked it's in my own backyard.
Over the past 60 years, the Texas Clipper has had 3 very different lives. She transported troops during World War II, carried the well-to-do across the Atlantic for leisure during the 50s, and then taught maritime cadets how to command a ship. Now she will spend her 4th and final life as an artificial reef, attracting marine life, scuba divers, and anglers.
This is a world-class wreck. I want Texans and Texas to get excited.
When Texas Parks and Wildlife acquired the Clipper, they spent a year cleaning it of all hazardous materials and creating openings for water flow and wildlife. She was then towed to the location of her final home, 17 miles from South Padre Island. When the ship started to sink, not everything happened according to plan.
We spent 10 years planning this, and everything rides on the sinking. And we're going to do controlled flooding to eliminate the use of explosives to protect marine life. But by using controlled flooding, at any point in time, something could go wrong and the ship could roll over on its side or roll upside down, which would be the last thing that we want to happen. The ship started to take on water on its port side, the left side, and we assumed that the water would go across the ship to the other side, the starboard side, and equalize itself out. That wasn't the case. You know, it should be in an upright position, should be going down evenly. This was not what we had bargained for. This is not what we had planned for 10 years. As soon as the ship went down, it was obvious that it was laying on its port side. The sink plan called for controlled flooding, which would allow water to come in on both sides of the ship evenly, and as the ship took on water, the water never transferred to the starboard side, and it kept listing to port. So that as the vessel went down, it basically went down bow first. The bow hit the bottom, and then it laid on its port side on the bottom.
Hurricane Ike expected to make landfall late tonight or early tomorrow along the Texas coastline, including the possibility of...
If sinking on its side wasn't enough, just 10 months later, Hurricane Ike flanked the Texas Clipper. It's believed that the very strong currents created by the hurricane caused a crack in the stern, creating a 15-foot wide opening in the ship.
From the perspective of being an artificial reef or marine habitat, the ship is functioning. It would be much better if it was in an upright position, where most of the marine life could be up in the higher water column, where there's more light.
South Padre Island. Now added to all the things you can do here are diving and fishing the Texas Clipper.
It's a blast, I mean, to see all the different type of fish life and the various marine life, because you never know, each dive is different. We saw manta last time we were out here, so there's no two dives that are exactly alike. No matter how many times you do it, it's different every single time.
There will be a huge economic impact for both the town of South Padre Island and the dive shops throughout Texas, as well as the restaurants, the bars, the campgrounds, the gasoline station. The impact of the tourist dollar increase in this area will be enormous.
Here at South Padre Beach Resort, we definitely have seen a positive impact ever since the Clipper has been sunk.
The Clipper's been a great benefit to us. You know, it's bringing in divers in November and December when we've never seen them before.
Come here, fishy.
And the fishing at the Clipper.
They couldn't be better. The fish come in, and they just keep coming in and keep coming in, and they breed there, and this Clipper is going to be fantastic for this area. It really is.
Artificial reefs are real good, huh? See this fish?
Oh yeah, they're great.
Woo! Fish in Texas, baby!
The University of Texas at Brownsville, Department of Biological Sciences, is conducting a monitoring program.
Morning, everyone.
They are studying the health of the Texas Clipper as an artificial reef. David Hicks and Carlos Centro-Brinrostro are the co-principal investigators.
At least in this blade.
Our role is we have a monitoring program in which we're basically documenting the transformation of the Texas Clipper as a steel ship into a living biological reef. One aspect of our research is looking at the species that actually colonize the hull of the ship. And to document this, we are using a photographic technique. We also scrape certain areas of the ship and collect these same plants and animals and bring them back to the lab for more definite identification.
The ship is actually functioning as it is supposed to. It's becoming an artificial reef. We already start even seeing changes in the type of creatures that are moving into the neighborhood. And yes, it is working as it is supposed to be.
The Texas Clipper now rests at her new home off the South Texas coast. In her previous 60 years of life, she was a military ship, a cruise liner, and a teaching vessel. She took care of her passengers and crew and carried them to ports all around the world. Now she is an oasis for her newest passengers, the marine life of the Gulf of Mexico.
Just because it's sunk doesn't mean it's over. The ship has a whole life ahead of it. This was more than a ship. It touched so many lives. Now it'll live on as an artificial reef where it will benefit marine life and future Texans.
This little guy actually has a misrepresentation. A lot of people think they know what it is, but they've actually never seen one before. Hedgehog. Not a hedgehog at all. It's not even related to a hedgehog whatsoever. Now, it does resemble a hedgehog, and it does have hedgehog in the name. It's actually called a hedgehog tenric. Anybody know where tenrics are from? From Madagascar. So on Madagascar, which is a huge island over by Africa that is almost the same size as the state of Texas, and most of the animals in Madagascar are only on that island. You will not find them anywhere else in the world. The tenric is one of those creatures. So this guy, we're going to talk about the difference in a tenric and a hedgehog, so next time you see one, you can be like, I know what that is. So they do share similarities as far as quills on their back. They're both covered in about 5,000 to 6,000 quills over their back. So if it is a female, it's supposed to have just pink behind the eye. And if it is a male, it has a full little light pink circle that goes completely around the eye. This is my female, so if you guys look at her really closely, you can see that the pink is just on the back part of her eye right there. Tenrics also have curved claws, so they're very, very good tree climbers. Hedgehogs do not have curved claws. They cannot climb trees. Now, if you look at the tenric, though, it actually resembles kind of a mole or a shrew. It's got a very pointy nose, not the cutest face like hedgehogs with super adorable little faces and big noses and all of that. These guys do not. They're kind of a little not as inviting as far as wanting to love on them as far as that. Now, in Madagascar, we have different species of tenrics. We have some that live underwater called the aquatic tenric. We have some that have different quills on their back, and they actually vibrate them together to call and talk to their family members. You have the one that looks like the hedgehog. And then you've got some that live underneath ground without any quills on them that resemble moles and shrews even more so than this guy does. Now, they do share some similar DNA to other animals. One of these animals they share DNA with lives in Africa. So they actually share some similar DNA to elephants, aardvarks, and manatees. I have no idea why. I have tried to research. I've even talked to biologist friends who have way more extensive knowledge in animals than I do. And I'm like, okay, look, I read this article. They say these guys share some similar DNA. Why? They're like, I have no idea. So here's my theory, and you guys can tell me if I'm just a crazy animal lady or if you're like, okay, that makes kind of sense. Well, first off, what are quills made of? They're spikes, but what are they made up of? Keratin. So what on your body is keratin? Fingernails and hair, right? All right, so here's my theory. An elephant was running across the plains of Africa one day. It stumps its toe on a big giant rock. Its toenail falls off. It floats across the ocean, lands on Madagascar, and poof, turns into a tenric. Sounds pretty good, doesn't it? Okay, so well, here's why I get my theory, where I got my story. Quills are made up of what? Keratin, which is a toenail, right? What color is an elephant? Gray, so there's the meaty side of your toenail right there, the gray tenric right there. I don't know how it poofed into a tenric, but I like my theory. So do y'all think I'm a crazy lady, or it could be possibly, you never know nowadays what it could be. You guys can very gently pet her on her back, just like that. She feels very rough. Some kids say it feels like rice before you cook it. These guys can live a lot longer than a hedgehog as well. Hedgehogs only live about 5 to 6 years. A tenric can live up to 10 years. Now, these guys are insectivores, so it eats only bugs. This little guy's name is Tuck. Tuck is an armadillo that comes from South America, so he is definitely not from Texas. Our Texas armadillos are what color? Gray. Gray, not tan, gray. How many bands or stripes does a Texas armadillo have on its back? Come on, guys, this is our state mammal. Your state mammal. How many? 9. It does have 9. How many bands or stripes does this armadillo have on its back? Show me what you're counting. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Raise your hand if you think it's a 3-banded armadillo, and it's these 3 stripes that I'm touching right here. That is actually correct. Good job. So when we look at this armadillo, the first thing that shows up in our eyes are these light tan stripes right there. So many people think this is a 4-banded armadillo. However, this is just an extra layer of skin that allows him to roll up into a complete ball and fit together like a perfect little puzzle piece. Our Texas armadillos do not have that layer of skin, therefore they cannot roll up into a ball. Most of us think that our Texas ones can. They cannot. They can actually jump a couple of feet straight up into the air whenever they get scared, though, which usually scares us too whenever they do it, if you come across a live one. This guy does not jump straight up into the air, though. He does not roll across the ground or anything like that either. He merely just rolls up into a ball to protect himself. So this is how he would sit on the ground if you saw him like this. Now, is he a reptile or is he a mammal? You weren't touching him. You're not going to pick him up. He's not opened up. What does he look like? He looks like a reptile, doesn't he? What makes a reptile a reptile? Scales. Cold-blooded. Obviously, we don't know if he's cold-blooded because we're not going to touch him if he's in the wild, but he looks like he's got scales, right? He's got the appearance of scales on his shell. So if we would want to see it walk around. Now, if we ask Tuck to wake up and show us his cute little claws, we can see that he obviously has hair on his legs. So that tells us right there that he is a mammal, because now we can see his hairy little legs. I'll put him on the floor and I'll let him walk around in just a few minutes. Now, his shell is made up of the same thing of our quills. He's got a bony structure that gives him protection, and then it is covered in a layer of keratin. So if I drop him, will he break? Okay, so armadillo comes from Spain, and it means little armored one. And the old wise tale was that if you shot an armadillo, the bullet would ricochet off of the armadillo and it would survive. Is that true? No, so if I drop him, will he break? Yes, he will break. They are not indestructible. Are your fingernails indestructible? No. Is your hair indestructible? No, so therefore his shell is not. Our bones are not indestructible either, are they? Absolutely not. So if you drop him, he will break. So he's got chips. He is about 15 years old right now. Their average lifespan is around 15, maybe 20 years. So we are grateful we have Tuck every single day that we go out there, and he is still kicking. He has not given us any reasons to think that he would not be here the next day, but you never know with exotics because they do not show that they are sick or aging until it's literally on their last leg, their last day of anything. Now, he is an insectivore technically as well. They do not have teeth in the front. He's got teeth at the far back of his mouth. His tongue is very similar to an anteater's tongue, and he will go around and he'll lap up ants and termites. He'll use his big claws to break off the tree bark off of fallen trees and break them open that way. And then he'll grab his food like that. Now, in captivity, obviously, we're not shipping in ants and termites from South America, and he doesn't like our Texas fire ants, which is kind of a bummer because I could keep him in supply every spring whenever we have a little rain. So instead, we actually buy him an insectivore diet, which is very, very tiny pellets that he is able to eat on his own. Then a lot of times we will mix it with baby food. When he opens up, and I'm going to put him on the floor if he'll let go of my fingers, his little light tan stripes will disappear on him. And he actually resembles a lot of a basketball whenever he's up. He's got the very texture of a basketball. And whenever he comes around, if you guys look at him too, he looks like a basketball. If you notice the pattern on his back, he walks very quick and he's very quiet when he walks as well. So it's like if you take your eyes off of him and he's outside, you'll lose him if you're not careful. Like he just disappears on you. Now, if you look at the front of his head, he looks like he floats. He looks like a giant roly-poly to me. If I just spray painted him gray or put a little wind-up thing on his back, then I'm like, you just look like a little roly-poly with your little legs, hair sticking out. We do take him outside and let him explore outside and dig in the grass and dig in the dirt. Try to give him enrichment that way. He does live in the bottom of our sloth enclosure, so we make sure we keep him nice and toasty and warm because an armadillo shell will not keep them warm enough. So we do not have armadillos way up north where it stays really cold, lots of ice and all of that because it is too cold for them. So Tuck will actually use his head like a bulldozer and he will push shavings into the corner of the sloth's enclosure and he will bury himself underneath it. So the shavings act like a blanket on him and actually help keep him warm and kind of like an insulation or you guys putting a blanket or a coat on if you get too cold. And then if he is really hot or really warm, he can lay down flat and flatten himself out a lot more than what you think he can. You guys are welcome to pet him on the back of his shell. He feels like a rock, nothing special, like a warm little rock. Now, once he gets rolled up into his ball like this, not even a dog can grab him and pull him open. You're not breaking him open, no matter what you do. So whenever we have to trim his nails, it's quite interesting because he is trained to show his claws like that whenever we do stuff. But if you stick anything on there and you try to trim him, he immediately sucks them back in there, put them out. You'll let them stand open, and then you put the nail clippers. You can't touch them. You know those games that used to run the little metal thing down? If you touch the side, it goes, okay, that's what I feel like I'm doing whenever I'm trimming his nails. I'm like, don't touch anything. Don't let him move. And then you have to snap it really quick and trim him that way, because if not, he rolls right back up in a ball, and you miss your opportunity. So my next guest is a U.S. native animal. You definitely do not want to come across her in the wild, though. She is the only venomous lizard that is in the United States. This is a Gila monster. Thank goodness we do not have these in Texas. If you ever go to Arizona up into the mountains and explore, be careful of where you walk if you see one of these beautiful creatures because they are gorgeous. Don't reach down and pet it and think it's like a big fat gecko and you're going to take it home. If it bites you, it is venomous. Now, the odds of you dying from a Gila monster bite are really, really slim. However, you will be in excruciating pain and it will not be a comfortable thing. Now, they do collect the venom from Gila monsters to try to do Alzheimer's research on people. I can't figure that out either. I'm like, why are we using the venom of an animal to try to cure Alzheimer's in people? Are they trying to make us just forget a lot quicker with that? I don't know how it works, but that's what they will collect them and do. Now, Gila monsters are an endangered animal, and that is because of them being taken out for the pet trade, things like that. This sweet girl was raised in captivity. She is going on about 15 years old. Whenever spring comes around and she starts eating a whole bunch, her tail will get very fat, very similar to a gecko's tail. So we judge her weight in the summer by how fat her tail is. And then, of course, just like other reptiles, she does go through a shed. We have to make sure she is high humidity because she is from the hot deserts in Arizona. If we don't have her humidity high enough, then you can actually not get a complete shed on their feet. And then the dead skin will collect around their nails. So if you ever own a reptile as a pet, make sure that you have all the proper humidities and stuff around for them, because when they shed, if they don't get all of the old dead skin off of them, it can actually cause them to lose toes. If it collects around their toenails, it can cut off the circulation to their toes eventually, and then you'll just have toes start falling off. But when she came to us, we didn't raise her. She is missing a couple of her toes, and it's probably from improper sheds whenever she was younger. Now, the Gila monster is a very rough, rigid-looking animal. Those are actually little bony fragments that are underneath her skin that give her protection. So she feels almost like a hard bubble wrap, kind of, just real bumpy everywhere. And whenever they shed, their sheds have the same little humps and bumps and indentions and stuff in them too. So their sheds actually feel really cool whenever they shed them off. Now, Gila monsters do not have fangs, so if she bites me, that's not what's gonna inject the venom. Their venom is actually in their saliva glands. So whenever they bite you, they have very sharp teeth and they scratch you and they break open your skin that way. Then the venom absorbs into it. That's why it's not like this detrimental venom. If they bite you, then you're going to die, kill over, anything like that. But if she bites me and she starts scratching me and chewing on me like that, she's working the venom into you. So what they do is in the wild, they will sit down on the rocks. They'll come out and sunbask a little bit. They do spend a vast majority of their time underground though. She'll come out, she'll sit on the rocks, and she'll be perfectly still. Well, if you look at her, it's very hard to tell the difference in her head and her tail, especially if her tail is a lot fatter. So for another animal that's coming around, she's not going to be sticking her tongue out or be moving. They're going to wait until it comes right by her face. And then she's going to snap out and she's going to bite it and chew on it and then let it die. And then she's going to go and eat it. And just like other reptiles, she's going to swallow it whole. She doesn't take chunks of it or anything like that. She's right down the hatch head first. She'll eat 2 to 3 mice, small mice, in one sitting. And she'll eat that about twice a week sometimes. In the spring when it warms up, she feeds a lot more. So anyways, you can find Gila monsters in different colors. You can actually, some of them will be more of an orangey color with the black, and then you'll have some that are more of the pink. So it just depends on what region in Arizona that they're in as to what color they are. And then you can see this triangular shape of her head, which tells us that she is a venomous animal. Her jaws back here are where she would produce the venom. So she has very big jaws at the back. Their bites are very strong as well. Okay, my next guest is also a Texas native animal. She would probably try to eat a Gila monster if she ever came across one. She is significantly fatter than the ones that we see in Texas, though. Now, she is one of my favorite creatures at my house. She is nothing but a big, snuggly, fat kitty cat. She loves to snuggle. She also has a very lovely aroma and perfume that she likes to share with people. So they are not one of the favorite animals in Texas. Most people see these and they pinch their nose and they run away. And I'm like, oh, it's so cute. It's Pepe Le Pew. Don't you want to pet it? Our sweet girl's name is Flower. Flower obviously does not look like our Texas skunk. She is a different color and about double the size of the Texas skunks too. She most likely is the breed lines of like the northeastern. The further north you go, the bigger, the fatter the skunks get up there. Now in Texas, we have 3 different types of skunks. We have the striped skunk, which is what she is. You can see her stripes on her back. If you follow her stripes, they go to her danger zone, the war zone, the no-no zone, the zone you don't want to be behind if you ever encounter a skunk. Now we can see that she's got 2 stripes, so they have 2 locked and loaded water guns back there ready to go off at any point in time. So I'm going to make sure to keep this in facing you guys while we talk about her. So if anything happens, I get to go home smelling good. No, she's a chocolate skunk. If she sprayed, it would smell like chocolate anyways, right? I wish. Smell her, really. You have to really stuff your, you have to go, just really stick your nose in there. You know when to smell her? She smells like a chocolate bar. Smell her. Tell us what she smells like. She doesn't smell like a skunk, I'll promise you that. That she does not. Because she's too calm. Well, not because she's too calm. She's actually descented. She cannot spray. Now, she does have an animalistic smell to her. She is a mustelid animal, so she has a very musky smell to her. They are very similar to ferrets in that sense. Now, they will back into a corner. They'll go to the restroom that way. They're very clean animals. They are not legal pets in Texas, though. That is the downside to them, because I think everybody should own a skunk. Now, many, many years ago, probably a good 20, 30 years ago, like your great-grandparents or their grandparents probably owned skunks. So I've met a lot of people that are like, oh yeah, my granddad had one when I was a kid. They're not legal anymore. Now, the reason we control them in Texas is because we are a warm-weathered state. We have a higher possibility of skunks showing up with rabies, especially in the southern part of Austin. Skunks in general are not aggressive animals, so the odds of them biting are pretty slim unless they are upset or really sick. What they're going to do is they're going to spray you. Now, they will give you ample warning before they spray you. So they will arch their back really big, and they will hop forward and they'll slide back, and they'll hop forward a couple of times and they'll slide back again. And some of them will even, you can pet her again if you want, will even stand on do a headstand, and they will warn you that way. Now, if their tail is down, they can spray you. If their tail is up like that, then that's how they spray you. And then they'll do a little headstand. She's too fat to do a headstand, but they will do a complete headstand like that as well sometimes. Flower turns 5. She has definitely outlived her wild ancestors. In captivity, they can live 7, maybe even up to 10 years old. They eat a little bit of everything. They're going to eat bugs and insects. They're going to eat eggs. They'll eat lizards and small rodents and stuff like that. They will also actively seek out rattlesnakes and eat rattlesnakes. The skunk can spray about 10 feet away. And like I said earlier, they have full control. So she could take out everybody in this front row right here if she was still able to spray. And then whenever you come up to one, if you really startle a skunk and it doesn't have its chance to warn you or you didn't see it, then they're going to spray you. But skunks do not want to spray you. They can only spray about 7 times before they deplete their reserves. And then it takes them almost 2 weeks to regenerate or produce more. So that's their last option. They don't even spray each other whenever they fight. She's got some massive canines in there. If they want to fight each other, they're just going to bite each other. And then if they do spray, they actually both vacate the area. They leave it because I guess they know how bad that they smell. So if your dad gets sprayed by a skunk, if he's hairy, shave his hair. Shave his beard, shave the mustache, shave the head hair. If he had shorts on, shave the leg hairs too. Wax them if you really want to get it all off. Shave the arm hairs too if he had a short sleeve shirt on. Now, here is the important part. Make sure he sleeps outside for 3 days and 2 nights. And tell him to roll around in the dirt while he's sleeping out there. Like really get it under the armpits. Wherever that skunk could have sprayed him, he needs to rub that dirt. Tell him he's exfoliating. Just rub it all over him, okay? On day 3, you're gonna take baking soda and vinegar, and you can use tomato juice and lemon juice too. Because the skunk spray is an oil-based, it will not come off with water. So you have to use something acidic. So you douse them all down with that, and then you tell him to scrub himself again with the baking soda. Get everywhere really good. Now, it's very important that you hose him down with cold water. Do not use warm water when you wash all of this off of him. How many of you would do that to your dad? Awesome. Now, how many of you would do that if your mom got sprayed? Okay, don't do it to your mom, okay? You want to know why? Mom's going to be like 3 days and 2 nights outside. I'm going to the local hotel, 5 days, 4 nights, I'll see you then. And she's not going to come back. She's going to be like, vacation. Heck yeah, find me another skunk. I need a week off. That's what I would do if my kid, I'd be like, okay, see ya. I'm being slightly silly. If your dad does get sprayed by a skunk, cold water is very imperative when you hose them down, because if you use hot water, especially if your dogs get sprayed, if you use hot water, it opens the pores to the skin. They will absorb that oil, and then it's going to stick around for a lot longer than what you want it to stick around. It may even regrace you when they start sweating when spring comes around even more. February or March is breeding season for skunks. That's when they start showing up, unfortunately, on the side of the roads a lot. And then around April, May, as it is coming up, make sure if you have garden sheds or decks or anything like that, block all holes so animals cannot get underneath them in the spring, because they're going to start looking for places to have their babies, and a lot of times they come back to the same areas to have their babies every year. And with all of the growth going on with Texas and subdivisions and stuff, a lot of these animals do not have their homes to go back to raise their babies. So they're going to show up in your backyards, they're going to show up under your porches, and people freak out if they see a skunk during the day because they automatically think, oh, it's got rabies. Skunks can actually carry the rabies virus for up to 6 months without showing signs that they are sick. That's why they are not allowed to be pets in Texas. So don't freak out if you see one during the daytime. There's a lot going on here right now. They are very misplaced everywhere. If it doesn't leave, so make sure there's no food or water out, and it will probably venture through and leave. If you look at the size of her nose, she can actually smell bugs several inches underneath the ground. So she's going to dig through your yard. She's going to look for bugs and grubs, and maybe eat a rattlesnake or 2 for you while she's there. Clean out some mice while she's in there too, and then go on about their business, hopefully. My next guest is one that if she got around, she would probably eat her in a heartbeat. This creature right here would not try to challenge the skunk because the skunk is bigger than her, and there's no way she could eat the skunk. That skunk is way too big for her to eat. She can eat something as big around as her body though. So a big rat, she will swallow it down in like 5 seconds. Now this is a ball python. She is probably the best kind of snake that you can have as a pet if you ever convince your parents to let you have a pet. If you're scared of one, this is the safest one for you to pet. She actually feels really soft and silky. She's cold right now too. Now, ball pythons can live over 20 years, even up to 30 years with the proper care. This sweet girl is about 12 to 15 years old. We're not 100% sure, but they are insanely sweet. So if a ball python gets scared, it will roll up into a ball and it will hide its head from you versus being aggressive and striking you. Now, if we look at her head when she comes around, we can obviously see that she is a non-venomous snake because she has a very rounded, blunt nose. If she had a diamond-shaped head and a pointy nose, then we would know that she was venomous. You can also tell by the shape of eyes sometimes. You would find this sweet girl in the tropical rainforest of Africa. She likes it nice and warm. But they are really fascinating creatures. The fact that they can even go across the ground, use their bottom scales. So her bottom scales are very different than her back. These, if you pet them the wrong way, you can actually flip them up and you can hurt them. Versus her back, you can go either way because her scales don't flip up on her back. And this is about as big as she gets. She will get a little bit fatter with age, but that's it. If we power feed her and we're feeding her a lot, sometimes she'll want to eat 2 to 3 rats a week, and sometimes she eats like every other week. My last little guest that is insanely sweet, she is one of my favorite creatures. She lives in my house full time now because she's an escape artist as well, and I cannot trust her to live in the outdoor enclosures. This is Miss Tinkerbell. Tinkerbell is a fennec fox. We name like a lot of our animals come from Disney movies. So Tinks is going on 4 years old this year. And she got the name Tinkerbell because whenever she was a kit, whenever we got her, she was like this big. And her ears were massively bigger than her body, as they are now. And I thought if she jumps off the couch, she's gonna glide across the floor. She can fly with those Dumbo ears. She can't really fly. They would, fold back and all of that. But her ears do serve her a big purpose in the wild. So these guys come from the largest dry desert in the world, the Sahara Desert. And we know she comes from the desert because of the color of her body. This gives her camouflage, right? It also helps reflect the sun off of her back to keep her from overheating. Her big giant ears on her head allow her to hear animals running in their burrows underneath the ground. So she has impressive hearing. So really loud rooms and stuff like that. She does not like loud noises. I don't know how she survives my house, but she loves my kids and they're loud, right? They're loud, aren't they? Tinks here is, whenever you guys first came in, if you heard the scratching in the kennel, that was her. She practices her digging all the time. She'll practice it in the car sometimes when we're driving. If we do a birthday party and she's supposed to be waiting quietly, she's in the kennel digging because she wants somebody to take her out, let her lay on her back or on her belly and give her love. She's like, just scratch my belly, please. She's a big cuddle bug. Now, a lot of people meet fennec foxes and they're like, that is an adorable animal. It's tiny, about the size of a chihuahua. She's so calm and so chill. I need one as a pet. How many of you, by looking at her, would be like, I want a fox as a pet? Let me tell you what it's like to live with a fennec fox, okay? They are canines, but they do not have mannerism like a canine. They do not sit, they do not stay, they do not learn basic commands. They do what they want when they want, kind of like a cat, but more mischievous. And if you are eating food, she is not going to share your food with you. She's going to steal your entire plate or whatever she wants off of your plate, and she's going to take off across the house and create chaos and a disaster in the mix. If you are thawing out anything, this actually happened the other day. We were cooking pork chops, and Tinkerbell jumped on the trash can. I think Dylan walked out of the kitchen for like a whole minute, and he came back in, and the pork chops were missing. A pork chop was missing. And I was told later when I got home that was my pork chop that was missing. So I got to eat a washed off pork chop that my fox took off through the house with. And he's like, it wasn't that dirty. And I'm like, whatever, I don't care. It's not going to kill me. So Tinkerbell got on the trash can on the island and took off with I think she took off with 2 of them. Ran through the house. And have you ever tried to get food away from a wild animal? Nope. It's not fun. They don't give their food up very easily. Probably, but she can go hide places. So when Tinks was a kit, before we put her outside and she lived in the house, we fed her raw fish and raw chicken because she grew up with our otter. And she would take big mouthfuls of her raw meat and she would go hide it behind the washer and dryer. No big deal. That's what they do in the wild. They'll take a big loot of food and they'll go hide it and stash it so nobody else finds it and they've got it to eat later. So Tinks goes and hides it behind the washer and dryer. Then I go to bed one night and I moved my pillows, and guess what was behind my pillow in my bed? Raw chicken. I was like, okay, that's where I draw the line. Raw chicken in my bed when I'm supposed to be sleeping is not up my alley. So we had put Tinks outside after that. What really got her kicked out of the house was these guys are nocturnal, so she wants to run and play at nighttime. And I felt bad, putting her up at nighttime whenever I wanted to go to sleep, but I had to because my son, who was 10 at the time, comes and wakes me up at midnight one night, and he goes, Mom. And I thought like a tornado hit the house or something. This kid sleeps through anything. And I was like, are you like fever? What's wrong with you? Why are you up at midnight? He goes, Mom, the fox is burying rocks in my bed. And I was like, rocks in your bed? What? And you guys know what figs are? And if you leave it out and it gets air dried, it feels like rocks. So we had a bag of figs in our kitchen. Evidently somebody had left it open and Tinkerbell had been stealing figs out of this bag and hiding them around the house. This particular night, she recollects her figs and she takes them to his bed, attempts to dig a hole in his bed while he's sleeping and bury these figs in his bed. So that's what got her kicked out. So we put her outside. She escaped the first night. The reason we knew she escaped was because Tinks had grown up in the house. She comes to the back door that goes to my bedroom and she's scratching on the door like a dog. So we get up and we let her in. Fix the hole. Well, she climbed the cage and escaped from the roof somewhere. And she lived outside for about 2 years. Then right before Christmas, she escapes again. Foxes can survive in Texas for a very long time. We were able to find her 2 weeks ago. So she had been out through the crazy ice storm and everything, enjoying herself, running around and eating all the mice or whatever it was that she could find. She ended up showing up at a neighbor's house and their son went outside. Of course, she grew up with my kids. She loves my kids. His son was on the front porch at nighttime and this little thing comes running up to his son's, like nibbling on his toes and his ankles, and he freaks out and runs in the house, tells his mom. His mom comes outside to see, thinking, oh, it's just a neighbor's dog. His mom comes outside, see these big glowing eyes on the ground by the car. She screams, runs in the house, tells her husband, and her husband's like, let me go see what this is. Opens up the garage door to their house, and of course Tinkerbell's like, oh, score, they're letting me in. She runs in the garage, gets on a table, sits on the tables, just perched up there like, what's up? Who's gonna feed me? Who's gonna love me? Sure enough, they called us and went over there. She rolled over on her back, one of her belly rubs, and now she lives in the house permanently. The downside to her living in my house permanently is they do not potty train. They kind of go to the bathroom wherever they are. So we have to lock her out of bedrooms and stuff where we can't, carpet and all that. It's really hard to know where they clean. We can't have any small animals in the house. Like if that snake gets loose, she'll eat that snake in a heartbeat. No geckos, nothing like that. You can't even spray for insects or anything in your house because she'll eat crickets and all of that too. So you have to factor in all of that if you ever get an exotic as a pet. Well, I want to thank you guys for coming out to see us today. I hope you enjoyed the presentation.
The City of Kyle and Uber have teamed up to bring residents and visitors a new era of public transportation. As long as you're traveling in the pie capital of Texas, just claim your voucher on the City of Kyle app. And the next time you request an Uber, your ride will cost $3.14. It's as easy as pie. Terms and conditions apply.
This is my mother and this is my brother. And everybody, wow, this lady, she was so kind-hearted. And my dad, I remember when I graduated from high school, my mother told my daddy, I think the ring was like $20. Well, that's probably all he made all week, So he said, she asked me, how much is the ring? And I told her, whatever it was, whatever the price of the ring, I told her. She said, Martin, how many other kids graduated from high school? He said, I don't remember any of them. Yeah. Did you graduate from high school? She asked him. He said, no. She said, I didn't either. Now, we got 8 kids. She don't graduate from high school. And she said, and you don't have any more girls to graduate, because there was only two, one at the top and one at the bottom. She says, I'm taking every nickel I got to buy this girl a ring. She deserved it. She said, it's not too many girls in Kyle that graduated from high school. She said, I'm taking my money and buying her a ring.
How long have you been in Kyle for?
Let's see, I think I came back from Georgia in about, I'd say 30, 40 years. Mm-hmm.
Do you know how long your family was in Kyle for?
Wow. Since maybe the 17th century, that's as far back as they have told me about. My grandfather's parents, and my grandfather died at about 100. My grandmother died at 105, and my mother died at 98. I don't know as much about my father's parents as I do my mother's, because they lived here and I knew them. You know, I knew my grandfather before he died. And he died when I was about 5 years old, or 10 years old. About 10, I would say 10.
So did you hear any stories about like the founding of Kyle? Like, did you?
No, I didn't. At that time, we were thankful to just survive, during that time. And there was no history taught. Mm-hmm. So it wasn't something you want to talk about, and put it that way. Mm-hmm. It's very painful, because some of them they just lynched them just because they could. And so I personally left when I was 18, right out of high school, because I just couldn't take what I had grew up with, and I knew there was some place in this world better than Kyle. My mother worked for the Milhollins. My dad, income was, he fished for a living. People would hire him to go fishing for him, put it that way. That's the way it was.
Where did you go fishing at?
In the lakes. Mm-hmm.
Like which ones around here?
Mm-hmm. Like in Seguin, New Brunswick, over there. Yeah. I don't ever remember him fishing in this vicinity. It was always in New Brunswick. My dad would take us out and we'd spend the night. And you know what was amazing? He would put oil, kerosene oil, I guess that's what it was, on your legs and your arms, and he would bring it across your forehead and your cheeks and your ears, but not all over. I think he just put it that way so the bugs could smell that and they would leave you alone. Oh, but we never knew anything about any disinfectant, not during that time. So they may have had it, but we just couldn't afford it.
Did you come from a big family?
Yes, it was 8 of us. It was 6 boys and 2 girls. And
where were you in it? Middle? Were you one of the older ones? Or?
I'm the 7th child. Out of all the children, I'm the only one living. My brother that was younger than me, he died of COVID.
Did you have many kids?
3. I have 3 girls. Pamela, Gail, and Kathleen.
You have grandkids now?
I have 8.
Have you seen many physical changes in Kyle?
It's completely changed, because when I grew up here, it was 888, the population was. When I left in 54, I think it was 1954, it was 888 on the sign. So on the old 81 highway, they had it posted, 888. in 88. Not even 1,000 people. Yeah. And I think when we went to Mr. Atkins' family, when I went to his funeral, that the mayor told us it was 60,000 now.
Are there any businesses that are still around that you remember as growing up here?
No.
No, completely changed.
That was when I grew up here. I couldn't go to the business anyway, so I just left them alone, and I left in '54, and I left for a reason. It was not conducive for me.
Have you seen a change in the people of Kyle?
Yeah, it's quite a change for the better, you know, than when I left, you know.
Kyle's way more inclusive now and diverse population than
It is very diverse population now, and so I'm glad to see that. You know, I can live here. You know, that's the only reason I came back and put this house here, that I could live here. And then my mother was never going to leave, so I had to come back here and take care of her, and I did. That's the reason why I moved back, to take care of my mother.
Can you think of any huge milestones in the city's history?
I was the first Black person on the city council, so they hadn't had that before, you know, so that was good, you know, because when I left, you couldn't even think about it. You know, you couldn't think about any of those things, mayor or council at that time. But they just like any other state or city or something. They just had to grow out of it. The ones that was pushing that, the Black people said, we're not going to get any better until those old ones die. And they did. So that's what helped.
What years did you serve on council?
I can't even remember what it was. I had it up on the wall there, but I can't remember which one what it was.
Do you have any crazy stories of while you were on council? Anything?
Yeah. Oh boy, should I? No, I ain't gonna say their name. They were. It's two council members that was on that, and they would cuss each other out. No respect for no one that's there. So one day, I said, I'm not taking it today. Sometimes I go to the meeting, didn't get anything out of it. I was just so angry because they was cussing each other out. So I said, I want to speak to each of you just for a moment. I said, it's not going to take 5 minutes for me to speak to both of you. I said, listen, I'm a lady. And I said, I want respect. I said, if you don't respect me, respect my dress that I'm wearing. I said, can you see the dress that I have on? They said, yeah. And I said, well, could you at least respect my dress? Because I see you don't have the decency to respect me. And so, but it did help, you know. And so I got back into the meeting because I used to come, they have made me so angry that I come in, I said, well, I know what I'm going to get today. These two gentlemen cussing each other out. And no respect for nobody. Helen Gallagher was on the board when I was there. And so she said, it didn't bother her, but it did me. And so that's what I told them. And they did. They stopped doing it.
What was your motivation to run for council? What was?
I knew what I had left, and I knew what could be done and could be added by speaking up. And I had lived here and I left for the reasons that I ran for council, that I want to see improvement if I could see improvement, I could happily live here again.
Do you feel like you made that improvement while you were on council?
I do. I met a lot of people that knew my father. So, and a lot of them told me they voted for me because I was his daughter, Martin Fields' his daughter. They liked him. They said he was a good man. He was a Christian man, which he was.
Do you think it's important for the elected offices in Kyle, in all communities really, to reflect your heritage? You know, like having people on the dais that look like you.
Yes, I really do, you know. And until you do that, you're not going to improve, I think, you know. And I learned that's the only way you're going to improve is have the blacks and the Hispanics on the city council. But they had Spanish on before they had the blacks on.
Do you ever think about how you're the trendsetter, you're the one that everyone looked up to, and like you made that change? You were the first one on council, and now other African Americans.
Yes, I really do. I really do. We are knowledgeable people, and so we should be given an opportunity to show you that we are intelligent also.
Did council have many women before you were elected, or were you one of the first women as well?
No, I think they were winding down with the segregation when I came on, you know, and it was so many people was moving to Kyle at that time, you know, and they didn't want to, and they just couldn't do the same thing that they were doing. You know, give each person an opportunity to show you what they can do and what they cannot do. That's what I think, and that's what I thought then, and I think the same thing now. You know,
If you could talk to a younger version of yourself, what advice or what would you tell them?
to listen. Go and talk to the senior citizens more, and listen to the younger people also. The thing of it is listening. So you can't hear until you're listening. That's what I think. Dr. King did so much for this country to teach them. Some of them already knew, they just didn't want to give in. You know, it's like a child, you know, you sit a baby down with a lot of candy. They don't want to part with that candy. They don't want, I got all this big pile of it over here. I don't want to give you any of it. And so they were just like a baby. That's what I think. And then their parents did not teach them right from wrong. And maybe if they did, they didn't listen. So I could never treat anyone the way I was treated. No reason at all. Just because my skin color is different from yours. That's a shallow reason to mistreat someone. So many people have done so much, not just black people. You know, my mother worked for the Milhollands. She washed and ironed for them. And they would always tell my mother, if you need help, walk here at night. If you're afraid in your house, walk here at night. No one will ever come here to see if I have anybody. Do it at night. They couldn't let you see what they did in the daytime. And I could see where my mom and dad used to just cry. Just mistreated for no reason. And after I got out of high school, I left. Miss Milholland that lived, they were different. I guess they were. I never did understand, you know, who was who. But anyway, my mom worked for the Milhollands that lived up there where where the old post office used to be. Okay, that's where the Milholland, my mother worked for, but there was another Milholland that owned the store, an ice house, and they would deliver ice as long as you wanted the ice. And they were good people. They knew, the black people knew who they could turn to and who they couldn't. They knew the bad ones and they knew the good ones, because the white ones would tell them who the bad ones are. Yeah. That's how diverse it was. They weren't all bad. It just, you know, like the old people say, a few rotten apples will spoil the whole thing. So that's the way they were. The good ones, 90% of the black folks knew who the good ones were.
Good evening. Welcome to the live stream event. I want to welcome both citizens who are here in the audience at City Hall and also those of you who may be watching from home. Last November, Kyle voters approved a $294 million bond package focused on road and transportation initiatives. Tonight's Road Bond Open House, of which this live stream is a part, is designed to update the community on what's been happening since the election, on schedule, design, and to provide a refresher on what roads will be improved and what new roads will be constructed. It's also an opportunity for citizens to ask questions of some of the key players who are planning and executing the road bond package. We have a great panel with us today. We have Kyle Mayor Travis Mitchell, City Manager Brian Langley, and we also have Joe Cantalupo, who is with KFA Engineering, the firm hired by the city to design and construct the roads. Joe's the project manager. Mark McLiney with Samco Capital Markets, the city's independent financial advisor, we hope will be joining us as the panel progresses. My name is Jeff Barton. I'm with GAP Strategies. We're a statewide public engagement and planning firm headquartered right here in Kyle, and I'll be your moderator tonight. I have a short list of prepared questions that we'll ask just to get the panel kicked off, and then we hope those of you watching here in the audience or those watching from home will submit questions of your own. We look forward to getting to those. For those of you who are in person, we have slips of paper over at the edges. Some of you have filled those out already. During the meeting, if you want, just raise your hand, and one of our team will get you some more paper that you can submit questions right over here in the corner. If you're watching on live stream, and again, this is Wednesday at 5 o'clock, if you're watching on live stream, you can go to the City of Kyle's Facebook page, or you can go to kylebonds.com and ask your questions there. I also want to mention that if you're more comfortable speaking or asking your questions in Spanish, todo está bien, nosotros hablamos español. So we're glad to have your questions in English or Spanish as we move forward today. I again want to remind you, if you're watching from home, that this is Wednesday, June 28th, because we will be recording this so that folks who can't tune in live can see it later. That'll be up on the website. We also have boards and exhibits here in the back for people to come and view and talk to some of the engineers and experts on this project and get one-on-one attention. So if you're at home watching on live stream, once the panel's over, feel free to come on down to City Hall. We'll be here till 8 o'clock at City Hall with an open house and the opportunity to talk to some of these people on the panel in person. So with that, let's move on to the questions. Mark, glad to have you. We're just introducing folks. Mark is with the city's outside financial advisors, as I mentioned a moment ago. So let's start with you, Mayor. The city did a live stream event last fall on the bond package. You were part of it, and you were talking about what would happen if voters passed this bond, what the costs would be, what roads were included. It's not really visible to the eye, but I know there's been a lot happening behind the scenes. First of all, just remind folks what roads we're talking about.
Thanks, Jeff. Thanks for having me. Thank you all for being here, especially those who are paying attention online. You know, we try to do these town halls with the goal of getting information out to the residents. It's really important to us that as we're working on these roads, in particular, before you start to see construction take place, that you have a sense of the work that's being performed behind the scenes. So the roads that are being engineered right now as we speak, the majority of them are on the east side, and that is by design. So if you take the $294 million that the voters approved in November, and you try to determine the resource allocation between east of I-35 and west of I-35, roughly 70% of the dollars are being invested into our east side. And for those who live on the east side of our community, you know that that investment is sorely needed. It's a combination, the road bond package is a combination of new roads and reconstructing and widening existing roads. We think that that combination works in tandem to help create the best transportation network that we can possibly have. So if you look to the northeast, Windy Hill Road is the first major redevelopment project. We've done bits and pieces of Windy Hill through the years to help get us by, but this particular road bond project will make a dramatic impact on that road network. Moving a little further south, you have Beebe and Bunton. Both of those roads, Bunton and Beebe in particular, are very long roads. They were originally county roads. The city grew around these county roads, and they are nowhere near built out to the capacity for the traffic that is currently existing on those road networks, and in particular is expected to be traveling those roadways moving forward into the future. So those two road projects are in the bond. Additionally, there's a new road project called the Kyle Parkway Extension to Lehman. So 1626 is on the west. That's in between HEB and the Target. On the east side is the Kyle Parkway road network, and that is in between Seton Hospital and the Walmart and the Goodwill and the Lowe's, all in that area, which is a really great road, but it dead ends at Dacey Lane. So our road bond program has approved us to engineer and design an extension of the Kyle Parkway road network all the way around to Lehman High School, which will allow for additional transportation options for folks who live in that area to get to major shopping centers and to I-35. Now, on the west side, there's one road that's very near and dear to my heart because I've been pursuing trying to fund the reconstruction of this road since 2017. We've gotten there now, and that's Old Stagecoach Road. If you drive Old Stagecoach, it is like a, it's let's say it's not one of the new roller coasters. It's more like the Texas Giant. Have you ever ridden the Texas Giant? That's what it is, Old Stagecoach. And so increasingly there's traffic on that road. This road bond performs a complete reconstruction of that road, as well as Center Street, moving from Stagecoach all the way here to downtown Kyle. And so eventually the road network from Center Street all the way back to the back intersection at Stagecoach, and then all the way east to 150 Veterans Drive, which turns into 2770 where the Walgreens is. That road is being reconstructed. And then finally is probably our most ambitious project, and it is the one that's going to take the longest. It's called the Kohlers Underpass to Seton. So we're extending Kyle Parkway to Lehman, but we're also extending Kohlers Crossing underneath I-35 through several large development tracks across Beebe Road, which is another major reconstruction in the road bond that I mentioned a minute ago, over the Plum Creek watershed to Seton as well. That regional road is going to bring major commercial possibilities and connection possibilities between East Kyle and West Kyle, so that those folks who live on the east side will be able to have direct access to Costco and Tejas and those great restaurants and shopping centers that are here. And those who live on the west side are going to have access to the east, which is going to be future, very much Class A, mixed-use retail development centers. And so that's basically the road projects in a nutshell.
Great. Thanks very much, Mayor. And we'll be coming back to you with some more questions in a moment. I want to turn to Brian Langley. Welcome. New city manager here for Kyle. You came from the Metroplex, which has seen its share of growth, so growth is nothing new to you. You heard the mayor talk about specific roads. How do we know, just to be blunt, that these are the roads that the city will go forward with and construct? What's to keep the city from going and doing different roads? And maybe that's a question for you and also for you, Mark, as the bond outside financial advisor.
Well, thank you, Jeff. It's good to be here, and I appreciate the mayor's description of all the roads, and it's good to meet other members of the community. I've been here about 4 weeks now, but this is certainly not my first bond program that I've done. I've done many of these over the course of my career, and the bond language that's used for the street improvements and the bond brochure and all the materials that were provided to the public in the past, that's what really keeps the roads moving. Those are the ones that have been talked about, and that's what the funds are for. They cannot be used for other roads or for those specific projects. And so There's a lot of protections for the citizens and the contract with the voters to make sure that we proceed with those projects. And you can tell here at the back of the room with all the different materials that we have that these projects are all underway and in various stages of completion and design. So we're moving forward with them.
Thanks. And Joe, as a project manager, you just heard the mayor and the city manager mention that the city's obligated to do these roads. We've got boards here in the back. And you heard the mayor mention, too, that there's a lot going on, even though you don't see it all right now. Maybe it's not visible to the eye. And so help people understand why it takes a while to see bulldozers moving dirt.
Excuse me. Sure. Thanks, Jeff. The analogy that we use sometimes is that it's like building a house. You don't go to the lumber yard, buy a bunch of wood, and then start building a house. You have to select a location, you have to select a plan, you have to get permissions and permits, you have to find a contractor, and you have to go through the construction and inspection progress. And so while you see the finished product, the point is that there's lots of work that goes in ahead of time. And it's the same thing with building roads. Jeff made the point when he started the live stream that the bond was passed last November, and you don't see any construction yet. And that's because since that time, the team that I'm helping manage have been busy doing all those things to get ready for construction. Construction is actually the end result of lots of things. And that list of things includes finalizing the designs, right? And that includes the work that the engineering teams do, and that includes interactions with city staff, city council, and of course, the community. The design engineers right now are busy. They're in various stages of collecting field data, survey, locating utilities, getting right of entries for properties where they think they need to do some analysis. And that analysis might include environmental studies to see what environmental features are out there that might need to be avoided or mitigated. There's geotechnical work, which is really sampling the existing pavement for roads that will be improved to see what sort of pavement design is needed. There's lots of stuff that happens before roads get constructed, and construction is the end result of all those things. And so while you don't see roads being constructed, you should know that there's a lot going on to get to that point. There's a lot of activity that we're doing now.
Joe, you mentioned that there's a lot of activity going on. So give us a sense. It's still early, but how are things going? Are we on budget? Are we on time?
Jeff, you're right. We are early in the process, and we are so far within budget, and the schedule is progressing the way we've expected it to. We're expecting it to. But I think the most important thing to note is that the city has this team, right? The K. Friesen Associates team that is helping bring these projects to life. And part of what we do is we not only manage the individual projects, but we manage the schedule as a whole. And what we can expect is that the program as a whole will remain on schedule and within budget, but we might see variations from project to project. Some projects might have the opportunity to be accelerated, some might fall behind a week or two. The same thing with the funding. We may save money one place, but need a few dollars someplace else. Our job, though, is to get all those projects delivered as quickly as possible and to make sure the program gets delivered, as a whole when it's supposed to and within the budget that's been allocated by council.
Part of that budget really has to do with what tax implications will be and the commitments that the city made about how much an average homeowner might pay. So Mark, I want to get to you as the financial advisor. You worked very closely with city staff last fall to prepare estimates for the bond package on what the tax implications might be for an average homeowner. Again, as we've been talking, it's early. I know we don't have final numbers yet this summer on where valuations are, but give us an idea of what's happening in the region and here in Kyle. Were those estimates, do they seem like they were on target?
At this point, we look right on target. Our projections we were using for the next 2 or 3 years were 10% growth in taxable value. Historically, we were faster than that, but again, we want to, I think everybody on this panel and everybody working on this project want to deliver more than what we're promising. We want to do it quicker, we want to do it cheaper, we want to do it more advantageous to the city. Preliminary numbers is all that we've gotten this far from Hayes Appraisal District. The preliminary numbers are coming in, roughly speaking, 16 or 17%. Our projections were based upon 10%. There are protests going on at this point, and we won't get final values till I believe it's July 25th. But historically, our back and forth with the CAD, the appraisal district, has some change, but it's not going to be in a position that's going to put us below what our projections are. So at this point, we're confident on projection on interest rate, which is our borrowing rate. We're confident on our projections for growth going forward for the next 2 or 3 years. And if we meet those or exceed those, then the promise we made to the voters is going to be easily met.
And help remind people or explain to people, why do growth projections matter?
The way a voted bond is paid is through property taxes. Every resident has 2 factors in your tax rate for the city, not for the county, not for the school. This is just for the city. And that's maintenance and operation. And it's called interest and sinking, which is just for debt service. So maintenance and operation, part of the tax rate. And when you get your tax bill, it comes as just one tax rate. Internally, the city has to calculate it 2 ways. One, for maintenance and operation, which is running the city. Salaries, which is basically 85% of a city's operation budget. Electric bill, just to turn on the lights, what it takes to run the city every day. Police, city management, just everything. And that's on your general fund operations. The other part is debt service. Your debt service is a straight calculation. So all of the city's values is what we have to look at. And you have a debt service payment. After issuing bonds, you have a debt service payment, just like your mortgage. And you divide it by all the value in the city, and that's your INS portion of the tax rate. If we grow faster, that means the INS portion of the tax rate is going to be lower than what we projected. And so we want to under-promise. We want to over-deliver. So we're wanting to be below our growth rate, and we want to say the promises that the city council made when we went to the voters, we will not exceed 59-cent total tax rate. We want to always be below that. And historically, the last bond issue, we always remained below what our promise was, and we want to keep that because that's the promise the council makes to the citizens.
Thanks, Mark. And Brian, Mr. City Manager, there's other ways to look at saving money. I guess a question for you is, since interest rates matter, as Mark said, do we have to sell all of the bonds right up front, or can you spread that out? And maybe a question for you or Mark.
Yeah, that's a very good question. I think a lot of times it's misunderstood that if you have an authorization for $294 million, that we go sell all of those bonds at one time and hope it works out in the future. The reality is we sell them in series of bonds when the projects are ready to go. And in the back of the room and on our website, we have the schedule for when we expect the bonds to be needed. So we sell some of the bonds up front for some of the engineering, the design, the right-of-way acquisition. And then as the other projects are coming forward for construction, we sell other series of bonds to match up when those projects are ready to move forward. So the bottom line is, if a project is not moving forward as quickly as perhaps as we had wanted to, then we don't issue those bonds until later, and that gives the council a lot of opportunities to manage the overall debt service, the overall tax rate as they're looking at the program.
Thanks very much. And Mark, that can make a big difference, right?
Of the voted and approved bonds, $296 million is what was voted and approved. We sold earlier this year $45 million. That's the seed money to get through all those items that Brian just mentioned, engineering, rights of way, design, the whole process. The next series of bonds is going to be when we need it again. And so that's going to set us up perhaps for the next 12 to 18 months. And then we'll dovetail the next series of bonds in for what we can construct in the next 2 or 3 years. And so it gets layered, and that helps offset as we grow. We're not paying for it all today. We have more time for more people to move in, more value to increase. So again, the tax rate doesn't max up to what our cap is.
Great, thanks. For those of you at home, remember you can ask questions on the City of Kyle Facebook page or at kylebonds.com. We're beginning to get some questions in from the audience and from Facebook, so I want to move to those questions. We're going to be here for another half hour or so if your questions keep coming in, so feel free to submit some more. Let's take the first of those. Mayor, I'll start with you. Maybe somebody else wants to kick in. We have a question. What are the development plans along Center Street as things, as the reconstruction happens and as the construction happens?
Well, the primary purpose for the reconstruction of Center Street is to rehabilitate the existing roads that are already heaving and cracking. We've done major wastewater relocations. Back in the day, the wastewater lines along Center Street ran behind the homes. And so we did a major project over the last several years to bring those wastewater lines into the street, which is really where they belong. But that created, some heaving and some uneven issues. So to answer the question probably more directly, the city has been trying to work on bringing downtown revitalization to our downtown for a very long time. That is a slow and steady and methodical process. We have a downtown master plan that we've been working on now for about the last year. That plan is still in a draft form as the City Council and the Planning and Zoning Commission and the public weigh in. We're trying to figure out exactly how to bring that development to the city. Over time, I think that plan will become more clear.
Since you've got the mic, let me follow up. We had this question about development. We just heard people talking about costs in roads, and one of the big costs is just acquiring right-of-way. So why can't the city go out and talk to some of the developers or landowners along some of these roads and get them to donate part of the land? Is that a possibility?
We do work with the development community when we're anticipating constructing a road to have that right-of-way dedicated. But what we don't want to do is plan for the road to be dedicated and therefore not fund it on the front end. We fund it, and then we work out those deals moving forward. So currently there are several projects that have a right-of-way dedicated as a funding source, but where we anticipate potentially working out a development deal to have that right-of-way dedicated. One of the roads that I failed to mention earlier, I went through all of them that I forgot about, was the Marketplace extension. So in 2013, we approved the first leg of Marketplace that ultimately became the Marketplace extension, Marketplace plus the extension to I-35 that you see today. Well, the other half of that road actually moves to the west side of HEB, all the way up to where the new public safety center is going to be located. Well, that entire piece of road goes through one landowner's land. And we are working with that landowner to have that right-of-way conveyed because it's in the landowner's best interest, especially when it's one major landowner, to dedicate that right-of-way and then we construct the road. That brings value to the land. It also saves us money.
And when you say conveyed, you mean, in essence, working in partnership with the city to donate the land, right?
Yeah, you call it a trade. Yeah, call it a trade. And the real question is, what do we do with that savings? The 2013, I know there are a few folks in here who were around when we went to the only other road bond we've ever taken to the voters, which was passed. That road bond project was $37 million. and it had 5 or 6 different roads, but the right-of-way acquisition costs weren't included. A lot of the funding for utility relocation and easement acquisitions weren't included. And some of the features within the roads that you see, like wide sidewalks and lights, weren't fully planned for from an investment standpoint. And what happened was, over time, as we went to build those roads, we were over budget on every single one, because when it came time to build, we were like, yeah, we want the sidewalks. And yes, of course, we have to acquire this right of way. So it became a situation where we had to use cash reserves, which are property taxes that we're taking from the residents, to pay for roads that we had already asked the voters to pay for through a bond. We don't want to make that same mistake again. Now, I can't speak to the management and the councils of that day that made those decisions, but we took the opposite approach. We said, let's make sure we're considering all the potential cost factors in constructing this road and account for them when we go to the voters, so that we can deliver the projects within the resources that they authorize, hopefully having the opportunity to actually save money along the way. There are a few roads that got less lanes from that 2013 road bond package. And that's really unfortunate that it happened that way. The city council wanted to make sure that that didn't happen this time.
Well, in fact, it's one of the reasons that you all spent some money on engineering right up front, right, Joe, so that you could have a picture of what these might cost and how the design might work.
That's right, Jeff. Early on in the process, actually, to help the city staff and council prepare for the bond, we helped develop, with the assistance of the design engineers, what we call preliminary engineering reports. And the purpose of those reports is to get a really good understanding of the issues surrounding a project. And we wanted those reports done so we could get as much information as possible, so we could help produce cost estimates that were as accurate as possible.
Why don't you keep the mic a moment? We've got a question about acquiring land. You heard the mayor address maybe large landowners and what happens if they might benefit by a road, but also the city can benefit by them conveying their property. But the question here from the audience is, when you go to acquire this land, really more specifically, how do you move forward with acquisition, especially if it's private property? So can you walk people through that process?
Sure. The first thing to note for, like an individual property owner like Jeff mentioned, is that there is a very, very prescribed, regulated process. And it involves, and I don't pretend to be the expert in it, because it is so regulated and so prescribed. But the first thing we have to do is complete the preliminary designs. And at the end of the preliminary design, we will know maybe not every detail of the road, but we'll know where the right-of-way is going to be, where that footprint's going to be. And that allows us to do a few things. And one of those things is that we get, at that point, we're able to go out and engage the property owners in conversation about the right-of-way needed. And there is an appraisal process, there's a negotiation process that goes through that. But the thing to keep in mind is that the city or its agents, right, they don't show up to a property owner one day and say, hey, surprise, we need this land. It is a prescribed, again, a prescribed and regulated process. It is done through negotiation, with the hope that it could be resolved through a negotiation and an agreement. But the hope is that no one feels surprised or feels like they weren't able to have a discussion with the city about how their land was acquired for the project.
We have a question from Facebook. Brian, you're new as city manager, and so I don't even know that I'll put this to you. You can start with the mic and then feel free to hand it off. You may not be familiar with this tree, but there's a huge oak tree on Old Stagecoach Road that others are probably familiar with. And the question from Facebook is that there's a lot of concern about this oak tree. What can we do to preserve it, or what's being done to preserve that? And maybe, Joe and Mayor, just in general policy, to preserve other big trees, heritage oaks, that sort of thing, as the bond moves forward?
I do know this tree. It's a very large tree. It's right in the middle of the roadway, and I think we're going to do everything we can to save trees on these corridors. But I want to also be honest. I think this is right in the middle of where this road is going to be, and there's not a lot of options for that. But we are going to do whatever we can to save other trees in the community and to try to make conscious choices about that as we move forward. But that tree is pretty much right in the middle of the road. And Joe, you may have more specific comments. Whoever wants to take this hot potato question, we can go from.
Yeah, the stagecoach tree has been hotly discussed. I think it's 400 years old, so it's one of those things where it's like, hey, that tree's been around a lot longer than I have. You know, what gives us the right to, have a conversation about potentially removing that tree? You know, it's kind of interesting when you look at the history, but one thing to keep in mind is when the county put in that original road, they did a vertical saw cut through. So we did a study on actually that tree. We got an arborist to come and to take a look, and it was concluded that the tree is already towards the very end of its life and is not in a very healthy way. That being said, to Brian's point, especially out along that stagecoach area, there are a lot of great heritage oaks in a variety of places. But sometimes you have to make sacrifices. You have to make decisions about transportation, and in this case, it is most likely that tree will have to be removed. But those discussions are ongoing. There is a potential way to get around that tree. But it comes at a slowdown to the process, and also comes at a pretty considerable increased cost. And so, government has to make difficult decisions. Leaders have to make difficult decisions. What do? Do you spend more money and go around a tree that the arborists have said is mostly at the end of its life? Or do you go ahead and make that decision to build the road really in the way that it should be engineered? Trees don't belong in the middle of streets, so.
While we're talking about government policy, since a lot of these roads are coming because of congestion and safety issues with traffic, we've seen surveys over and over again saying that that's one of the top priorities for Kyle citizens. But the question that I've heard come up several times is then, why doesn't the city just stop growth? Why don't you just tell developers that they can't come?
Has anybody followed the Texas legislature lately? Every single legislative session, the state of Texas passes increasing laws and regulations designed specifically to eliminate or limit the city's ability to regulate development at all. The amount of tools that we have to make decisions for our own community are taken away from us slowly, basically every 2 years. Most recently, there are laws that prevent a city from involuntarily annexing a piece of land into the community, which is one of the ways that you regulate development. There have been laws that allow for landowners to disannex from your city, and if they are in the ETJ, they can remove themselves entirely from your community. The idea of water and wastewater as a means of controlling development is there, but there are also other ways for developers to get around that. So really the question is, do you want to have a say in the development? And if you want to have a say, you have to be willing to work with the proposals that are coming before you to find a path to yes. And if you don't do that, the development will continue to come regardless. It just won't come in a planned way that takes into consideration traffic flow and proper land use and highest and best use and economic diversity and quality of life, those things that we care about greatly.
Thank you, Mayor. We've got another question from the audience. I want to go back to Stagecoach. Is there going to be a bike path or a bike lane on Stagecoach?
Right. Yes. Old Stagecoach Road will have a segment of the Vibe on it, which is a shared use path.
And Brian, do you want to elaborate what a Vibe? What's a Vibe?
Yeah, that was really an interesting project. It's a play on the Kyle name, so it's Vibe, but with a Y. And so it's really a branding opportunity for the city and the trail system that we have. It's an interconnected series of trails across the community and lots of different modes of transportation. So walkers, runners, bicycles, and potentially golf carts as well could be used on these trails. And one of the things I really like about the program for the Vibe is nodes of development around the city that could have higher levels of activity around them, where you would have these trails, you would actually be going somewhere to go to an activity, to go out to eat, to go to some place that's of interest to you, that you'd have those opportunities around the community. So these are connections that we're trying to build into the road network, and also as we have other opportunities through development in our own capital improvement program to make those connections. So it's really an exciting opportunity.
And that Vibe is in some cases bigger than a normal sidewalk, right?
Yes, sir. It is. Very much so.
Another specific question from the audience: will the road bond extend layman around Seton Hospital? So, Joe, maybe you just talk about that whole network there and the access to Seton and what will be created through the bond.
That connects, right. The mayor explained this earlier. It does connect down to the hospital and just provides better access to that whole area. So the short answer is yes.
And maybe, Mayor, for you, I know that kind of emergency service access was one of the things that you all looked at as you thought about an overall transportation network. Is that right?
Yeah, I don't want to say all roads lead to the hospital, because that's not exactly, the fulfillment of a transportation vision. But it is something that, we want to make sure that our police department has the ability to get various places, which is why the marketplace extension and the police department's location is so important. They have the ability to deploy from that location once marketplace is finished, east and west all over the city, without fear of being blocked by the train. And multiple opportunities to get across I-35. The Seton Hospital has two major connections that are being added to it. One is the Kohlers underpass to Seton, and the other is the Kyle Parkway extension to Lehman, which is basically Seton extension to Lehman. Both of those both those roads will create great opportunity to get people to the hospital quickly if needed.
Thank you very much. And from the audience, we have a question about S-curves, Joe. So what's the anticipated date to start on the S-curves? Are the roads during that time going to be repaired? And why aren't the S-curves being properly maintained now? Does that, and maybe it's somebody in the audience, the S-curves specifically? Yes, sir.
Well, I live on Windy Hill Road, and the S-curves start Windy Hill Road from I-35. I lived out there 30 years, and the roadway there in the S-curves has been a continual problem as far as smoothness. The mayor talked about his stagecoach road, or whatever. But I can guarantee you, my wife just had a back operation, and it pains her to go through that S-curves even today.
Thank you.
I have at different times approached the roads and streets people via email, and mostly when they have chug holes or things that occur like that. But in those emails, I requested that the roadway be properly maintained. And the things that they have right now are depressions.
Thank you. And I don't mean to cut you off, but it's hard for people watching to hear. So see if thank you. I want to see if I can do justice to the question. It's really for those who are watching on live, on the live stream. The question is about Windy Hill Road and about the S-curves on Windy Hill, both current maintenance and what's going to happen. Joe?
So I can't speak to the current maintenance, but I can tell you that the two big objectives of the Windy Hill project are to make sure that there's additional capacity on the road, room for more cars as you get to and from I-35. But the other objective is to soften the curve, right? Is to not make it, I think what you're calling an S-curve, I would say is maybe a sharp curve based on your comments.
And
actually, it's not sharp per se. It's not a 90 degree or anything like that. They're soft curves, but the length of time, as you have indicated, it's going to be required to do any of the road work, especially if you're rebuilding a road, initially making a new road, that particular section. From what I've gathered, there is going to be a change in that, and you just sort of verified that.
Yes.
But
So my unfortunate job is to ask you to get one-on-one later, and let's talk in detail about that. But right now, I'm going to cut you off only because, again, people watching home can't hear. So, Joe, can you just jump in a little bit, explain the question some, and talk about what's going to happen there?
So the question was for Windy Hill Road, and the question was, do we have a project, or will the project do anything with the existing curves, right? And the answer is yes. That road, as part of the partial relocation of Windy Hill Road, those curves will be softened, and it will be brought up to a current standard, not only in terms of its geometry or how the road is designed, but also some of the other underlying features. So it'll be a new road that'll be brought up to a safer, more efficient standard, including addressing the curves. And we can, in a few minutes, talk to you more about the details of that around the board that we have for Windy Hill Road. We're happy to do it.
We've got another 5 or 10 minutes that we want to keep going, and then we'll break up. So those of you at home, if you want to see some of those boards that Joe just alluded to, come on down to City Hall. We'll be here till 8 o'clock, and I hope you'll stay and get your question answered in some detail. Back to a few other questions from Facebook. Mr. City Manager, there's a question about Center Street redevelopment, but it's really broader than that. The heart of the question is, will all downtown neighborhood streets be replaced and repaved as part of this bond package? And if not, can this be part of a future bond?
Yeah, so the answer is no. Not every street in the downtown area will be repaved as part of this process, but there's quite a bit of work taking place in downtown already. If you've been around City Hall, you can see some of the repaving that's been done. And as we are looking at the downtown area, we're trying to imagine some new plans. In fact, in our visioning workshop with the council this past weekend, we started talking about some ideas for downtown and how to reinvigorate downtown. And certainly as part of that process in the future, we can have other bond packages to address other streets. There will be other needs in the community beyond just the roads that are identified here in this bond package, but we'll be looking at those.
And in fact, there are some city staff here. If people want to talk about existing roads, they could grab some of your staff here tonight to talk about those issues, right?
Yes, sir. We'll be here, and I'll be here to talk to folks as well. And, I think to the gentleman's question earlier, there are a lot of roads that are in this bond package, but that means those roads will be done, but there's lots of other roads that need to be maintained and some of those that need to be repaired, and we'll be working on those in the city's regular budget, the operating budget, as we look at trying to provide the right level of funding to make sure those roads are taken care of. So we'll be looking at that.
When you talk about that kind of funding, Mark, you alluded to it earlier, but just want to circle back to clarify people. We've heard a lot about what's going on with inflation. Was there an inflation factor in some of these projections? Did the city think about inflation when you were planning these bonds?
From the get-go, that was one of the things that we were always worried about. When we started this, inflation was low. We don't know what it's going to end up as each year builds on others, but all of the design, all of the plans, the interest rates associated with it, all took into account inflation. So again, we're trying to make sure our end result is lower or cheaper or lower taxes than anything we projected. And we give ourselves some room, but if something happens out in the world that's out of our control, that's out of our control.
Joe, he just mentioned something could happen out in the world that's out of control. You can't control rain and the weather. You might find an ancient burial ground underneath the road as you move forward. These things happen, but it can be good or bad, right? Talk a little bit about design and what's going to be happening with change orders and really the strictness with you and your team and the city are managing costs.
So that's a great question. A few things. So when we did the cost estimates, we worked with the design engineers to develop cost estimates. One of the things we did was we built in a contingency, and a contingency is basically to cover things that come up or want to be added. Maybe there's another piece of sidewalk that needs to get done, or something like that. And then we also accounted for inflation. And one of the things the city managers asked us to do recently is to go back and look at those calculations to see if we're still on point with them. And if we're not, we start thinking about how to mitigate them sooner rather than later. On the issue of change orders, one of the things we know, just based on history and where we've done this in other places, is that there is likely to be things that come up. Things will get added to projects, and things might get removed from projects, or something we thought was a big deal actually turns out to be something smaller. So we pay very close attention to the projects as they're going through design to see where we have opportunities to not only save money, but to save time. And we also keep very close watch on things that may cost us a little bit more money or a little bit more time. And that's why we've built in those contingency factors. The mayor mentioned, based on a question that Jeff asked about the donation of right-of-way, that is an opportunity to save money. And that money will either be saved, right, and not spent, or it may be used to add a feature that we didn't think, the city didn't think that they could maybe afford, or maybe that they needed. But again, the point is we keep very close watch on all those things, and we manage not only the individual projects, but we manage the program as a whole with the goal of getting everything done on time and delivering it at least at budget, and if we can, saving some money along the way.
Hold on to that mic a second, and before I ask the next question, I want to let you all in the audience know we're beginning to wind down. Those of you at home, if you have questions that are burning in your heart, now's the time to submit them, because we'll be closing off pretty soon. And the same here. If anybody needs a question, if you raise your hand, Andres Gonzalez with our team will come and bring you paper. So yeah, Andres, could you see there's a few folks here that may have questions? If you could get them some paper questions here from Kara's desk and deliver them so they can get those submitted. And while folks are doing that, either at home or here in the audience, Joe, you talked about, well, if you're able to save money on some projects, either through the way we acquire right-of-way or just smart design, that will be passed on, put back into the bond package, or go back to taxpayers, one of the two. But I really want to focus on this area of just design itself. You said, well, if we're able to improve that design, the design is already partway done. Will people still have an opportunity to talk about that design? We're at a public meeting today at Town Hall. Is this the last bite at the apple? Or will there be other opportunities for folks in the community to talk to you and your team about what roads are going to look like and how they might feel out in front of their particular house or neighborhood?
The answer is absolutely yes. So to use your biting the apple analogy, you could view this as like the first bite of the apple, right? The purpose of tonight is to remind everyone about what the projects are, give them some more context and background. As those projects get through the first stages of design, that'll be the time where our team, again, working with council and staff, will go out to the community. But instead of talking about the program in general, the community will get to weigh in on the details of the individual projects. So the answer is that this is just the beginning of the process, the interaction with the community, and there will be a few more bites at the apple before council says, yes, go construct.
Great. I know we've got a couple of questions coming. I'm going to throw it over to you, Brian, and the mayor in just a moment to close. But first, talk a little bit about that public engagement. I know, Mayor, that's been critical to the City Council from the beginning. You had some early opportunities for folks to talk about the bonds before you called them, and then during the fall election. You heard Joe say there'll be more opportunities. You want to just elaborate on the city's philosophy in that regard?
Well, I think it's very important that we deliver on our promises. To compare to the 2013 road bond, again, I think a lot of the community saw the roads that were being proposed and expected to see them immediately being worked on. But it took several years before those road projects actually came to fruition. When I was elected first in 2016, more than half the roads had not even started. So that has always been something that is burned in the back of my mind, because over time people forget about the commitment that was made by the city, and they wonder about where these road projects are. You know, we actually started the engineering and the design work before the election, so that we could get every project to at least a 10% design, so that we would know exactly where the roads were going to go or within a margin of error, and also exactly how much they were going to cost or within a margin of error. We didn't take the philosophy of let's just write it on the back of a napkin, ask the voters for permission, and then if they say yes, then we'll kind of get started to figure out how we're going to make all of this happen. We wanted to be professional, and as a part of that is a public engagement process. This is the community holding us accountable to deliver on the roads that you authorize us to construct. That's what this is. This is for our staff and for our engineers. It's for the public, so that everybody knows what we're working on, and so that everybody can have confidence that we're not languishing in these projects. In fact, we authorized, like I said, we designed to 10% before we took it to the voters. The voters passed the bonds in November, and by February, we had issued the full engineering contracts on all but 2 of the roads, and those 2 roads have now been put under contract for design and engineering as well. So our philosophy is we're not going to try to build these roads one at a time. We have a tranche of design, engineering, right-of-way acquisition, easement acquisition, and utility relocations. That early project, every road has a piece of that, and we are pushing on every single road simultaneously. And they're not all going to get ready to be constructed at the exact same time, but as the roads come to be ready to be constructed, we're going to move forward with that so that we can deliver in a timely manner. Because, as the gentleman said, my analogy of the Texas Giant being the sort of how it feels to drive Stagecoach, it's not the only road in Kyle where folks have made such an argument. So we're going to get these done as fast as we can.
Thanks, Mayor. Mayor, I know that you've got a hard stop in a few minutes because you've got another event you need to attend. Thanks for being here. So I want to ask you, we'll go through these last questions quickly, but we have some great questions from the audience, follow-up questions. And Mark, the first one I'm going to direct to you. If we're going to issue the bonds potentially in segments, don't we run the risk of then issuing bonds at higher interest rates? How do we deal with that predictability?
There's not much you can. At the same chance of it being higher interest rates, it could be lower interest rates. So in our pro forma, in our estimates and in our projections, we used what we think are interest rates that we're not even going to touch. For example, our initial run was at 4 3/4. Our initial bond came in at 4 1/4. Our estimates going out to 2028, 2030 go out to 6%. We haven't seen a 6% bond. I'm not saying it won't happen, but we haven't seen a 6% bond in about 20 years. So we try to, again, estimate way high, but we don't know where rates are going to be. So project high and hope it comes in lower.
Brian, we heard that, 4 1/4%. Most people at home right now are hearing on the news that interest rates are really high. If they're out trying to get a car loan, it's 6, 7, 8, 9%. Why is the city able to borrow? Tell us about the city's credit rating. Why is the city able to borrow at that kind of interest?
Well, these are, we're AA rated bonds, so we have a very strong credit rating. And then the second piece of that is we issue tax-free bonds. So an investor buys our bonds, they don't pay any income taxes on the interest that they receive from those bonds. So because of that, there's a tax equivalent yield or a tax equivalent rate as if it was a private sector bond. It's much higher than that. So some of the rates that you see out in the marketplace are those taxable types, and that's why the rates that we're showing are much lower.
And we have another question for the audience, a follow-up question. Traffic circles, says the question asker, seem gratuitous. So are they really necessary?
Well, I'm not sure what a traffic circle is. When I think of traffic circle, I think of some of the interior intersections in Plum Creek, neighborhood connectors. We have a roundabouts first policy. A roundabout is a much more broad intersection designed to handle a lot of traffic. So the question is, are roundabouts better than signalized intersections? And so when you ask that question, the first thing you need to do is not react emotionally. These are things that have been studied greatly by the engineering community, and in the right location, with the right design, a roundabout accomplishes several things. One, it increases traffic flow compared to a signalized intersection by 50%. So does the community care about traffic flow and congestion? Number two, and perhaps more importantly, it reduces traffic fatalities by 90% compared to a signalized intersection. It reduces traffic collisions with injury by 50% and traffic collisions altogether by 30%. So what you are more likely to see with a roundabout is a fender bender, and what you are far less likely to see is a traffic collision that results in a fatality. And if you think about it, it's because when you approach a roundabout, you're having to slow down every single time. You're having to enter into a sort of a decel lane. You're only crossing one way. And so when you're crossing, there's just only one way to go through the intersection. Some of these roads that we have that are designed for 40, 45, 50 miles per hour, there's going to be 2 lanes with a turn lane, 4 ways around. And so cars are flying through. When red means stop, green means go, yellow means go very fast. That's a recipe for traffic fatalities and major violent collisions. I don't know how to say it any better than that, but the data very much supports roundabouts. Now, does a roundabout belong at every intersection? No. We already took several roundabouts that were proposed in this bond off the table because they didn't make sense at that intersection. But until somebody can demonstrate to us that a roundabout is a worse investment, really the data just says that they are better. And we should get on board if we care about, number one, traffic efficiency through an intersection, especially during peak times. And so that you're not stop, go, that there's a flow to it. And number two, if we care about safety. Both of those factors weigh heavily on my mind. But the City Council will have opportunities to take a look at some of these roundabouts and where they're proposed. We'll make decisions on an intersection by intersection basis. And so just as there have been opportunities for the community to provide feedback on those roundabouts in the past, which have led to us taking a few out, there will be opportunities as well moving forward. But it is not gratuitous, in my opinion.
You talk about the national engineering data, and I've seen some of that data. There are just far fewer T-bones, as you alluded to. There's far fewer serious crashes. But that's data. Have you or any members of the council actually gone to cities that have roundabouts and see if they really work on the ground?
Yeah, so the most important thing that the factor to consider with the roundabouts, how it's designed. And so I've been a sort of a roundabouts champion since I was first elected. And where do you think of as the place that has the best roundabout policy or infrastructure? And that's Carmel, Indiana. They have over 180 roundabouts in their city, more roundabouts per capita than anywhere else. They're designed extremely well. And so we went up there. Several of the council, we actually took multiple trips to go tour Carmel, Indiana, and to drive around and experience what it's like to live in a city that is designed with the roundabouts first policy. Imagine this. They have freeways that are that have just as many vehicle trips per day as the city of Kyle does with I-35, and their intersections, when you exit, are roundabouts. There's no lights on either side of their freeway. Y'all don't freak out, okay? I'm not saying that's what we're doing, but that's what it is there. And you make an exit and you just go through a roundabout, and then you go across and you go through another roundabout, and it just flows like you can't imagine. You just never find yourself stuck in traffic in Carmel, Indiana. And so we have gone there and toured. One of our best roundabouts is the Burleson roundabout that we just created at Burleson and Marketplace. And I've gone out there at peak hours, and I've gotten my drone out and I've flown it. And it is just a thing of beauty to watch, especially like if the train backs up. The traffic, and then everybody stopped, and it'll back up through the roundabout, and they're all just sort of sitting there. And then all of a sudden, the train lets up, and they just flow out just perfectly. But if that's a signal and everybody backs up, then you got to rush up, then stop, rush up, then stop. But so roundabouts are really good, and I'm sorry, I'm preaching on roundabouts, which I can very much do.
Listen, we appreciate the enthusiasm. And to be mindful of time, I want to ask the city manager just to close, and then Mayor, we'll turn it over to you to finish up.
Well, thank you, Jeff, and appreciate everybody being here again. This is, as we've talked about, the first of many discussions we're going to have in the community about the bond program. We'll be coming back to you several times as we're developing these, and we appreciate your attention to this, and we want to have lots of engagement and feedback. As the mayor said, there'll be a lot of discussions coming forward to the council, too, about individual intersections, so more to come, but we'll get back to you. So thanks for being here, and Jeff, thanks for moderating. We really appreciate it.
Mayor? Last comments?
Thank you all for coming. As you can tell, this is a passion of mine. This is something that the city takes very seriously. We consider ourselves steward of public resources, and so there's for me, and I know for the many on the council, there's a pressure and a stress associated with trying to deliver a project as ambitious as this. But I just want you to rest assured that we are working on it every day. It's not a passive thought. It's not something that we're going to work on these roads when we get around to it. We've spent a lot of time and energy on the front end trying to set this up in such a way that these programs get delivered just as we say they are. And so thank you for being here. You're a part of that process.
Thank you all, panelists, for being here. Before we break up, I just want to remind those who are watching at home that we'll be here till 8 o'clock, and you're welcome to come down and meet with city staff face-to-face to get questions answered in more detail. With Joe and his team are here to talk about engineering if you have questions. Those of you in the audience, we hope you'll stay around. Not only our staff here, see we have a city council member in back, so we'd love to have you stay for a little while. Finally, this broadcast will be repeated. It'll be on kylebonds.com. That's with an S, kylebonds.com. So it'll take a little while for it to get up, but tell your friends and family if they've got questions that they can go and see this panel discussion, learn more about the roads. Not only is this video up there, but you can find some of the boards that are in the back. You can find more information, and that will be updated regularly. It's linked on the city site, and it's a standalone site as well, kylebonds.com. So feel free to keep up with the project as we go through that site. We thank you all for being here, and this concludes our live stream event.
hundreds, thousands. They look like leaves, brown leaves, so you don't really even notice the numbers of them. It's one of their stopover points on the way to Mexico. It's the Monarch Motel.
These same monarchs right here today that we're seeing, those that survive through the winter will come back through Texas next March and April. In the spring, these will get as far north as Kansas. So a distance of some 3,000 miles. Phenomenal.
That's a pretty amazing sight. Just lucky that it's 10 feet from my house.
Really, really magical.
Celebrating a century of Texas state parks.
This series is supported in part by Texas Parks and Wildlife Foundation, conserving the wild things and wild places of Texas thanks to members across the state. Additional funding is provided by Toyota. Your local Toyota dealers are proud to support outdoor recreation and conservation in Texas. Toyota, let's go places.
It's story time, brought to you by Kyle Public Library. Today's story, The Little Red Hen, by Frederick Richardson. One day, as a little red hen was scratching in the field, she found a grain of wheat. "This wheat should be planted," she said. "Who will plant this grain of wheat?" "Not I," said the duck. "Not I," said the cat. "Not I," said the dog. "Then I will," said the little red hen, and she did. Soon the wheat grew to be tall and yellow. "The wheat is ripe," said the little red hen. "Who will cut the wheat?" "Not I," said the duck. "Not I," said the cat. "Not I," said the dog. "Then I will," said the little red hen, and she did. When the wheat was cut, The little red hen said, "Who will thresh this wheat?" "Not I," said the duck. "Not I," said the cat. "Not I," said the dog. "Then I will," said the little red hen. And she did. When the wheat was all threshed, the little red hen said, "Who'll take this wheat to the mill?" "Not I," said the duck. "Not I," said the cat. "Not I," said the dog. "Then I will," said the little red hen. And she did. She took the wheat to the mill and had it ground into flour. Then she said, "Who will make this flour into bread?" "Not I," said the duck. "Not I," said the cat. "Not I," said the dog. "Then I will," said the little red hen. And she did. She made and baked the bread. Then she said, "Who will eat this bread?" "Oh, I will," said the duck. "And I will," said the cat. "And I will," said the dog. "No, no," said the little red hen. "I will do that." And she did.
Storytime, presented by the Kyle Public Library, narrated by Judy Thomas. Fairy Tales Too Good to Miss in the Meadow by Lisa M. Ripperton. The Three Billy Goats Gruff. Once upon a time there were 3 billy goats who were to go up to the hillside to make themselves fat, and the name of all 3 was Gruff. On the way up was a bridge over a burn that they had to cross, and under this bridge lived a great ugly troll, with eyes as big as saucers and a nose as long as a poker. So first of all came the youngest billy goat Gruff to cross the bridge. Trip, trap, trip, trap, trip, trap, went the bridge. "Who's that tripping over my bridge?" roared the troll. "Oh, it is only I, the tiniest billy goat Gruff, and I'm going up to the hillside to make myself fat," said the billy goat with such a small voice. "Now I'm coming to gobble you up," said the troll. "Oh no, pray don't take me. I'm too little, that I am," said the billy goat. "Wait a bit until the second billy goat Gruff comes. He's much bigger." "Well, be off with you," said the troll. A little while after came the second billy goat Gruff to cross the bridge. Trip trap, trip trap, trip trap, trip trap, went the bridge. "Who's that tripping over my bridge?" roared the troll. "Oh, it's the second billy goat Gruff, and I'm going up the hillside to make myself fat," said the billy goat, who hadn't such a small voice. "Now I'm coming to gobble you up," said the troll. "Oh no, don't take me. Wait a little until the big billy goat Gruff comes. He's much bigger." "Very well, be off with you," said the troll. But just then up came the big billy goat Gruff. Trip trap, trip trap, trip trap, went the bridge, for the billy goat was so heavy that the bridge creaked and groaned under him. "Who's that tramping over my bridge?" roared the troll. "It is I, the big billy goat Gruff," said the billy goat, who had an ugly hoarse voice of his own. "And now I'm coming to gobble you up," roared the troll. "Well, come along. I've got 2 spears, and I'll poke your nose and pierce your ears. I've got besides 2 curling stones, and I'll bruise your body and rattle your bones." That was what the big billy goat said, and so he flew at the troll and tossed him out into the burn, and after that he went up to the hillside. There the billy goats got so fat that they were scarcely able to walk home again, and if the fat hasn't fallen off them, why they're still fat, and so, snip, snap, snout, this tale's told out.
Lake Kyle, Cool Springs, Steeplechase, and Waterleaf. All of these wonderful parks are connected by one trail. The Plum Creek Trail, over 7 miles of walkable, bikeable trail that runs alongside the flowing waters of Plum Creek. Not only does the trail connect the major parks of the city, but it connects the community back to nature. The Plum Creek Trail will one day become a part of the Kyle Loop that will connect Kyle east to west, with approximately 15 miles of trails spanning all the way from the city of Ulen to the Blanco River. And the Kyle Loop is only one part of a much bigger goal to one day connect Central Texas from San Antonio to Austin. This network of trails is thanks to the work of surrounding communities with the support of the Great Springs Project. Go explore the Plum Creek Trail today. The Plum Creek Trail, connecting Kyle.
From 10 to 6, Monday through Friday, now we have an information desk that we've staffed to give you one-on-one help with whatever you may need, whether it's help with a computer, perhaps setting up a resume, or finding books or downloading applications, learning to use databases. A lot of our resources, they're here to help you. What we've seen over time, and I've seen this just as a library director, is we do see sometimes folks that, particularly if they didn't grow up with technology, they're hesitant to use it. And I think sometimes they don't realize how easy it is. And so the nice thing about the information desk is individuals that perhaps haven't grown up with that technology or different things like that, they can go over there, show you how easy it is to download those applications and interact with them and get comfortable with it and just start utilizing those services at home. So when you have all those services, you can check out books, you can listen to audio books, you can do workforce training, brush up on your skills, all from your home 24/7 with your library card. So for example, the Uber 314 app, that would be a perfect example of what our information desk would be. So if anyone hasn't used that service before and thinks it may be too complicated, come to the library and we'll show you how to use it and show you how easy that is to navigate. So in terms of workforce development, that's a big part of what we do. So for example, with your library card, we have a thing called LinkedIn Learning that you can go to. There are thousands of videos in there on virtually every topic you can imagine, from leading a team to coding to animating photographs to, we could just go down the line, okay, on so many different things. And they're very well produced. And so that right there, just watching that, virtually any kind of computer program you can imagine, obviously Word, Excel, there is just so many things in there and they're very well done. So, things like that provide people with an opportunity to enhance their skills, and that doesn't cost you anything other than the taxes you're already going to pay. And you can just sit at home and do those things all day long.
Coming up on Texas Parks and Wildlife.
I'm here because I used to come here as a kid, and I really enjoyed it. I want to give back to it.
Alligator hunting it's just not like anything else I've ever done. I don't know, you get anxious, you get excited, you get nervous.
So I'm going to take my alligator meat. I'm going to make sure it's nice and full, but you want to leave enough room so that you can take the ancho chili and wrap it back around the meat.
Texas Parks and Wildlife, a television series for all outdoors.
One of our main concerns starting out was the dead timber and the threat it posed to people out here at the park. It's just been a collaborative effort out here to get this park back on its feet.
In September 2011, a wildfire devastated a Central Texas community and burned 95% of Bastrop State Park. Months later, flash flooding furthered the damage.
It was pretty traumatic seeing this place. After the fire, and probably for 5-6 months, there was just very little life out here.
As staff scrambled to reopen the park, it was clear restoration would take time and more than a few helping hands.
After the fire, we got a phone call that said, we need help and we need it quick. And we were able to get a crew out here beginning of November.
All right, are you guys ready?
American Youth Works Texas Conservation Corps immediately went to work, controlling erosion, clearing debris, and reestablishing park trails.
A lot of dead trees, so they're out there making it safe, they're making it passable.
That one?
Yeah.
There's a Widowmaker right there.
Started walking the trails, felling all the hazard trees.
Back cut!
That was the primary focus, to reopen the park in a safe manner. And then we moved into building bridges. Keep the public on the trails, keep them safe. It protects the toad habitat and any other part of the ecosystem that's affected by the water.
John, volunteer.
At the work site, a bridge is beginning to take shape.
Please.
Leading the crew is Colin Foltz.
I think people are capable of a lot more than they usually think they are. And when you get a group of people, young people especially, together that haven't really done all this before, and then you have them lifting heavy logs and stuff, they all find they're a lot stronger than they thought they were. 1, 2, 3.
Each bridge is different.
Lift it up and then drop it in.
Yep. There's not one cookie cutter size of post that's gone in.
Stand it up.
So there's definitely a learning curve, and that's part of that leadership development, part of that personal development.
It looks higher. I think it is higher.
It's not just here are the skills, but here's how you figure it out.
Closer.
Nope.
We get things done little by little. There's always things that don't quite line up the way that they should line up.
Okay, you got it?
I think that's part of the growing experience of this kind of work. You learn a lot about yourself.
Yeah, this is awkward.
How did we do this before?
Yep.
You all right?
Yeah, we're all good.
It's good.
Sweet.
You can definitely see the progress as you make it. We do have the motivation and the energy to be out here day in and day out. Careful.
Their energy is amazing. Working in public lands on almost less than minimum wage, it's really not about the money, it's about serving. Each crew member serves roughly 950 service hours.
It's just kind of a way to better yourself and the land around you.
Using a corps of young people to restore a forest and make it accessible is not a new idea. In fact, it's as old as Bastrop State Park itself. In 1934, the Civilian Conservation Corps constructed the park and replanted its pines. Today, this Texas Conservation Corps and similar crews around the country are part of the national AmeriCorps program.
A few little live ones.
The idea of service on a national level, this is what made our country.
AmeriCorps is practically based off the CCCs, so this is very much a return to that.
Just a few generations later, here we are back out here, kind of doing the same thing.
It is a very similar concept. The CCC did some amazing work building this park, and these young men and women have been doing an outstanding job.
Though some of the tools have been updated, along with gender roles and hairstyles, much of the work remains the same.
I'm here because I used to come here as a kid, and I really enjoyed it. I want to give back to it.
This looks great, it really does.
Crew members all have their own reasons for being involved, but there are some common themes.
By the time I graduated, the whole recession thing started happening.
I'd much rather be out in the woods than in a city. I've lived in pretty big cities, and doing this, like I said, it was a challenge for me. It was something that I felt I needed to do.
Autumn Reynolds joined because she likes working outdoors.
Okay.
But she later learned she has a special connection to this park and its past.
There we go. My great-grandfather was in the CCC out here, so I'm kind of just keeping it in the family. I found out about this like a week before I was coming out here, so I had no idea until he even mentioned it, so that's pretty cool.
This is how we go to work every day.
The crew often commutes to work, but for some stretches of time, they stay at the park around the clock.
We'll go over that more later. Anyway, dishes. We are setting up our camp. And then, not like that.
This goes on somehow.
Whoa, whole assembly.
That doesn't make much sense. It's got to go the other way.
We got to figure out how to get it together.
Yeah.
Look
Boom.
at that.
Yay.
It's like bowing that way.
This will be my bed for the next 9 days.
All right, what do we want for dinner tonight? Spaghetti? S-K-E-T-T-I. Spaghetti.
Another day.
It's hard to wind down at night.
Yeah.
After everything we've been doing.
The crew rises before the sun
You guys ready for PT?
and gets ready for action.
Okay, running in place.
Working so closely and intimately with other people can be real challenging.
Jumping jacks.
But by the end of their term, this group works as one. They have forged strong connections with each other and with the land they have helped restore.
When they saw a Bastrop State Park recovery crew, local Texas young people signed up.
We kind of gained ownership over this park. To be here all the time, it's become our park.
1934. Guess things don't change that much, huh?
It's our crew's last day out in Bastrop.
Gather up all our tools, take them back to the office.
It's like almost anticlimactic.
Yeah, it's a little sad.
One more crew may be leaving, but the year's accomplishments are clear. Hundreds of hazard trees have been marked and cut. Miles of trails have been stabilized, and a 7th bridge nears completion. Yet some of what they have built together is harder to measure.
It is a work ethic that they can take with them.
We'll always be in touch with these guys, and we'll always know that we went through this together, and we'll see each other again soon.
I'm definitely bringing back some lifelong friends.
Yeah, I can't see Ollie. Oh. There we go. Ready?
Run, run, run!
You guys ready for your next pose?
The holes to dig, stairs to build, tools to clean up, people to ridicule. Doing a terrible job.
Walking backwards is really safe. I didn't make this decision.
definitely got a lot more training now.
I can use a chainsaw now. That scares the crap out of my family, but I can do it.
To help the recovery at Bastrop State Park or to learn more about the Texas Conservation Corps, visit these websites.
This is the J.D. Murphy Wildlife Management Area, and it's summer in the marsh. This is one of the best places in Texas to hunt alligator.
Alligators usually have a small area that they'll use, so you can kind of keep an eye out and set your line where you actually see an alligator.
Every September, 100 or so lucky Texans get drawn to hunt gators here.
The J.D. Murphy Wildlife Management Area is roughly 24,000 acres of wetland habitat. If you don't know your way around the J.D. Murphy WMA, it can be difficult to get around. Everything at times kind of looks the same, and it's in a part of Texas that a lot of people have not explored before.
That's definitely the case for these three. Meet Spencer Burke, Scott Moore, and Terry Skull.
Yeah, he was just right here. Looked like about a 7-footer probably.
The area that we're hunting in, it's a vast bayou of swamps and marshes with canals running through. The adrenaline rush is way more than deer hunting or anything else because you're after something that can actually get you.
There's one probably about 10 foot and 2 7-footers right up here. About 150 yards, we're gonna try to put a set.
Spencer has hunted gators before and is taking Terry and Scott out for the first time.
Come up here trying to sneak up on some alligators and see how big they are. See if there's any slides or tracks. You gotta run right here. So
Yeah.
it's coming right up here.
Well, we do alligator hunting because it's just something unique. It's different.
There he is. Pretty good one too.
We're out in sort of a harsh environment with the swamps, the mosquitoes, the alligators, the snakes. It's something you just can't do every day. I like this over here.
It looks pretty good.
Using a long cane pole,
he's almost got it.
The idea is to attach the bait to a roped hook and dangle it just above the water.
How high does that look? 24 inches? No.
That's too high. That's way too high. If you put it too low to the water, the small gators will knock it down, or even turtles can get to it. That's good.
Perfect.
I think this spot's good. We got the wind direction that'll carry the scent down the canal, and we've actually got a gator down there looking at us right now.
Mr. Alligator's down there just waiting for us to leave so he can get snack time at 3 o'clock. I like it. Good job, Terry.
Deeper into the marsh, Spencer and Terry set up their poles.
I don't know, kind of get excited. Never been gator hunting before. Come out here and see probably 10 gators so far. You know, you see them on TV and see the alligator shows, and this is exactly what it looks like where they're traveling in and out of. Our bait is chicken thigh quarters. Those smell savory. It's savory, that's for sure. And we let them sit out in the sun for a day or two, and they've got quite ripe. Upwind's better than downwind when you get those things out. I like putting my bait about 18 inches above the water. Hopefully we'll catch a little bit bigger gator. Oh, that smells terrible. I offered y'all some of this stuff. Man, that is putrid looking, man. It stinks. That's gonna get one. Yep. Hopefully we've got them high enough where we'll get some big gators and we'll go see what we got when we get out there tomorrow.
In September of 2008, Hurricane Ike bore down on Texas. The hurricane not only wiped out parts of Galveston and the upper Texas coast, about 100 miles to the east, a storm surge hit J.D. Murphy with a wave of salt water.
It was real eerie the day after Ike. You know, you go out, there was no birds, there was no frogs, nothing. You couldn't hear, it was just complete silence. It was kind of nerve-wracking. It killed alligators for months after, you know, Ike landed, and it just devastated the landscape.
But over time, J.D. Murphy has recovered. Now this coastal marsh is back. Prime habitat for not just alligators, but for wading birds and wintering waterfowl. Biologists gauge the gator population by checking nest success.
Well, the nest is over here, and it looks like there's a few gathered up over here. Usually they stay by the nest for quite a while. And these guys are days, if even hours old. Little bitty guys. Hard to imagine this guy getting 10 feet long.
Oh, my net, they're going right through my net. This year is the first year since Ike that things kind of got back to normal. We had more nesting than we had in probably 8 years this year. So that's a good sign for us.
It's really neat to see them, not only just to be able to see all these little baby alligators and be here just moments after they've hatched, but just to see our numbers rebound shows that we do have huntable numbers and we have a population that can support a hunt.
It's almost like Christmas morning, being a little kid waiting for Santa Claus to come.
You ready?
We're all pumped up and ready to go see what we got.
Woo! I had trouble sleeping last night. I was so excited about checking the lines. I think we're gonna have some gators on this morning.
Hey, we got one, guys.
Oh, we got one?
Yep.
Ooh, he pulled out all the line, too.
Here we go. He's not wanting to come now. Here we go. What do you think, he's 7 foot?
He's over 7 foot.
Oh, you're just anticipating, you don't really know what's on there. And he's pulling against you and you're fighting against him, and all of a sudden he shows up.
Oh, that's a good one.
Oh, yeah. Then it's on then. When he sees you, you see him. I am amped up. Adrenaline's pumping. All right, Spencer, whenever you get ready. Santa Claus was good.
Looks good. No line left.
In the end, it was a successful morning, as all three had a gator on the line.
All right. Alligator hunting it's just not like anything else I've ever done. Hold on tight, Terry.
Okay.
You know there's one on the line and you start pulling me in and I don't know, you get anxious, you get excited, you get nervous.
Not happy.
And you don't know if you're gonna catch an alligator until you pull it up, and you really don't even know how big it's gonna be. Hold on. His tail's on the bottom. I can feel his tail kicking off the bottom. We were quite surprised today. We've got a good 8.5 footer, a 7.5 footer, and probably 6.5 footer.
Smile, smile, smile. 1, 2, and 3. Excellent. Good job.
This is a great experience. If you like to hunt and fish, or even if you're just interested in something that's completely different than maybe anything you've ever done, I would recommend it for sure for anybody that hadn't done it.
Hi, this is Jeff Martinez from El Chile Cafe and Cantina in Austin, Texas. I've got an exotic recipe for you today. We're going to be using a little alligator. Now, most of the time when you get alligator meat, it's either going to be the jaw or it's going to be the tail. And if you can see here, I've got some alligator tail and it's got a lot of muscle running through it. So what I've done is I've taken the meat and I've ground it up in my food processor, and that's what we have right here. And so what we're going to do with this today is we're making an alligator ancho chile relleno. I've got a hot pan here. We're going to start by adding some extra virgin olive oil to the bottom, just enough to coat the bottom of the pan. Swirl that around, make sure it's hot. If you see smoke like that, you're going to know it's hot enough. We're going to add our white onion, which has been diced up. Hear that sizzle? That's what you want. Just like that. We're going to let this saute for about 2 minutes. And what you want is for the onion to kind of lose its white color, kind of have an opaque color to it, and almost browning at the ends. We're going to add our garlic and let that saute for about another minute. Oh, I can smell this already. It's already starting to smell good. All right. So then after that, we're going to add our tomato and let that saute for a couple of minutes until the tomatoes are breaking down. Now we're going to go ahead and add the alligator meat. Now you can use turkey, you can use chicken, you can use pork. Just about any kind of white meat can be substituted for alligator if you can't find it. Still got kind of a pinkish color to it. You're going to want to let that keep on cooking until it loses some of that pink color. It's pretty much going to look the same as a cooked chicken. And it doesn't take very long. Alligator is a very lean meat, so the cooking time is minimal, and that's just about it. So we're going to add a little bit more flavor to this dish by throwing in some sliced green olives. That's going to add a little bit of a saltiness to it, a little briny flavor. And then we're going to add some of these raisins. That's going to add a little bit of sweetness to the dish. And we're going to finish it off with slivered almonds that have been toasted. That's going to put a little bit of crunch in there. You see everything in there, it looks great. There's a lot of color in there. A lot of color also means a lot of flavor. And then we're going to finish it off with some fresh chopped parsley. That's going to add some freshness to the dish. And once you put that parsley in, you don't want to leave it on the stove cooking for too long because you still want that brightness, that freshness from the parsley. And then to finish it off, we're going to salt just to taste. And we are ready to stuff some chilies. We're using ancho chilies. That's a dried poblano pepper. So what I've done with these is I've reconstituted them in a mix of hot water and brown sugar, and I've let them sit for about 6 hours. And that's going to soften them up. I split it open, I took out the seeds, and I took out the veins. So I'm going to take my alligator meat, and I'm going to stuff it inside of the chili, just like so. I'm going to make sure it's nice and full, but you want to leave enough room so that you can take the ancho chili and wrap it back around the meat and make it look like it's never been opened, just like so. And I'm going to set that into an oven-proof baking dish. Oh, this smells great with the olives, the raisins, the almonds. Everything just smells fantastic in here. Okay, there we go. These are ready to go in the oven. I've got an oven set at 400 degrees. I'm going to pop these in for about 10 minutes just to heat them through. So these look like they're just about heated through. I'm just going to finish them with a little Honduran crema, and I'm going to garnish them right on top with a little fresh parsley. So this is our south of the border twist on alligator. Enjoy.
Kyle 911, do you need police, fire, EMS? Okay, ma'am, we have officers en route.
My name's Jenna Hicks, and I'm a crime scene evidence technician. I started as a dispatcher, and then I worked in records, and then I've kind of just slowly moved around, I guess, in the police department. Well, I love the city so much, I named my son Kyle. My baby's Kyle. All aspects of my job bring me joy. I really enjoy working. So I've seen every side of this. So from dispatching, from taking the phone call of a person in need, to processing the paperwork for the court, for our district attorney to process, to prosecute, to now actually being on scene and assisting with the scene itself. So I just find so much joy in the prosecution side and finding closure for victims and helping. But our police department has been extremely willing to help facilitate us moving up in every rank. I was able to still keep my dispatch license. So that was something that was important to me, and our chief really appreciated that I wanted to keep it. So in case an emergency, something happens, I can actually go and help dispatch. Just to have multiple avenues to be able to assist is really the ultimate goal. I feel like my roots are here, being here from '94 on. I mean, the history with Kyle is very close to me. The city itself is very close to my heart. Kyle to me is Rail House, used to be Railroad Barbecue. For years, my grandmother, that was her first job when she moved here, and so she actually baked the pies from scratch that they sold by the slice. I have very fond memories of running barefoot down Center Street, riding a bike with a group of friends, and Bonton used to be on where this building is. So it was a little meat market / grocery store, and that is Kyle to me. But now Kyle has just evolved into such a huge place. So to me personally, Kyle is the good small town feel, and having to go to Yarrington to get to the east side, that's Kyle to me. So it's kind of funny too to see like people complain about the traffic or whatever, and I'm like, y'all don't even know the struggle. We used to have to go all the way down there to get around. Like, y'all have Center Street and the marketplace, like there's so many new roads, and I'm excited for our new public safety center. I'm excited for that growth for our agency and for the city. I'm excited. I think that will be life-changing for us at the police department, for our day-to-day, for our services for the citizens. They'll have a direct reflection of feeling that also, so we can better serve, we can better protect, we can do so many things with that public safety center. I'm very excited about that.
El muchacho que estaba manejando una troca se quedó dormido. La troca se revolcó, se volteó. Cuando yo llegué, yo lo vi de que estaba lleno de sangre, había recibido heridas a la cabeza, a la espalda. Entonces cuando yo hablé con él me avisó a mí que se había quitado el cinturón porque le había dado sueño. Incidentes así me motivan que dé multa. Abróchese el cinturón. Sí vale la pena.
Pizza. It's cheap, it's delicious, and it's portable too. For these reasons and more, it's the food of college students, soldiers, and birthday parties. This doesn't stray far from pizza's roots. As far back as ancient Rome, there is evidence that a flatbread with toppings was used as rations for soldiers. In Virgil's Aeneid, he describes a suspiciously pizza-like food when he says that the soldiers devoured the cakes of flour that they used as plates. Today, just like all the way back then, pizza is a fast, cheap, and convenient food. I'm Daniel Seehausen, and this is the Answer Archive. While there may have been a flatbread similar to pizza in the ancient world, most experts would peg the true beginning of pizza's history in Naples in the 18th century.
There are two things to remember about pizza. One, it's cheap. Two, it's portable. The cheapness and the portability of pizza made it food for the poor.
That's Carol Helstotsky, a professor at the University of Denver with a research focus on the history of food.
I don't think it's coincidental that pizza's origins are in Naples. Naples was predominantly a port city. There is, along the Bay of Naples, a lot of working class housing. These were not spacious apartments. Very few people had anything that resembled a working kitchen. And so people lived on street food. And the street food had to be cheap because people lived, daily wages, or they were day laborers, or they worked on, on loading ships or fishing or whatever they could do to get by. So a lot of people had to live on street food, and the food had to be portable. Food had to be brought into these working class neighborhoods and sold to people.
In the early days of pizza, it would have been sold like hot dogs on the streets of New York City today. The pizza would have been brought into poor areas by the cooks and set up on tables in the hot sun, and then sold by the slice for very little money to the workers who needed a meal. And for at least 100 years, pizza remained a working class food. In 1831, Samuel Morse, of Morse code fame, gave pizza a rave review. A species of most nauseating cake, it altogether looks like a piece of bread that had been taken reeking out of the sewer. But that started to change in the 19th century when Italy was unifying.
Italy was not so unified even after it was politically unified, right? And bringing together all these folks on this rocky peninsula was no easy task. Queen Margherita is visiting Naples, and this is a big deal for someone from central Italy to go down to the city of Naples. And while they are there, she would like to try some characteristic food. She doesn't say, I want to have food of the poor, I don't think. But in any case, as the myth goes, she wants to try this pizza. And so Raffaele Esposito, who's a famous pizza maker, creates these pizzas for her.
He made the queen 3 pizzas. The first was topped with lard, Cassiocavallo, a type of cheese, and basil. The second pizza had fish on it. And he also made her pizza al mozzarella, which was topped with basil, tomatoes, and, of course, mozzarella cheese. Pizza al mozzarella was Queen Margherita's favorite of the 3.
And so she proclaims she likes this one the best. And then there is in pizzeria, there is a card saying, I have tried these pizzas, I proclaim them quite good, and so the pizza is then named after her. And it's this great story. It's also very patriotic because the white of the mozzarella, the red of the tomatoes, the green of the basil, these are the colors of the Italian flag, right?
And that is the origin story of the pizza margherita. But as Italy unified, there weren't enough jobs for poor rural Italians, especially in the south of Italy, and opportunities began to open up around the world from burgeoning empires like America. Demand for manual labor around the 20th century, especially in factories, on plantations, on railroads, and in mines, pushed Italians to look elsewhere for, as they put it, work and bread. Because of these factors, record numbers of Italians left Italy from 1876 to 1915. By some counts, as many as 11 million, which was nearly a third of the population of Italy at that time.
If we think about Italy as a country, it's really good at exporting its population. Immigrants left Italy looking for better lives, so Italians kind of spread themselves all across the globe. And in doing so, brought their foodways and food with them.
And one of the places that Italians went was the United States. Lombardi's was the first officially licensed pizzeria in America. He and his employee, Totonio, started selling pizzas baked in a coal oven. Antonio would go on to open his own famous pizzeria, Totonio's, in the 1920s. Though the original location of Lombardi's closed in the 80s, it reopened a few streets over a decade later. It even still uses the same coal oven it used nearly a century before. Many of Lombardi's employees, like Totonio, would go on to open their own pizzerias. This began what some would call the Pizza Belt in the Northeast, though Lombardi's loves to brag that they were the first pizza in the United States. Their website is literally called www.firstpizza.com. In reality, many Italian Americans were selling pizza without licenses prior to Lombardi's.
When Italians moved to a place, a lot of the pizza making was taking place in bakeries, people would make these pizzas, and again, like they did in Naples, bring them out into the streets and sell them to people who were going off to work. And so there were a lot of mobile vendors all across the United States wherever there were Italian American migrants. But the pizzerias are the sort of the stationary places where you prepare a pizza and have people either grab it there and take it away or eat it there. And so these pizzerias develop in the Northeast and become, I think because of their longevity, become really well known. And we could talk about the New Haven pizzerias like Sally's, for example, Lombardi's in New York, et cetera, that these are sort of these places that have staying power. And so they become almost canonical, right, in pizza history, really important places.
At first, pizza spread across the East Coast as an Italian-American specialty. Then it became popular throughout the United States because some decidedly not Italian men revolutionized pizza yet again.
The fast food pizza, right? Pizza delivery gets its start from Domino's and from Pizza Hut. And those are two companies that were started, or two restaurant chains that were started by men who were not Italian. They had nothing to do with Italy. Both of them set up shop purposely close to universities and to military bases. And I found this fascinating, right? Because students and I guess soldiers who were stationed at military bases wanted something cheap, they wanted something portable, and they wanted something filling. Pizza fits all those categories.
To some pizza purists, fast food pizza, like Domino's and Pizza Hut, is an abomination of safe, samey pizza, but its impact cannot be understated on pizza as a whole. After Pizza Hut was founded in Wichita, Kansas by Dan and Frank Carney, it grew quickly and spread pizza around the globe to unexpected places like Asia and the Middle East, using a technique known as glocalization, where they would move into places that may have been averse to typical pizzas, and would offer local variants with ingredients people would recognize to get them to try pizza for the very first time. Unlike McDonald's that would come into areas and shut down their local competition, Pizza Hut and Domino's usually didn't kill local pizzerias. Pizza delivery even accidentally invented a new kind of prank, ordering tons of pizza to the door of an unsuspecting friend or enemy. The most amusing version of this joke, in my opinion, is when U.S. Army officials ordered dozens of pizzas to the door of an anti-war activist. But he had college students living at home, so he said, "When a pizza's delivered, I just stick my hand into my wallet without asking questions." He didn't even realize that he was being harassed by government officials with pizza. And with pizza available at nearly every street corner, and now even delivered straight to your home, pizza had only one more market left to conquer: home cooking. Another innovation was on the horizon that would revolutionize pizza one last time: frozen pizzas. In the 50s, frozen pizza capitalized on two trends to gain popularity. At the time, ethnic foods were becoming popular, and pizza came to represent Italians to the rest of suburban America. And perhaps, just as important, convenient foods were gripping the nation. TV dinners, boxed meals, and all foods that were quick and easy to prepare were becoming a new, profitable market. Pizza delivery and frozen pizzas took the dish from a slice eaten on the street or in a pizzeria to something eaten in the privacy of one's own home.
And so you have this whole food industry that supports the popularization of pizza, so it becomes ubiquitous, it becomes everywhere. One could venture a guess that people just inevitably, right, the sort of the law of averages, will at some point consume pizza if it's everywhere and available in restaurants and available in grocery stores and on every street corner. Eventually everyone, no matter how wealthy or poor, is going to get around to eating it.
These new options of delivery or just picking up a pie frozen at the store exploded pizza into every corner of the US. As Carol Helstotsky put it, in 1945, few people understood what a pizza was. Within 2 decades, it was hard to avoid pizza. From Naples to New York, and from New York to the world, pizza has become a staple food for everyone, from the poor of southern Italy in the 1800s to nearly every college student in America today. Pizza is a part of almost everyone's daily diet. But few people think about the rich history of pizza. Whether it was made for the Queen of Italy at the turn of the 19th century or reheated in an oven to feed a family in the 50s, pizza will remain an important and iconic Italian dish for just about anyone at any time.
I feel like I've had this before. Okay, I don't think it's Domino's because they always have like a garlicky crust. I don't think it's Pizza Classics. I go there a lot. So it's between Aviators and Marco's. I don't know. Let's see here. The crust. Okay, I'm gonna go with Marco's.
Marco's.
Okay. I'm gonna taste it. I feel like it's not Domino's because like they normally have the garlic and stuff, and I feel like I would know if it was Pizza Classics. So I'm gonna go ahead. I've narrowed it down to two: Marco's and Aviators. I'm gonna taste it. That's good. I feel like I want to guess Aviators. Let's see.
What were the options again? Pizza Classics? I don't know. I'm also going off of the look. I want to say Marco's. I don't know why, but I'm leaning towards Marco's. You know what? No, Pizza Classics.
I'm pretty confident. I think I'll distinguish them. That's pizza, all right? Okay. Texture at the bottom, some like flaky crust. I think this is Domino's.
Okay. I don't know. I don't want to be wrong because I do go to Pizza Classics a lot, but I have a feeling it's Pizza Classics.
I'm gonna go with Aviators.
The way it looks, I feel like I'm gonna taste it. I feel like that's Pizza Classics because it has the. I feel like they have a pretty good thin crust, and it seems pretty thin. So and tastes good.
Aviators. I think this one might be Aviators. I'm gonna say Aviators.
This is probably Marco's.
Hold Hold on, I feel like I know this crust. Okay. I think it's Domino's. Because it always has the garlicky crust. Hold on. Yeah, that's Domino's. I think that's Domino's.
Domino's. I can tell from the crust, yeah.
I'm like almost positive this is Domino's. Like with the garlic and like the way that it is, but I'm gonna taste it. Yeah, I think it's Domino's. I can taste a little bit of the garlic. I feel like I'm wrong, but I'm right. I'm like, sure, I don't know. We'll see.
Domino's. Just looking at this one, I'm pretty sure it's Domino's. I think it's Domino's. I don't know. I'm gonna go with Domino's. Yeah.
Let me finish this one. I'm still chewing it. I'm still taking in the flavor. Okay. This has to be. This has to be Pizza Classics.
Oh my gosh. I feel like I made a mistake. Oh no. I definitely made a mistake. Okay. I feel like. Okay, hold on. I feel like if I change it now, then it's gonna be even more wrong. But I feel like now this is Marco's. And then the first one is Aviators. So I'm gonna guess Marco's on this.
Okay.
Oh no.
Well, I guess the last one I haven't guessed is Pizza Classics, but I think I made a mistake. But yeah.
So I guess that leaves me with Marco's. Okay. I feel pretty good. I feel like I got a solid 50. If let's see. This makes sense. I feel like that's Marco's. This is a good mix.
So this is Marco's. Well, I know for sure this is Domino's because there's a certain taste to Domino's, but when I think of Aviators, I think of kind of like a flat pizza, like a flatter pizza for some reason. So it's Aviators is one of these, probably. But I'll stick with Marco's. I guess this would leave Marco's probably, based off of what I said. Yeah, I've never eaten at Marco's. I'm not sure. Yeah, I assume it's Marco's.
Oh shoot. Okay, I might have mistaken one for the other. Yeah, I'll go that this last one is Aviators.
Oh my gosh. Okay. Not too bad. 2 out of 4. Well, they do have a similar. Oh my god, I did so bad.
And it was Marco's.
Yeah, I knew it.
It was Marco's.
Oh wow.
All right, time to go fishing. I love coming here to Cool Springs Park. It's nice, it's easy to get to, and it's beautiful. So out here today, we caught a bunch of small largemouth bass, but I'm sure that there's also bluegill in here and probably some catfish as well. Hey, I got another one.
Hi, my name's Savannah Allen. I'm a lifeguard at the James Atkins Pool, and I like working here because it feels like a community within all the lifeguards. We're all friends here. It's a fun job. Sometimes it's stress-free, but it's a fun job. I definitely recommend working here.
Hi everyone, my name is Hallie Smith and I'm the pool manager here at James Atkins Pool. I enjoy working at this pool because they give me the opportunity to build my resume and further my career with the City of Kyle.
We didn't really know what we were doing. The goal wasn't necessarily to create habitat. We bought the property because we wanted a place to ride our bikes. And as we started building, we started learning about the native species. We didn't create it. It was here before we were here, but we brought it back.
We're like in a looking glass of nature. All we have to do is look out the window and it's nothing but butterflies and bees. It's incredible.
I'm Jeff Thompson.
I'm Amy Thompson.
We are west of Burton at Coyote Run.
We had our AgriLife agent come out. We just wanted to do like a plant identification to figure out what we had out here, and he said these really foreign, weird words to us, which was, you have a post oak savanna. I just said, wow. What's a post oak savanna? Never heard that before. We thought, this is so cool. Why don't we try to bring it back to some semblance of what a post oak savanna would be?
I think the idea was get rid of some yopon and cedar, and almost instantly the native seed bank came up, and we were just amazed at all of the things that were here.
This is definitely my happy place.
Her line is, "I'm in heaven," is her line as she's walking through and seeing everything. You ought to see this one.
Look at this one. This is our yard. Most everybody we know, even out in the country, they have St. Augustine grass yards. Most people are taken aback by the house being surrounded by wildflowers.
Or tall grass, or everybody feels like you need
grass.
to manicure right around the house.
I have noticed that the more our friends come out here and they observe the insects, they observe the wild bees, it starts gelling for them. They start getting it, and they start to understand that you don't have to even have short mowed grass all around the perimeter of your house. in a restoration is diversity. You've got to have something for everybody. You're never going to go wrong by having a larger variety of native plants. I go out and collect seed every year because every year there's something different that has set seed and had the right conditions to germinate and grow that particular year. So for example, this year we have some really cool sunflowers growing up the road that today I'm going to go harvest the seed for. Last year the bee balm was crazy here and it was just so thick and the bumblebees were just everywhere. When I go seed collecting, I pay special attention to what's blooming at the end of the season.
You don't want everything to bloom at once and then go away, or there's no food for the foragers. The idea is to have some come on early and some come on late, and it just goes all the way through the season.
We definitely leave sandy areas open. There's always somewhere where the ground nesting bees can nest. We had learned that, you can put blocks of wood up and the mason bees, you drill holes, and we've got several snags around here that we have purposely left up just for wildlife purposes. For fireflies and for butterflies and for frogs and, for everybody.
We do shred it once a year, and it's usually January and February, and that was always a battle. As soon as the flowers were gone, I wanted to go ahead and mow it down. And what I learned is that there are insects and then birds that will use that tall grass all the way till February, maybe even March.
We do go out and assess insect activity and make sure that we time it so that it's the most dormant time of the year.
It's incredible when we mow and everything's brown on top. We shred it to about 6 inches tall and everything's green underneath, and it just takes off as soon as we shred. Problem is when they have these mowers and they come from your neighbor's property, they pick up all the seed and deposit it on our place. Amy has seen mowers in the neighborhood and she'll go talk to the mowing crew and tell them, "Don't mow in front of my house. Please don't mow in front of my house. I'm putting signs up." It's frustrating to do the restoration and then see them mow it, and next thing you know, you have Johnson grass and bahia coming up in your natives, and those introduced species will choke out all of the natives in a heartbeat. If you walk along that easement, along the driveway, you'll see all the same insects that you see back here. There's no need to cut it all down. We eventually mow it, and we don't let the trees grow out to the street. We're maintaining it. It just looks a little different than everybody else's.
Something that I had never really even thought about before is the competition between European honeybees and native bees. We started the process of regaining agricultural exemption on this property by being bee farmers. So we're apiarious. So we have several bee colonies. We were up to 12 because that was what was required to get your agricultural exemption. When we reached our agricultural exemption, we decided to transition to wildlife exemption because we felt like having 12 bee boxes for European honeybees was too much pressure for the native bees on the land, and we wanted to create more of a balance. So we're actually down to 4. It's not horrible to have European honeybees, but too many is a problem. And it's kind of like what they do for cattle here. The stocking rates are, it's too much.
It'll decimate your property if you
it's
put
too
that
much
cattle on it.
We'd like to see the stocking rates for bees and cattle less, and be able to support the native vegetation more and support the native wildlife more and the native bees and all of the native pollinators. What I would say is get a good, qualified, knowledgeable consultant up front and take as many classes as you can and read as much literature as you can on restoration.
There's not a playbook that says, do this on this date and everything will be beautiful. You know, this has been a learning experience. We plant all kinds of stuff. Some stuff comes up, some doesn't. 2 years later, what we planted all of a sudden does come up. So
we've simply learned to assist Mother Nature in what Mother Nature does best, which is, you know, heal and regenerate and create wildlife habitat. We're very passionate about it. We love doing this. We find that it is our way of giving back to the world.
Texas is a major route for migratory birds and serves as a breeding site for egrets and herons. During nesting season, most egrets and herons gather in large colonies known as rookeries to nest. These rookeries include species such as cattle egrets, little blue herons, snowy egrets, gray egrets, and yellow-crowned night herons. In Texas, cattle egrets are typically the most abundant species. Different species arrive, nest, and leave at various times throughout the nesting season, which typically lasts from mid-February to late October. Adult birds and their offspring often return to the same location every year. Over time, rookeries can increase in size. Nesting egrets and herons prefer areas with mature trees and at least 75% closed canopy with overlapping branches. This allows the birds to easily walk among the branches from tree to tree. Most rookeries are located near water where there is plenty of food available for them to eat, but rookeries can easily exist away from water in urban areas. When egrets and herons establish rookeries in an urban setting, it can become a nuisance. The noise, odor, regurgitated food, large amounts of feces, and even deceased birds at the rookery site can be a challenge. When located adjacent to airports, rookeries can potentially interfere with aircraft. Egrets and herons are protected by state and federal laws. It is illegal to kill, harass, or disturb the birds in any way that could cause nest abandonment or the death of eggs or hatchlings. Once the first bird lays an egg, all harassment and scare techniques must stop. Up to that point, it is legal to harass or scare the birds to deter them from an undesired location. Once a rookery is established, complete removal is not possible. However, you can prevent a rookery from establishing or returning the next year. Habitat modification is most effective and produces the longest lasting prevention of rookery establishment. In the winter months, when the birds are gone, modify habitat by creating openings within the canopy and removing overlapping branches, making the area less desirable for the birds. Dramatic changes are not necessary. Remove dead wood and thin the tree canopy to allow sunlight between limbs and other trees. Also remove excessive undergrowth vegetation and old abandoned nests. At the beginning of nesting season, remove early nesting material daily using long poles or water hoses after verifying that no eggs are present. For maximum impact, habitat modification should be combined with noise and visual deterrence. When birds first arrive in early spring, they are somewhat nervous and easily scared away. Noise deterrents such as pyrotechnics, cracker shells, propane cannons, and predator calls work effectively. Local residents can be encouraged to use noisemakers, air horns, clackers, and even pots and pans to deter the birds from deterrents such as scare-eye balloons, mylar streamers, and hawk or owl silhouettes can be effective when put in the trees of potential nesting sites. To be most effective, combine several of these methods so that the birds do not become accustomed to them. Public awareness and early detection are critical to prevent nuisance rookeries. The more residents participating in early detection and deterrent techniques, the better the chance of getting the birds to go elsewhere. It is important to remember that once the first bird lays an egg, all harassment and scare techniques must stop. It is illegal to kill, harass, move, or disturb the birds or nests when they are actively nesting. If a rookery is established in an urban area and the birds are nesting, residents may continue normal maintenance of their property, such as mowing, weed eating, edging, and watering. To keep feces from accumulating, power wash or spray down sidewalks, lawns, landscaping, and buildings on a regular basis. Residents should be advised not to handle the birds or specifically disturb the birds while nesting. Fallen eggs, injured, or dead birds should be reported to the local municipality. When trying to prevent a rookery from developing, it is possible that the birds will move to another location that is just as undesirable. Municipalities should develop a contingency plan in anticipation of actions to be taken should the need arise. The Texas Parks and Wildlife Urban Program provides assistance to municipalities dealing with urban rookeries.
I started to fish when I was about 6 years old. My grandpa loved to fish. He fished all the time, and my entire family loved to fish.
Ever since Kathy Majors was a little girl, that love for fishing has stayed with her throughout the years as wife, mother, professional angler, outdoor writer, and host of her own television show.
She's every man's dream, you know. Well, I say every man's dream. Gosh, she's got a boat.
And when you get her on the water, there's a complete transformation from Kathy Majors, mother, wife, child of God, to that place called angler. I mean, you can see it in her eyes.
Well, before my career in fishing, let's see, I was a church secretary, I was a hairdresser, mainly a hairdresser. I owned a salon, and therefore I could call my own days off, which allowed me to fish.
Kathy is one of the first female professional anglers. She began fishing professionally in 1980, and she now tours nationwide.
Hold that thing up there. Kathy Majors out of Rockwall, Texas. Kathy Majors.
Kathy's probably one of the most astute anglers that I have ever met. I met her in the early 80s. She had a keen eye, a sharp sense, and a real affinity for fishing. I could look at her and tell in the bass and gal circuit that she was going to go far.
I would have never believed in a million years that I would end up with a career in the fishing industry, but it's been so much fun. I've enjoyed every minute of it. I still do. I intend to work in it all my life. To get me off the water to stop fishing, they'll have to take me kicking and screaming.
If she's not fishing, she's teaching someone else to fish, usually kids. She devotes much of her time to promoting the Get Hooked on Fishing, Not on Drugs program.
When you're at one of these events and Kathy's there, all you got to do is look for a group of children. Kathy's always right in the middle of them. They're around her.
But it's not only kids that want to cast off with Kathy. She's hooked several celebrities, too.
I have so many memories in this sport, taking people fishing, well, President Bush, for instance. And then I was able to fish with Nolan Ryan.
After we quit reeling it, a lot of times that's when they hit them yesterday.
And Regis Philbin.
That big and that strong, baby. Look at that size fish. I caught it. No, I don't want to touch it. Throw it back in. I'm scared of it. Goodbye, little fish. And there you go.
Being interviewed by Paula Zahn.
Good morning. Nice to have you with us.
Good morning, Paula.
And congratulations. I didn't even know women had their own sort of circuit. How did you get started in this?
Well, I've always loved to fish because my grandfather taught me how to when I was a little girl.
One of the highlights of her career was hosting her own television program, Fishing with Kathy Majors. Here, she served as a role model for other women of all ages.
Fishing is great in Texas.
Kathy Majors has done a lot for women in the fishing industry.
I guess you could say, Bob, she's probably been a major influence in this whole industry as long as we've known her through the years, from the early 80s and the fire in her eyes and what she's really done through her involvement with women in the industry and through the sponsors in the industry and through her promotion of the fishing sport. And that was really the reason I nominated her, because she's done so much.
Well, I think that as long as we have a Texas Parks and Wildlife Department, my name will live on in history, and that's an exciting thought. To know that when I'm gone, I won't be gone forever. Maybe a few generations will say, who is that lady and what did she do?
It doesn't matter what you drive. You're not above the law. Drivers and passengers. Click it or ticket.
If you see a coyote near your home, don't be alarmed. These shy, secretive mammals have adapted well to our urban environments and live in the margins of our neighborhoods. Normally active during both day and night, coyotes often shift their activity to nighttime to avoid humans. They use drainage ditches and back alleys as corridors to move about, usually without our knowledge of their presence. But because they live in close proximity to humans, they can occasionally present issues. Luckily, there are several ways to minimize any conflict with coyotes. First of all, do not intentionally feed them. Food left outside brings coyotes, or the prey of coyotes, such as rats and mice, closer to our homes. Make sure to place trash cans outside in the morning, not the night before. Use trash cans with locking lids, or make your own. Secondly, responsible pet ownership is crucial. Many people believe that coyotes love to snack on our pets, but this is usually not the case unless the opportunity presents itself. Always walk pets on a leash and stay close by, especially at night. If you have outdoor pets, consider bringing them and their food inside during the evening. Third, utilize hazing techniques to deter aggressive coyotes. Notice the behavior of the coyote. Is it skittish? Does it keep a large distance from you and run away when you get closer? These are normal behaviors of coyotes. But if you do notice some behavior that is irregular, such as boldness or aggressiveness, then you should practice some negative conditioning. A technique called hazing is often used for nuisance coyotes. Make loud noises, crash pans together, and even throw objects at the coyote. This may seem cruel, but it's the best thing to do for the coyotes in the long run. It's also very important that you communicate with your neighbors and all parties involved. Make sure that everyone is on the same page with no intentional feeding of the wildlife, proper disposal of trash, and responsible pet ownership. Coyotes are a remnant of wild spaces in Texas, and they're clever and adaptable enough to live alongside us. To see a coyote in the urban environment is not an issue and should not be made one. We should enjoy their presence. If you spot a coyote, make sure to take a picture and upload your observation to the iNaturalist app. This way, you and others can see what wildlife species are thriving in your community.
Hi everyone, this is Marilyn Love, Hays County Master Gardener, and I'm here at the Kyle Library Pollinator Garden today to plant this wonderful perennial plant called the Henry Dulberg Salvia. It's one of my very favorite perennials in all of Central Texas. You might ask, why is it one of my favorites? Because number one, it's a perennial, which means I don't have to spend time and money replanting every season. And secondly, I get to look at these lovely purple blossoms, which will get even longer and taller. All season long, this thing produces beautiful flowers. Another great thing is that it's very disease and pest resistant, so I don't have to worry about it getting sick and dying on me, basically. It's also drought tolerant, and in terms of my yard, one of the best things is the deer don't like it. That's important in Central Texas. So today I want to talk about three things: where to plant this in your garden, when to plant, and how to plant. So let's talk first about where to plant. This Henry Duelberg salvia is a full sun, very well drained soil plant. So it needs a sunny location with at least 6 full hours of sun a day, but it can handle all day sun, even in our Texas scorching heat in the summer. Well drained soil, because Henry doesn't like wet feet, okay? He needs to have his roots dry out between every watering. So if you live in the part of this Kyle and Hayes County where you have a lot of rock and not a lot of soil, he'll love it, okay? Because that's well drained. If you happen to live where you have blackland prairie, then you might want to put him in a raised bed or a berm, because he's not going to like all the water that the clay holds. He needs to have dry feet. Here at the Kyle Butterfly Garden today, I'm planting him right in the center of the garden where I feel he will have sun almost all day. And I'm planting him near some other Henry Duelbergs that are starting to come back from last year, so he'll join the crowd. He'll join the family. Okay, so when to plant? The two best times of the year to plant: early March through mid-May or maybe late May, or alternatively in the month of October or November. The reason is that those are the cooler times of the month when the plant doesn't have to be stressed by a lot of heat. We also are more likely to get a little rain then, and you won't have to water as often. That way the roots get established before that terrible summer heat comes along. So try planting in the spring or in the fall. Give them a chance to get started well. Okay, so now let's talk about how to plant. I'm going to kneel down here and show you that I have pre-dug the hole. I dug the hole a little deeper and a little wider than the pot that the plant came in. So you can see right now it sits well down in the hole. And I don't know if you can see, but I have about 1 inch of space all the way around the plant. And I sit it down a little low because what I like to do is I like to take some of the soil that I dug from the hole and mix it with some nice finished compost that I have. I feel like this gives the plant a little head start with some organic fertilizer just to help it be healthy, the leaves be darker green, and for it to flower more often. So I mix this about 50-50. And now I'm going to pour some in the hole. Not all of this is probably too much, but I'm going to pour about 1 inch or 2 in the bottom of the hole. And then I'm going to pack it down real tight. Okay, so now comes the time to take our plant out of the pot. I like to squeeze the pot around a little, loosen it up, and then I gently grab the base of the plant and wiggle it out. Okay? You can tell this plant has not been in the pot that long because it doesn't have a lot of roots wrapping around. If you see that with a potted plant that you try to transplant, take an X-Acto knife and do some shallow vertical cuts if the roots are wrapping around and around and around. But this one's not that way. So I'm just going to loosen everything a little bit with my hands, and then I'm going to sit it down in the hole. Okay, that looks good. So I'm not going to go above right here when I fill this in. This is the dirt that I dug from the hole. So I'm going to go around, I'm going to push it down in there really hard. I do not want any air pockets in here, okay? Now I also really recommend mulch. It really helps protect the soil from the cold and from the heat, and that way it helps protect your roots. They don't fry down under there, and they're not as likely to freeze. So now it's time to water. Let's talk a minute about watering. I have a watering can full of water here, and I'm just going to water the base of the plant really, really well. I don't like to get the leaves wet. Henry Dewberg is not very disease prone, but some perennials will get downy mildew or other diseases if the leaves are moist all the time. So it's best to water down at the base of the plant and let it roll in. Don't let it run off. Not so often, but really deep when you do water. You want the roots to grow deep. If you water shallow, they're going to try to grow shallow, and then they'll be very susceptible to the heat and the cold in the winter. This thing, probably by the end of the summer, it's going to be about 2 feet by 2 feet, with the blossoms going even taller. They make really nice cut flowers. And at full size, it'll be about 3 feet by 3 feet, okay? And they will fill in. This one will make a few babies, okay? So it'll really fill your area in. So just keep that in mind when you plant them, that it's going to fill in, okay? So sit back, enjoy. All summer you should see blossoms on this lovely Henry Dewberg.
Los padres tienen que recordar cientos de detalles todos los días.
Preparar loncheras, hecho. Encontrar las llaves, hecho. Pasear al perro, hecho.
Pero hay un detalle que muchos padres olvidan.
¿Guardé mis medicamentos? Déjame ver.
No debemos dejar de lado algo muy importante: guardar los medicamentos recetados en un lugar seguro y fuera de la vista. Para más información, visite drugfreetexas.org.
Who's ready to shop?
So Costco is here, and I just couldn't be happier to open these doors and to let folks go in and see all the great things that are inside. There are some really cool products in there, and I'm sure y'all are excited. I was talking to Mike Cox, the general manager here, just a few minutes ago, and he said of the 230 new employees at Team Costco here, 130 of them are local to this area. That's what it means to bring business to the city of Kyle. Not only does it provide for great shopping and amenities, it also creates jobs and incomes for those who live here, who work here, and who play here. It's exactly at the core of what we're trying to achieve here as a community. So on behalf of the city of Kyle, I just want to say thank you for providing this local economy, these local jobs, this local community here in Kyle. So thank you very much for that.
I just want to tell you all how excited Costco is to be here and be part of this phenomenal city. And I want to thank Mayor Mitchell and his staff and just the city of Kyle for being supportive and getting this building open. And I just want to thank you all for showing up on grand opening day.
My name's Jenna Hicks, and I'm a crime scene evidence technician. Well, I love the city so much I named my son Kyle. My baby's Kyle. I feel like my roots are here, being here from '94 on. I mean, the history with Kyle is very close to me. The city itself is very close to my heart. I started as a dispatcher, and then I worked in records, and then I've kind of just slowly moved around, I guess, in the police department. But our police department has been extremely willing to help facilitate us moving up in every rank. I was able to still keep my dispatch license. So that was something that was important to me, and our chief really appreciated that I wanted to keep it. So in case an emergency, something happens, I can actually go and help dispatch. Just to have multiple avenues to be able to assist is really the ultimate goal. I'm excited for our new public safety center. I'm excited for that growth for our agency and for the city. I'm excited. I think that will be life-changing for us at the police department, for our day-to-day, for our services for the citizens. They'll have a direct reflection of feeling that also, so we can better serve, we can better protect, we can do so many things with that public safety center. I'm very excited about that.
I feel like I've had this before. Okay, I don't think it's Domino's because they always have like a garlicky crust. I don't think it's Pizza Classics. I go there a lot. So it's between Aviators and Marco's. I don't know. Let's see here. The crust. Okay, I'm gonna go with Marco's. Marco's. Okay. I'm gonna taste it. I feel like it's not Domino's because like they normally have the garlic and stuff, and I feel like I would know if it was Pizza Classics. So I'm gonna go ahead. I've narrowed it down to 2: Marco's and Aviators. I'm gonna taste it. That's good. I feel like I want to guess Aviators. Let's see.
What were the options again? Pizza Classics? I don't know. I'm also going off of the look. I want to say Marco's. I don't know why, but I'm leaning towards Marco's. You know what? No, Pizza Classics.
I'm pretty confident. I think I'll distinguish them. That's pizza, all right? Okay. Texture at the bottom, some like flaky crust. I think this is Domino's.
Okay. I don't know. I don't want to be wrong because I do go to Pizza Classics a lot, but I have a feeling it's Pizza Classics. I'm gonna go with Aviators. The way it looks, I feel like I'm gonna taste it. I feel like that's Pizza Classics because it has I feel like they have a pretty good thin crust, and it seems pretty thin. So and tastes good. Aviators. I think this one might be Aviators. I'm gonna say Aviators.
This is probably Marco's.
Ooh, fancy. Hold on, I feel like I know this crust. Okay. I think it's Domino's. Because it always has the garlicky crust. Hold on. Yeah, that's Domino's. I think that's Domino's.
Domino's. I can tell from the crust, yeah.
I'm like almost positive this is Domino's. Like with the garlic and like the way that it is, but I'm gonna taste it. Yeah, I think it's Domino's. I can taste a little bit of the garlic. I feel like I'm wrong, but I'm right. I'm like, sure, I don't know. We'll see.
Domino's. There we go. Just looking at this one, I'm pretty sure it's Domino's. I think it's Domino's. I don't know. I'm gonna go with Domino's. Yeah.
Let me finish this one. I'm still chewing it. I'm still taking in the flavor. Okay. This has to be Pizza Classics.
Oh my gosh. I feel like I made a mistake. Oh no. I definitely made a mistake. Okay. I feel like... Okay, hold on. I feel like if I change it now, then it's going to be even more wrong. But I feel like now this is Marco's. And then the first one is Aviators. So I'm going to guess Marco's on this.
Okay.
Oh no.
Well, I guess the last one I haven't guessed is Pizza Classics, but I think I made a mistake. But yeah.
So I guess that leaves me with Marco's. Okay. I feel pretty good. I feel like I got a solid 50. If let's see. This makes sense. I feel like that's Marco's. This is a good mix.
So this is Marco's. Well, I know for sure this is Domino's because there's a certain taste to Domino's, but when I think of Aviators, I think of kind of like a flat pizza, like a flatter pizza for some reason. So, it's Aviators is one of these, probably. But I'll stick with Marco's. I guess this would leave Marco's probably, based off of what I said. Yeah, I've never eaten at Marco's. I'm not sure. Yeah, I assume it's Marco's.
Oh shoot. Okay, I might have mistaken one for the other. Yeah, I'll go that this last one is Aviators.
Oh my gosh. Okay. Not too bad. 2 out of 4. Well, they do have a similar. Oh my god, I did so bad.
And it was Marco's.
Yeah, I knew it.
It was Marco's.
Oh wow.
Tengo 20 años de ser oficial. En esos 20 años he visto muchas cosas, muchas tragedias que se podían haber evitado simplemente con abrocharse el cinturón. Por favor, abróchense el cinturón.
If you had to pick one man who brought fishing to the masses, you'd have to consider R.D. Hull. A watch repairman from Texas, R.D. loved to fish. But like most folks back then, his line was always getting tangled up, which made fishing more work than fun. As legend has it, he was standing in a supermarket one day watching a package boy peel cord off a fixed spool. That's when he got the idea for a fishing reel that would work the same way. He built a crude prototype out of plywood and a coffee can lid and took it to the 0 Hour Bomb Company in Tulsa. As luck would have it, they were looking for new products and they hired him on the spot. About a year later, the first Zebco standard reel came off the assembly line, and from that moment on, fishing would never be the same.
I don't think there's anybody else that has or will have the effect on fishing that he did with the products that he developed and made. It was an exciting time.
The Zebco Standard, along with later models like the 33 and the 202, completely revolutionized the industry. With tangled lines now a thing of the past, fishing became a family activity. R.D. Hull received 35 U.S. patents and was enshrined in the National Freshwater Fishing Hall of Fame. With one simple contraption, Zebco became the most successful fishing tackle company in the world. And R.D. Hull created the perfect American fish story.
This year, the City of Kyle is looking forward and has put together a budget focused on building towards the future.
This year's approved budget of $212.6 million is built on a strong foundation of the city's strategic goals. The foundation of our budget is the Capital Improvements Program, the city's multi-year plan that identifies strategic projects and equipment purchases.
Sales tax in the city has remained strong, allowing the city to invest some serious cash in projects. This year's Capital Improvement Program includes a total of $124.8 million in long-term investments in our city, which include
$86.9 million in road construction to build connectivity and capacity for the future,
$9 million for improvement to parks and trails,
$11.2 million for economic development and revitalization of downtown,
$7.6 million for water system utility improvements,
$8.9 million for wastewater utility system improvements,
$1.2 million for storm drainage improvements.
A key component of the budget is the $60.1 million for the general fund.
That provides services like parks and recreation,
public safety,
planning,
and the Kyle Public Library.
The City of Kyle has passed a budget that covers serious investments in infrastructure and services, all without raising the current property tax rate of 50 cents per $100 of taxable valuation.
This year, there will be no increase in water service rates, wastewater service rates, or storm drainage fees, and only a 2.49% increase in solid waste service rates per the city's contract with Texas Disposal Systems.
This is in addition to the recently approved $40,000 homestead exemption passed by the Kyle City Council. Thanks to economic development, sales tax revenue, and other fees,
the average homeowner pays less than $144 per month to the city. The City of Kyle looks to serve our growing community with smart fiscal stewardship and strategic planning that is focused on the future.
City Council and staff understand and accept our responsibility to be good stewards of the city's finances, especially the tax money that we receive from our hardworking residents and businesses. We also understand and realize the importance of planning for the future. This budget reflects our commitment to those responsibilities and our promise to make every cent count.
Pregnant women who need treatment for substance use, regardless of ability to pay, can receive immediate help in Texas. Mothers with dependent children can also be admitted into treatment programs that may include residential, outpatient, and medication assistance. 10 facilities in Texas allow children to go to treatment with their moms. To get started, visit an outreach, screening, assessment, and referral counselor at your local mental health authority. Or visit hhs.texas.gov/OSAR.
Can y'all see it?
This branch kind of comes over. There he's just moving, yeah.
It's October in the Rio Grande Valley.
Just check this one.
These folks have come from near and far to the Edinburgh Wetlands World Birding Center.
Let's go.
To appreciate a wealth of flying colors.
Right there. He's teensy. They just spotted a second U.S. record.
But these nature tourists aren't here for the birds.
Never seen it in the U.S.
The flying things they're after are butterflies. And this is just one stop on the annual Texas Butterfly Festival.
Okay,
good.
South Texas is like heaven to birders. It's also pretty spectacular for butterflies.
Here we have a skipper.
You can see more species of butterflies
White peacock.
than anywhere else in the United States.
Oh, yeah.
It's just another aspect of the wildlife watching that's so fantastic here in the valley.
This is the malachite that we saw earlier.
It brings attention to nature and is also a great economic support for our community.
The popularity of chasing butterflies is a fairly new phenomenon.
Another one.
Butterfly field guides didn't really start coming out until the mid-90s, I guess. And like birding, you eventually start checking them off a list and that sort of thing.
Tropical ones have been seen at the park.
Butterflies are really birders that have gone over to the dark side. It's just a progression.
Right here.
Today I found 4 or 5 lifers, butterflies I've never seen before, and it's a great thrill.
Butterfly watching also draws those who just want to relax and enjoy some of nature's small wonders.
You just can't help but be interested in it.
I think they're beautiful. I just like the colors.
They're so pretty and they're so fragile and short-lived.
Though fragile indeed, one particular butterfly is known for its epic annual migration.
Right up on top.
Monarch.
The monarch. Each fall, millions of monarchs funnel through Texas from as far north as Canada en route to their wintering sites in central Mexico. Along this central flyway, monarchs can be seen in flight or taking rest stops along the way.
There was a bunch of them.
Catching sight of a monarch roost is something that landowners like Dobb and Kay Cunningham look forward to.
It's always a big thrill when they start coming in. This part of Texas is kind of plain. But there's a beauty in this country that you have to be patient and wait for, and the monarchs are one of those.
I didn't know they were so unique and complicated, and it is quite a phenomenon.
That these delicate insects can fly up to 3,000 miles and somehow converge on the same patch of mountains in Mexico is one of the miracles of nature.
One of the most unique migrations that I've ever heard of.
But the miraculous monarch migration is in trouble.
We still have masses of them. They're still coming, but not near the numbers.
It brings joy to me to see them coming, and great distress when I think the numbers have fallen.
What Texas ranchers have noticed has been confirmed by surveys.
The numbers that are returning back to Mexico have declined considerably.
Monarch numbers have dropped to a fraction of those recorded when monitoring began in the early 1990s. While there are concerns about illegal logging and cold snaps impacting wintering monarchs, their biggest challenges may be those they face on their return in the spring and their dependence on a single plant for reproduction.
During the spring migration, we're not too aware of it. We don't see them in masses the way we see them in the fall. But that's when it's critical because they're returning from Mexico, they're trying to lay eggs, and the only host plant is milkweed or Asclepias.
Because it's an international animal, Canada, the United States, and Mexico, there are so many variables.
We can help Texas lead the efforts in the recovery of the monarch butterfly.
As part of a tri-national restoration effort, Texas Parks and Wildlife has launched a native pollinator conservation plan.
Everybody has a part to play in the recovery of the monarch, and that's the beauty of it. It doesn't matter whether you live in the city, in the country. You can help restore habitat.
It's decisions we make. Planting flowers in a garden is a great start. The best we can do is to be thoughtful about how we manage land, and do we need to mow all the milkweed? Do we cut down all the flowers in the fall in the roadside ditches, or do we leave some things for those butterflies that are coming back through? And I think the more we understand that, the more we'll be able to do our part. Look, there's a couple of milkweed bugs on the backside of this.
Park interpreter Craig Hensley is certainly doing his part. Craig oversees volunteers who monitor milkweed, monarchs, and other butterflies each spring at Guadalupe River State Park.
Isn't that a gorgeous butterfly? Oh, look, a monarch right here, right there.
Today is one of our butterfly surveys.
Have you seen any eggs or larvae? We also monitor a patch of milkweed in the park for the Monarch Larval Monitoring Project.
Once you get that one, I'll get this
one.
We count milkweeds, look for monarch eggs. We're just coming out of a drought and our milkweed has been low, so we're really excited because we're seeing more and more stopping here and they are laying eggs. Here it is, right here.
Oh, cool. A lot of people feel if they follow the monarch that they get an idea about the health of the whole ecosystem.
These are arrivals from Mexico.
They're kind of beat up?
Yeah. You start looking at the natural world and you see declines in bumblebee populations and other native pollinator populations. You see what's happening with the honeybee. All right, let's go out to the patch. You realize that, there's a delicate balance of the natural world, and so that's the monarch egg. It's amazing how much of that balance focuses on very, very tiny little insects that we are highly dependent upon. Without them, we have potentially a lot less food in our grocery stores, and it probably costs a lot more. So the picture of the monarch is a bigger picture of pollinators in general. A lot to learn about monarchs in Texas as they pass through north and south. Let's keep going.
Though focused on the big picture, for Craig,
hey, Darlene,
this is also personal.
Did you get the 2 monarch adults? I have 2 grandchildren, and I don't want them to grow up without the chance to see a monarch butterfly. And my fear is that that possibility exists. I think the world becomes a lesser place if we watch things like the monarch disappear or become rare. Golly, look at that, right there. Oh, they're gorgeous little animals, and now if we could just see another 100 of them. And a great gateway animal especially for kids getting into nature.
How many?
A lot.
A lot. Next spring when she gets
back on the border, Carol Culler also uses monarchs to introduce kids to nature.
So if you'll put your finger up in the air, you don't want to? At first they're a little afraid of having it touch their finger. And by the end of the presentation, they all want you to put the butterfly on their finger. You ready? Okay, and they all want to say bye to monarch and let it go.
Whoa.
Carol participates in a citizen's science project, tagging monarchs during fall migration.
This little tag then traces where that butterfly came from,
187,
what day it was tagged, how many miles that it's flown down to Mexico.
There he goes. Happy trails.
We don't have all the answers. We don't know every detail of this process. We do get a lot of data just from that one tag.
There's a soldier right in front of you there.
So amazing.
Meanwhile, just downriver, the Texas Butterfly Festival wraps up with a splash of color at Falcon State Park.
Oh, awesome.
I've never seen anything like this.
We've seen well over 100 species here in this garden over a 3-day period.
I've seen more butterflies in one day than I've seen in my whole life put together.
A lot of butterflies.
Among the bounty of butterflies,
Sphinx moth,
and one fancy moth,
It's a beautiful one.
are also many monarchs gassing up at the butterfly garden before heading to Mexico.
When he opens out, it looks like a little jet plane. Our manager wanted to do some landscaping in the park. I said, well, why not? Let's make a butterfly garden. It grew and grew and grew, till now we have about an acre of plants all native right here to this area. It's been successful beyond our wildest imaginations.
Whether by planting milkweed or other native flowering plants,
See the white bar on the wing?
whether by studying butterflies or just appreciating them,
Better angle from over here.
watching out for these colorful insects is something anyone can do.
There she goes.
Building that awareness will hopefully make a difference.
In return, butterflies just might remind us life is fragile and amazing, with much to admire in the smallest details.
They're really awesome animals.
My name is Yvonne Gil Vallejo. I'm with the Engineering Division. I'm a project manager for the wastewater treatment plant expansion. You know, Kyle is really great. I think the culture is a very good culture. I think when you need to be very assertive, trying to get something done, I think the whole city does that. But you also have times where you can kind of sit back and just kind of decompress and enjoy what you've done and enjoy what you've accomplished. So the culture here is a very good one. There's always opportunity to learn something. We get to go to online classes now since COVID, so there's a lot of that that's available. So I think that's very important for development of your staff. I look forward to interacting with my coworkers. I mean, everybody seems to be very nice. Definitely feel like I'm part of a team. Since Kyle is still kind of small, it's much easier to know who those people are and to acknowledge them when they need to be acknowledged. So I think that's really good about Kyle. I think the key thing you have to remember is that it's really not about you. It's really about the citizens of this city, the hard-earned tax dollars that they put in. I feel like I'm accountable to the citizens of this city for that. To me, that's very important, and I want to make sure that I can account for everything that's going on there, good or bad. But most of it's good. It's all good.
My name's Jenna Hicks, and I'm a crime scene evidence technician. I started as a dispatcher, and then I worked in records, and then I've kind of just slowly moved around, I guess, in the police department. Well, I love the city so much, I named my son Kyle. My baby's Kyle. All aspects of my job bring me joy. I really enjoy working. So I've seen every side of this. So from dispatching, from taking the phone call of a person in need, to processing the paperwork for the court, for our district attorney to prosecute, to now actually being on scene and assisting with the scene itself. So I just find so much joy in the prosecution side and finding closure for victims and helping. But our police department has been extremely willing to help facilitate us moving up in every rank. I was able to still keep my dispatch license, so that was something that was important to me, and our chief really appreciated that I wanted to keep it, so in case an emergency, something happens, I can actually go and help dispatch. Just to have multiple avenues to be able to assist is really the ultimate goal. I feel like my roots are here, being here from '94 on. I mean, the history with Kyle is very close to me. The city itself is very close to my heart. Kyle to me is Rail House used to be Railroad Barbecue. For years, my grandmother, that was her first job when she moved here, and so she actually baked the pies from scratch that they sold by the slice. I have very fond memories of running barefoot down Center Street, riding a bike with a group of friends, and Bonton used to be on where this building is. So it was a little meat market / grocery store, and that is Kyle to me, but now Kyle has just evolved into such a huge place. So to me personally, Kyle is the good small town feel, and having to go to Yarrington to get to the east side, that's Kyle to me. So it's kind of funny too to see like people complain about the traffic or whatever, and I'm like, y'all don't even know the struggle. We used to have to go all the way down there to get around. Like, y'all have Center Street and the marketplace, like there's so many new roads, and I'm excited for our new public safety center. I'm excited for that growth for our agency and for the city. I'm excited. I think that will be life-changing for us at the police department, for our day-to-day, for our services for the citizens. They'll have a direct reflection of feeling that also, so we can better serve, we can better protect, we can do so many things with that public safety center. I'm very excited about that.
Ladies, start your engines.
You can hear them roar. Their number's too big to ignore.
195 women from 27 states.
And they're making noise in that most sacred of Bubba sports, bass fishing. In competitive tournaments like this, women are reeling in the bucks. It's a far cry from the days when women played bingo on the shore while their husbands competed. Those days came to an end when a feisty gal from East Texas got stranded once too often.
I was sitting at this table and this bingo caller said, "My, aren't we ladies having fun?" And I said, "I'd rather be fishing." And so some of the other ladies around the table said, "Well, so had I." And I said, "I know what let's do. Let's have an all-women's tournament. To heck with the men, you know."
The local good old boys gave Sugar Ferris 2 chances to succeed, Slim and none.
There was more leg slapping going on and laughing. I mean, you mean that they're gonna go out on that lake and fish without a man to watch after them?
They did just that. 96 of them in all came to Lake Livingston in 1972 for the nation's first all-woman bass tournament. For Sugar, the victory was sweet. Her idea caught on quickly, and before long it blossomed into the first national fishing organization for women, Bass and Gal. At its peak, Bass and Gal had over 30,000 members, 100 affiliated clubs, a glossy magazine, a cable TV show, and a series of tournaments that crisscrossed the nation. The days of bingo were gone for good.
But everybody got the idea that we were a bunch of women livers. We was out there to, you know, to destroy the last bastion of male supremacy, and that was on the lake. Well, that was never my idea. It was just to give women an opportunity to participate in a sport that they enjoyed.
One of those women was Kathy Majors, who won the national title in '89 and became a top money winner on the women's circuit.
I think we all collectively owe Sugar a big hug, a big debt of gratitude for turning our ordinary lives into extraordinary lives. You know, a lot of women make a good living in the fishing industry. I'm one of them. I make a good living. I'm not a millionaire, but I make a good living at it.
Sugar inspired other women to smash barriers as well. One of them became a Texas game warden, her own daughter, Michelle.
Growing up, she always encouraged me to set my goals and stick to my guns. And that's what I've done.
Today, we're dusting off some old memories.
Sugar and her husband, Bob, started a new chapter in 1998, retirement.
You know, 22 years is a long time, isn't it?
It sure is, honey. Look at there. Burning Burma Thomas out of Alabama. What a gal. What a great fisherman.
Now, Sugar has time to catch a few fish herself.
Come on, Bass.
And to ponder life's larger questions. Like, once you've started a league of your own, what do you do for an encore?
I would be the mother of the world if they let me. You know, I could take Mother Nature's place, maybe.
Do you want to see some classic horror films? Tune in to Kyle 10 starting at 8 p.m. to watch a whole night of scary movies.
Oh, look, there's Haymont.
Andy and Julia Belinsky are landlords in Austin.
In January, we get these housing units all ready.
Today, they are checking on the welfare of some tenants.
Hey, Haymont.
With their friend Haymont, they manage a housing complex.
We have to clean them out. We have to purchase new structures from time to time, some maintenance.
But all this happens on a small scale. The three are landlords for a colony of purple martins.
They are the largest North American swallow. a subgroup of that family called the martins, which are a type of swallow.
However, unlike some swallows which raise young in houses they construct themselves, purple martins need existing cavities in order to nest. So the birds have become increasingly reliant on people to provide housing. It's a relationship that dates back centuries.
Native Americans put up gourds long, long ago, and this bird associates safety with humans. Humans keep the snakes away.
There are fewer snakes and hawks and owls, so they just more or less refuse to nest away from human activity.
Landlords know many ways to deter predators, and they also know how to evict bad neighbors.
Take it out.
Without some help, the martins would be run out of their homes by non-native birds like house sparrows.
They're pretty nasty. They'll go in and peck the purple martin eggs. They'll be mean to the babies. It's bad news. So we discourage them from being here. And that's the part of the responsibility.
Sparrow nests are easy to spot, but no one wants to evict babies.
No eggs.
So landlords must remove nests frequently during the spring.
So we're done here.
We live 20 minutes away, but we do try to make it every 5 days, if at all possible.
Purple martins also do some traveling. They spend winter in South America and return to North America each spring to breed, reaching Texas in late January and February, and as far north as Canada by May. Landlords lay out the welcome mat by offering clean, vacant, semi-furnished units.
We put a bed of pine needles in each compartment, and when the nesting starts, the purple martins themselves will bring leaves.
After that, the real work begins.
How many eggs did we have in F?
We pull their nests down and count eggs.
7, still 7.
Native birds are protected by federal and state laws, so eggs and nestlings should not be handled without proper training and permits. But careful nest checks can benefit purple martins.
Some of it is actually directly helping the martins. Like sometimes we have to throw out a rotten egg that could break and bring some disease, or change out a nest that's crawling with mites.
We not only help birds in raising the family, but also we help the scientific community to gather data.
The information these and many other landlords collect is passed along to the Purple Martin Conservation Association to yield a better understanding of species health and management across its range.
I'm not a scientist myself, but this is a chance to be a citizen scientist.
All right, now we leave them alone.
And they're coming back?
And they're coming back.
Clearly, being a landlord takes some work. So since the birds pay no rent, what exactly are the dividends?
Listen to this song. It's just a magical sound.
They have so many different sounds.
Just up the road in Temple, Alan Newman has been enjoying Purple Martin's song for more than 2 decades.
I've been a Purple Martin landlord for 24 years. Right now I have 83 young ones and 54 adults. They're talking to their young. They're telling them to keep their heads down, behave. They're a good bird to have. Now, they don't get the ground mosquitoes, but they'll get a lot of other insects as they feed.
I just enjoy being around the birds, and it's really nice seeing all that new life generated year after year.
Oh, look at you, sweetie babies.
Back in Austin, those eggs have yielded newborn martins.
When they unfold out of that egg, even on the day they hatch, they don't seem to fit.
Within a month, even the tiniest of these hatchlings will be learning to fly. By summer's end, the birds will head south. But before they leave, the martins put on an impressive show in Austin.
When the babies have all fledged, the purple martins from further north of here, they congregate for about a month.
It's amazing.
They come in on the same trees every day.
In July, purple martins converge nightly on a few trees in this North Austin parking lot.
They're starting to come in like right now.
This is a major pre-migration roost for the purple martins.
After they've raised their babies, they start grouping up into large groups in preparation for flying south to South America.
The community of birds also draws a community of onlookers.
Ooh, I see one.
At its peak, the spectacle rivals Austin's famed bat colony.
We've had numerous people tell us this is cooler than the bats. It's so big you can see it on Doppler radar.
Pretty impressive.
There's like layers upon layers of them.
Though Andy, Julia, and Haymont lost some of their martin babies to an extreme June heat wave, their caring management helped dozens more survive.
172 birds basically are out here, new birds this year, because of that colony that we took care of. So we definitely are responsible for some portion of that. I'm sure our birds are among these. Those three, that one, the 700th one from the left.
It's like a hurricane of birds.
And perhaps here too are some future caretakers.
Mom, this is really cool.
To help ensure these birds will always have a place to call home.
Oh, whoa. That is a lot of birds. That's really cool.
Technology has really played a role in libraries since the beginning of civilization. So I mean, just learning how to create alphabets and write things down and create tablets, and then you need a place to put those tablets, you begin to store a culture's information, you know, and you can start to store it. And then of course the Gutenberg press came along and people could mass print books. They didn't have to just write them all out, and they could create a lot more. So then you start having more books. People talk about technology today, but it's been happening forever. As long as I've been in the business, 40 years or 35 years, technology's been changing things. It's not something new. But I will say that with the digital books, I think it's changed it for the better, because what I really like is it gives people more access to different books. Audio books, e-books, you can get those at home. But it has made a big difference in terms of that is becoming a bigger and bigger percentage of our checkouts. And our investment in that is getting bigger and bigger as well, and it's paying off. But what we do find is what's happened all along. Sometimes different formats will just go out all the way, but what tends to happen is it just becomes one more part of the package of services that you provide. So we still, the majority of the books, overwhelming majority that we check out are physical. And again, that's changing a little bit, but it's going to be a while before that even gets to 50-50. And one of the things we want to start doing is providing a place for people to create and people to interact with technology. So there will be a big push over these next 5 years, and we're looking at things like maker spaces, 3D printers, robotics, you name it, okay, just all the way down the line. We want to become a place to create and to immerse yourself in those technologies as opposed to just reading about something that somebody else did.
more than 55 years, Skeeter Performance Boats' innovative designs have revolutionized the sport of fishing.
There's two of them. One of them's a giant.
It all started in the late 1940s when Holmes Thurman, an outboard boat and motor dealer, designed what became known as the first bass boat.
Okay, this is the original Skeeter boat that my grandfather built. He designed the boat back then because he loved to fish, and he was also a boat racer. So he wanted a boat that was fast, stable, and he wanted something that the wind wouldn't blow all over the lake. And that was part of the design he had here, the slope side. The winds would roll right up the side of this, and it worked.
Manufacturing began in Marshall, Texas, launching a company and a boat named Skeeter, a name that stuck because the long needle-shaped bow resembled the mosquito. Following World War II through the 1970s, reservoir construction surged, changing the landscape of bass fishing. To safely navigate these larger lakes teeming with bass, anglers wanted wider, faster boats.
Skeeter actually started off the pioneering bass boats, and pretty much the industry followed us all along ever since. We were the very first to build a fiberglass bass boat, and actually one of the first to address the needs for the fishermen as they changed throughout the 60s. We had one of the first tri-hulls that was out and introduced. In 1972, we introduced the very first boat that was ever rated for 150 horsepower. Very revolutionary boat. Some of our designs in the early 70s, we like to boast a little bit. They're the most copied designs in the industry today.
The mid-90s introduced aerospace engineering and space-age composite materials. Skeeter changed owners throughout the years, but remained a Texas-based business. Today in Kilgore, Skeeter continues to design, build, and market industry-leading performance boats.
The boats have evolved over the years into these sleek, contoured fishing machines. When you have a big fancy boat like this to fish out of, it's just natural for guys to want to compete with one another out of it.
All right.
Skeeter and me have just become like great friends. You know, it's the only boat I've ever used my whole pro career, and the competition is so intense. It's just got everything that I need to help me do my job the best that I can.
That includes the competitive edge of first-rate live well construction, which ensures a catch stays healthy. Catch and release fishing is one way Skeeter keeps the future of the sport in mind. Another is by supporting family and youth fishing events, including Bassmasters Casting Kids. Skeeter pros participate in youth events, and the Skeeter Scholars Program awards owners' children.
Take me fishing.
The Recreational Boating and Fishing Foundation Waterworks Wonders campaign is sponsored in part by Skeeter.
At times we kind of pinch ourselves to say, hey, you know, how lucky are we to be in this sport and to be doing the things that we're doing, because, you know, yeah, it's about building a boat, but even beyond that, it's about creating memories and creating these life-changing experiences for families.
Through innovative boat designs, support of kids' fishing events, and creating tournaments, the Texas Boat Builder contributed over half a century of exciting memories to fishing. The ingenuity and foresight that keeps Skeeter a front runner in the sport fishing industry continues to benefit Texas and the rest of the world.
If you just look at, this is the one place that people can come in town where they really don't have to pay money to be here. So a lot of places that people spend their leisure time, you know, you're kind of, when you walk into a restaurant, the clock starts ticking and, you know, you only have a certain amount of time and you can't just stay there too long. But, you know, the library, you can come here and spend as much time as you want. You can walk on our grounds, you can get a book. There's just so many things that you can do here, from birth to seniors, that we have a variety of things, recreational as well as informational, educational, workforce related, you name it, but we try to have all of those things. So I do think that the library has sort of replaced in some ways what used to be the old Market Square. If you're a young family and you've got young children, you know, all of our story times. We have teen programs, a whole array of those that we do. Teens can come together and enjoy those. We have Dungeons and Dragons. We have our senior movies that we show a couple of times a month here. That gives an opportunity for seniors to get together, have refreshments, and watch a great movie. And of course, everybody's invited to that. But I think our programs in general provide recreation for people and let them come together and socialize and feel like a community. So I think that's the biggest thing. But I also think it's the atmosphere. Again, we try to create a destination experience, so we try to have things where people are comfortable. We'll put comfortable chairs in different places where someone may just find a little out-of-the-way spot to read a book. My favorite place would be the butterfly garden. I think when it's in full bloom, we have just a beautiful little, it's like a little Texas pasture back here. It's not necessarily like a park, it's just like a little pasture with this beautiful little butterfly garden. And I would say that's probably my favorite place. That and how I would like for people to view the Kyle Library is that it's their library. I don't want them to feel like they're going to a place or they're going to a city building. They're really going to their library.
My name is Amy Garcia. I am the Recreation Manager for the City of Kyle Parks and Recreation Department. I enjoy planning the event. The build-up is great once it comes out, but once the event's over and the stress is kind of off and once it gets started, that's an amazing feeling as well. People thank us on social media as well as in person. So that is the rewarding aspect of the job, is to make sure that they are happy and they're happy with the service that we've provided them. We try to create a culture that, you know, you can ask for help at any point. Everyone is always friendly, especially when you're a newcomer. That was something that I was able to receive when I got to Kyle. So they recognize us within our Team Kyle meetings. They are sure to acknowledge us for our milestones within our department. We are celebrating and acknowledging the hard work that each person is putting in. They've allowed me to grow and learn. They encourage the growth. They encourage you to seek knowledge outside of your department. I would say I feel supported within the department and within the City of Kyle. Again, gauging that knowledge that other cities and other states are able to do and kind of bringing that to Kyle. And we are always trying to attain that gold standard and creating new programs and events and activities for the citizens to enjoy. Okay.
The best part of Heroes Memorial Park is not one thing. What makes this park special is that it accomplishes many things very well. The park is walkable, it is well designed, it is in a strategic and prominent location, and it celebrates and honors our heroes in a way they deserve.
In honor, that's why we're here today. We honor our first responders, our veterans, our brave fallen service members. They're all heroes. A life of service just doesn't happen. It starts with a special person who demonstrates a servant's heart, who loves his family, cares about his community, loves his neighbor, his country, who gives of oneself for the benefit of all. I truly believe that officers, firefighters, dispatchers, EMTs, military men and women all demonstrate this quality. They save lives. They keep us safe. They defend us, putting us before their own safety and without expecting gratitude.
This feels like a very meaningful time to be dedicating a park, celebrating our veterans and our first responders. We're on the 21st anniversary of the day my generation really lost our innocence, and a day that many brave first responders ran into tumbling towers to try and save lives. I want to give you this resolution honoring the city of Kyle and celebrating the dedication of the Heroes Memorial Park.
It is an absolute honor to be part of this auspicious occasion. I represent an organization called AMVETS. Now, most of you, even if you came here alone, are members of family. And there's something about family that's special. But this family of AMVETS is uniquely special because, in the words of George Washington, you are a band of brothers.
When I first got here, I would drive around through the old part of Plum Creek going, where'd they get these street names? And then we started looking at the history. We have old files, and we started looking at all the history of the fire department, and all those street names were the original members back in the 40s and 50s of the fire department. There's one street name in there that really hits me. It's Strawn. In 1944, J.M. Strawn joined the Kyle Fire Department as a volunteer. And in 1952, he died fighting a fire. To me, this park means a lot. He's the only line of duty death the Kyle Fire Department's ever had. And this symbolizes what we need to see.
This is fantastic. The original thinking was to have a very personal site where people could reflect and honor the flag. And big flag, big pole was important to me. As it turns out, isn't this fantastic?
I have long held the belief that Kyle can be a city that people are proud to call home and proud to come visit. My hope and prayer is for this park to be a cornerstone in Kyle for many years to come. May it serve as a gathering place for thousands of residents and visitors each and every year, from this year until long after the time capsule is opened in 2101 at the 100th anniversary of 9/11. Thank you very much.
In the United States, we are facing more urban deer issues than ever before because of an imbalance of natural systems in our cities. As deer populations grow, wildlife habitat within our communities quickly becomes degraded. When people see sick or emaciated deer, they start feeding them, thinking it's a solution. But that often makes the situation worse. Overabundant deer cause problems like vehicle collisions, landscape damage, disease outbreaks, and impact native habitat that affect other wildlife too. Texas Parks and Wildlife Department can provide advice and permits, but communities will decide what actions to take and are responsible for any associated costs. It will take months, maybe even years, to get stakeholders to agree on goals and solutions because with hundreds in a community, there are hundreds of opinions. To avoid conflict, communication and transparency is key. Remember to be realistic about what to expect, and that ultimately, reducing deer herds requires combining multiple strategies. Feeding bans are the single most effective strategy at reducing deer conflicts. They are written and enforced at the municipal level. They prevent feeding, which deters concentrating deer and helps reduce vehicle collisions and disease transmission. Texas offers two types of permits to trap deer. The permittee, such as the city, county, or property owners association, is responsible for hiring a trapper and conducting all trapping operations. The Trap, Transport, and Transplant Permit, also known as a Triple T, authorizes deer to be moved to other properties with sufficient habitat. This is a challenge because even rural areas have too many deer, so finding a release site can be difficult. Before deer can be moved with a Triple T permit, some deer must be tested for chronic wasting disease, which requires a few deer to be killed unless samples can be collected from nearby roadkill. With a Trap, Transport, and Process Permit, or TTP, deer are trapped and euthanized and the meat is donated to local food banks. Each of these trapping options can cost $300 to $800 per deer. Both permit applications must be signed by a city, county, or property owners association representative. Homeowners associations are not eligible to apply for these permits by themselves. Hunting has been used to manage populations for decades, and in some urban situations is still a viable option. Urban archery deer hunts can be conducted, or cities can hire a contractor to manage a hunting or sharpshooting program. This strategy can cost $200 to $400 per deer. The average fence doesn't keep deer out of an area since deer can jump a 6-foot fence. However, homeowners can put up 8-foot fencing or add an attractive 2-foot barrier to an existing 6-foot fence if allowed by their HOA. In addition, fencing around a subdivision may be a costly solution, but it is extremely effective when used with other management options. Sterilization or contraception for deer is not permissible in Texas by state law. There is no legally approved drug in Texas for fertility control of deer. Therefore, this is not an option. Chemical repellents don't work and can often harm wildlife and the environment. They are not recommended. Human activities have led to current deer situations. We clear valuable habitat, replace it with sterile turf grass, no longer use hunting to control wildlife populations, are intolerant of important predators, and then feed wildlife, thinking it's a solution. Controlling deer herds is complicated and a long-term process. No one tactic works for every community, and multiple simultaneous strategies are recommended. It may take a few years to see results, and management actions must continue to keep herds reduced in size. Leaders must engage the community, be transparent, and communicate openly about decisions. However, more importantly, the community has to be willing to be part of the solution.
groundbreakings are when, when you finally get to the point where you get to show the public what you've been working on for a very long time. The idea for Uptown, which is now the brick and mortar district, goes back many, many years, but back into the early 2000s. Honestly, it was one of the very first projects that was conceived of.
La Verde is going to be a crown jewel for the city of Kyle. It is a great project that so many people have worked on. It is a 1.6 acre park. It has an event lawn that holds up to 2,200 people, market spaces, interactive water features, and a world-class playground for the kids.
This new park that we're going to be building is something that children of all abilities will be able to play together. No price of admission, no addition to the residents' property taxes outside of the zone. The park is uniquely designed for everyone. It is truly multi-generational.
As you can see with my shirt, welcome to the first phase of the brick and mortar district. The brick and mortar district is what you've probably heard a lot of. It is a pedestrian-friendly urban mixed-use development that includes retail, restaurants, office, residential, and parks over 138 acres over that entire area. The vision ultimately includes 2,500 residences, 250,000 square feet of office, and 150,000 square feet of retail. We want this to be a place where people can live and work and play in Kyle and not have to commute to other parts of the region.
There was a Spanish poet named Pedro Calderón de la Barca who once wrote, "Green is the prime color of the world, and that which its loveliness arises." And that is part of the inspiration with this park. So I ask you all to join us in a few months, coming this spring, to our great new park, La Verde.
Respondí a un choque en la carretera. Cuando llegué miré una mujer en el lado del pasajero y parecía que estaba dormida. En realidad estaba muerta y no tenía cinturón de seguridad. Siento que es una lástima que una muchacha tan joven hubiera muerto. Eso me motiva de aplicar las leyes sobre el cinturón de seguridad. El cinturón de seguridad sí salva vidas. Ella no tuvo por qué haber muerto.
On-the-ground conservation is difficult. Whether you're working on private or public land, whether your project is large or small in scope, effective conservation means we must understand the plant and animal communities that call a place home. However, many land managers lack the time, resources, and manpower to collect this important information. But without this knowledge, we may never accomplish our conservation goals. We may even harm the very organisms we're trying to protect. Fortunately, community science can help. Community science engages volunteers and members of the public in research and data collection. It's a form of stewardship that helps scientists and land managers at a scale they couldn't achieve by themselves. Community scientists compile species lists, map out populations, and monitor conservation efforts. This information is key to understanding the biodiversity of the land. Volunteers can help track the progress of habitat restoration or invasive species removal projects. On a larger scale, local data collected can help us understand and manage healthy plant and animal populations across the state, now and into the future. Volunteers can assist with data collection anywhere there is nature to observe. Public parks and preserves, nature centers, schoolyards, backyards, ranches, and even business campuses. Anyone interested in nature and learning about the natural world can be a community scientist. With today's digital tools, getting involved in data collection is easier than ever. Projects that once relied on paper data sheets now use apps that are available on any smartphone. These apps generate valuable information on everything from hummingbirds to horned lizards, from milkweeds to mussels. They're also an incredible way for people to learn about and connect with the nature around them. Platforms like iNaturalist and eBird are free to use and can document locations, photos, sounds, and other data. Land managers can use these platforms as a simple way to engage volunteers with their conservation projects. So, are you excited about the possibilities of using community science data? Unsure of how or where to start? The Texas Nature Trackers program oversees a variety of community science projects in Texas. The program is designed to engage volunteers across a diverse range of experiences and interests. It enables the widespread collection of valuable information on the state's biodiversity. The Texas Nature Trackers team can connect you with the tools, resources, and people you need to make your community science project succeed. Effective conservation just got easier.
car flipped 8 times. I went out the window. I broke my tailbone, shattered my pelvis. I remember crying out in such pain. I was not buckled. It's such a simple act, and it really could have changed my life.
I joined the Army to support my family, and I wanted to do something that I felt mattered, and that's what the military gave me, like a sense of importance.
Being a military family is challenging because you totally have to pick up from what you know and start somewhere new.
We have Vincent, loves superheroes, and then we have Scarlett, she's 10 months old. She just loves to make everybody laugh, so we know she's going to be a character. When I joined the military, I didn't think that I would be eligible for WIC, but one of my NCOs told me that he was in the WIC program and he has 2 kids, so I immediately went and applied because we needed the help. It really helps out financially.
Hello, how are you today?
All the staff at WIC has always made me feel really comfortable. They offered classes, nutritional classes, cooking classes, and I attended multiple breastfeeding classes. When Austin was gone on deployment, I was really scared and alone. So going to those breastfeeding and support classes at WIC really helped because they're such caring and supporting women. It really helped me get through it.
Today is going to be a great day.
Being in the WIC program, it's been really beneficial to our family.
We're starting today. We're here in an open field right now. We walked in with just a pen and paper and a question. And that question was, what is the city of Kyle, the city of Kyle's residents, what would they like to see? What do they want? And Diana gave us the blueprints for this project. And it was sit-down restaurants, retail, entertainment, connectivity, also outdoor venues for your families to come and sit and enjoy your city. And that became the core of what this project was going to be. But also, more importantly, we're now being integrated with the Vibe, which we are so thrilled to be a part of and honored because it gives us that ability to go and connect with the city of Kyle and its residents and plugs us in a way that we didn't see possible on the front end. The city of Kyle is seeing so much growth and so much national interest on a weekly basis that we're reading. And that's because of the residents here in Kyle. And the residents need to be very, very proud of who they've elected and who are in charge of controlling that growth, guiding that growth. They don't do it from a selfish point of view, I can tell you that right now. They worked through all of this with your best interests in mind. And it's certainly translated into the vision that we're building here today. And we're going to deliver on our promise that you entrusted us to do. This is going to be a very special project. This is going to be something that we can all be very, very proud of. And we can't thank you enough for entrusting us with that. And on that being said, I want to thank you, the city officials, for your partnership and your friendship. And we're now going to go deliver and give you exactly what you wanted and we can't be more proud of that. So,
the residents of Kyle have said for a very long time that they are interested in and really hungry for sit-down restaurants, exactly as Travis said, with a lot of connectivity. So just one detail that you might find interesting is included in this development project is a $3 million tunnel designed to go underneath the backside of Kyle Crossing into the Cromwell Street, which will allow for pedestrians to come from Plum Creek walking, biking, or other modes of transportation to get straight into this particular development. This front area, moving back, is also going to have just tons of connectivity, allowing for people to do to shop and to live without necessarily having to rely on a vehicle. And that's just extremely important. It was important from the beginning, a little bit unique with the ideas. We're trying to sort of flip the script on that here in the city of Kyle and not just build the same way we've always built. Unique projects that solve lots of problems is what we're trying to do here. And so I cannot wait to sit down at some of these restaurants and dine. I know a lot of our community feels the same way. So I want to commend CSW for all the work they put in, the patience they showed. Very easy to throw your hands up halfway through a project like this and say, we just can't do it. But we never got that impression from your group. And I know that the staff really feels that way. It is great when we have partners that come to the community with a desire, not just to do what they want, but to do what's in the best interest of the community as well. And so for that, thank you. And I'm just thrilled that we get to break ground on this and bring more great retail, public spaces, park. Over this direction, we've got another park coming. It's going to be great. And we've got the right people here helping us along the way. So thank you very much, and congratulations.
Parents have hundreds of details to remember every day.
Lunch is packed? Check. Car keys found? Check. Walk the dog? Check.
But there's one detail that too many parents are forgetting.
Did I leave my medicine out? Better check.
Life moves fast, but please, take time for what really matters. Keep your prescription medications safe, secure, and out of sight. For more information, visit drugfreetexas.org.
Los padres tienen que recordar cientos de detalles todos los días.
Preparar loncheras, hecho. Encontrar las llaves, hecho. Pasear el perro, hecho.
Pero hay un detalle que muchos padres olvidan.
Guardé mis medicamentos, déjame ver.
No debemos dejar de lado algo muy importante. Guardar los medicamentos recetados en un lugar seguro y fuera de la vista. Para más información, visite drugfreetexas.org.
Storytime, presented by the Kyle Public Library, narrated by Judy Thomas. Fairy Tales Too Good to Miss in the Meadow by Lisa M. Ripperton. The Three Billy Goats Gruff. Once upon a time there were 3 billy goats, who were to go up to the hillside to make themselves fat, and the name of all 3 was Gruff. On the way up was a bridge over a burn that they had to cross, and under this bridge lived a great ugly troll, with eyes as big as saucers and a nose as long as a poker. So first of all came the youngest billy goat Gruff to cross the bridge. Trip, trap, trip, trap, trip, trap, went the bridge. "Who's that tripping over my bridge?" roared the troll.
"Oh, it is only I, the tiniest billy goat Gruff.
and I'm going up to the hillside to make myself fat, said the billy goat with such a small voice. Now I'm coming to gobble you up, said the troll. Oh no, pray don't take me. I'm too little, that I am, said the billy goat. Wait a bit until the second billy goat Gruff comes. He's much bigger. Well, be off with you, said the troll. A little while after came the second billy goat Gruff to cross the bridge. Trip-trap, 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 trip-trap went the bridge. Who's that tripping over my bridge? Roared the troll. Oh, it's the second billy goat Gruff, and I'm going up the hillside to make myself fat, said the billy goat, who hadn't such a small voice. Now I'm coming to gobble you up, said the troll. Oh no, don't take me. Wait a little until the big billy goat Gruff comes. He's much bigger. Very well, be off with you, said the troll. But just then up came the big billy goat Gruff. Trip-trap, trip-trap, trip-trap went the bridge, for the billy goat was so heavy that the bridge creaked and groaned under him. Who's that tramping over my bridge? Roared the troll. It is I, the big billy goat Gruff, said the billy goat, who had an ugly hoarse voice of his own. And now I'm coming to gobble you up, roared the troll. Well, come along. I've got 2 spears, and I'll poke your nose and pierce your ears. I've got besides 2 curling stones, and I'll bruise your body and rattle your bones. That was what the big billy goat said, and so he flew at the troll and tossed him out into the burn, and after that he went up to the hillside. There the billy goats got so fat that they were scarcely able to walk home again, and if the fat hasn't fallen off them, why they're still fat, and so, snip, snap, snout, this tale's told out.
Hi, I'm Danielle. Thanks to a partnership between the City of Kyle and Uber, getting a ride has never been easier. As long as you're traveling in Kyle, download a voucher from the City of Kyle app and your ride will cost just $3.14. To help veterans like me, this offer is now available for rides to and from the VA clinic in Austin. And if you have a flight to catch, rides to and from the airport are now 31.4% of the original price. Download the app today to get discounts on your Uber rides. It's easy as pie.
Hi, my name is Tony. I work at the James Adkins Kyle Pool. I like working here because it's fun, it's relaxing. You know, I'm really close to everyone here. It's just the ideal job, and I learned a lot of life skills as well.
Last thing I remember is him saying, oh man, jumped over a culvert and then hit a rock wall and flipped one time. You can look at the truck and it is just twisted. It can mess with you, the thoughts of what could have happened if we weren't wearing seatbelts. And that is the only reason we are here. We would not be alive.
Parents have hundreds of details to remember every day.
Lunch is packed? Check. Car keys found? Check. Walk the dog? Check.
But there's one detail that too many parents are forgetting.
Did I leave my medicine out? Better check.
Life moves fast, but please, take time for what really matters. Keep your prescription medications safe, secure, and out of sight. For more information, visit drugfreetexas.org.
If you just look at, this is the one place that people can come in town where they really don't have to pay money to be here. So a lot of places that people spend their leisure time, you know, you're kind of, when you walk into a restaurant, the clock starts ticking and, you know, you only have a certain amount of time and you can't just stay there too long. But, you know, the library, you can come here and spend as much time as you want. You can walk on our grounds, you can get a book. There's just so many things that you can do here. So first of all, it's a space that people can come and relax, study, socialize, and do so many different things that we all enjoy doing. But I think the other two components of that are the programs and the collection. In other words, our programs are designed to reach out to everybody in our community, and so that there will be something there for everybody to enjoy and come in here, and it brings people together. And the same's true with our collection. We try to be comprehensive with it. We try to make sure that from birth to seniors, that we have a variety of things, recreational as well as informational, educational, workforce related, you name it. But we try to have all of those things. So I do think that the library has sort of replaced in some ways what used to be the old market square, where people would come down and, you know, that was where you did your shopping and sell things. I think if you really look at the library, day in and day out, that's what it's become. It's where people come to hang out. If you're a young family and you've got young children, you know, all of our story times, you know, a lot of the mothers will start out with the toddler story time, and then they work their way all the way up, you know, over that 3 to 5 years. And a good part of that is they come together, the mothers, the fathers, the grandparents, the caregivers, and they talk and enjoy that time together too, and the children do as well. So I think all the programs function in that way a little bit. You know, we have teen programs, a whole array of those that we do. Teens can come together and enjoy those. We have Dungeons and Dragons. We have our senior movies that we show a couple of times a month here. That gives an opportunity for seniors to get together, have refreshments, and watch a great movie. And of course, everybody's invited to that. It's primarily our seniors that come to that, but it's open to the entire public, so people can come in and do that. You know, another partnership that we've started recently is with our homeschoolers. You know, for a long time, I think there was a little disconnect there, but you know, we've got homeschoolers now that come in and have a chess club. And of course, the wonderful thing about that is, again, they run it, but they welcome everybody. That's an example of a program that I'm very, very pleased with and very happy to do. And that's an example of a partnership with a group in town that can make that happen. So we're very happy about that. But I think our programs in general, you know, are designed to provide recreation for people and let them come together and socialize and feel like a community. So I think that's the biggest thing. But I also think it's the atmosphere. Again, we try to create a destination experience, so we try to have things where people are comfortable. We'll put comfortable chairs in different places where someone may just find a little out-of-the-way spot to read a book. Or like we say, the kids can come get on the computers and learn something or enjoy that. My favorite place would be the Butterfly Garden. I think when it's in full bloom, we have just a beautiful little, it's like a little Texas pasture back here. It's not necessarily like a park, it's just like a little pasture with this beautiful little butterfly garden. And I would say that's probably my favorite place. That and how I would like for people to view the Kyle Library is that it's their library. I don't want them to feel like they're going to a place or they're going to a city building. They're really going to their library. I want them to feel like this is their hometown library. It should be a place they feel just as comfortable as they do, sitting reading a book like they might in their study or their living room at their house.
Yeah, there's Mommy. There's
Introduce us, Mom.
All right, so this is my family. This is my son, Isaiah. And this is Amaria, our newborn, 4 months. And this is my lovely husband, Christopher Williams. And then I'm Kimberly. When I first found out I was pregnant, it was very scary because when it's something that's not like in your plans right then and it pops up, it's like you have no choice. Somebody told me about WIC, and so when I came here, it was kind of crazy. I was like, you mean I get all this? Like, I get the milk, the cheese, the eggs? I was so excited because it was just like Christmas every day, you know? WIC is an amazing program for you. You just ask one question, and they'll give you answers to everything that you probably didn't even think of, like, existed. The information with breastfeeding is very important because, like I said, I'm a first-time breastfeeding mom, and that information is very, very important. There's much to learn, much to learn. Doesn't just stop after one. There's a lot more to learn, and WIC is there to provide that information for you. So continue, continue, continue. If you're a young mother, you're definitely not alone. When you stop and you think about, you know, when your child looks at you and smiles with those cute dimples and them colorful, bright eyes, like, it's definitely worth it. It's definitely worth it. Bye. Bye.
There's one.
The bass are biting in Texas. These days, almost anyone can land a lunker on a public lake. But how did all those fish get there in the first place? Most Texas reservoirs are man-made, created in recent times to control flooding and provide power and water. But what works for industry doesn't necessarily work for fish. Most fish in Texas evolved in streams, so big basins like this pose a challenge to fisheries managers. Fortunately for anglers, there are ways to build a fish-friendly reservoir, and some of the best were built in East Texas by the Sabine River Authority.
The Sabine River Authority doesn't only just supply water to people who need it or electricity for people who need it. They've joined in a partnership with the Texas Parks and Wildlife Department to create habitat and maintain it in our public water systems for all recreational anglers to benefit from.
The authority manages the Sabine River Basin, which stretches more than 500 miles from North Texas to the Gulf of Mexico. Established in 1949, the SRA has developed 3 major reservoirs along the river. Lake Tawakoni, completed in 1960, Toledo Bend, completed in '69, and Lake Fork, completed in the early '80s. The fishing is outstanding on each of these lakes, and that's not by accident.
They do care about the fishery. I think their actions certainly show that.
Especially on Lake Fork, where careful planning has paid off in a big way.
Another nice Lake Fork bass.
Lake Fork is probably the preeminent bass fishery in the United States. You cannot go anywhere in this country the fishermen have not heard of Lake Fork and do not consider Lake Fork as the top big bass producer.
On any given cast, an angler has the opportunity to land a fish of a lifetime, if not the state record.
In fact, the current state record largemouth bass did come from Fork, and the lake has produced more lunkers weighing over 15 pounds than all other Texas reservoirs combined.
It's an absolutely amazing story. And you look at that top 50 list of those fish, and it's still, after all these years, the 35 of those top 50 largemouth in the state have come out of this reservoir.
And the Sabine River Authority deserves much of the credit for that. Acting on advice from Texas Parks and Wildlife, they filled the lake in stages over several years, allowing fish populations to get started in small farm ponds. They also left most of the vegetation intact, providing valuable habitat for bass.
Prior to Lake Fork, when lakes were built, they would go through and just bulldoze the bottom. And this one, they kept the timber, and that gave it a jump start like no other lake in the history of the state's ever had.
Creating a world-class fishery is one thing. Now the challenge is to keep it that way.
We have an extensive water quality monitoring program throughout the entire basin. We have monthly sampling routines that we do from Lake Tawakoni all the way to the Gulf Coast. And we believe that this not only enhances the fisheries industry, but it also helps the general public that utilize and drink the water out of our water supply reservoirs.
Getting anglers on the water is another thing the authority does well. They've built public boat ramps throughout the basin, providing easy access to the river and lakes. They also maintain markers on boat lanes to guide boaters around submerged timber and other hazards.
Many of our employees enjoy using the resource themselves. They like to fish, and so it has a personal dimension to them, as well as a professional dimension of pride in being a part of the group that's helping to make this happen. And I think we're going to see in the future expanded efforts to continue to make a good program better. We see this as a great challenge, and we see it as a great opportunity, and we see it as something that's going to be a part of our ongoing mission.
Hi, I want to welcome you to Thistlewood Manor, home of extraordinary, elegant events. Like, we do weddings here, and I am privileged to be the owner and the chef here at Thistlewood Manor. We're going to make a chicken pot pie. And of course there are a myriad of different ways that you can make a chicken pot pie. As we kind of work through today in this plan, feel free of course to experiment, add or subtract whatever ingredients, you know, are your favorite ingredients. You can do that. Some recipes you may come across will tell you to boil your chicken. I highly discourage you to boil your chicken. Boiling chicken is great for making chicken stock, but there you have a lovely chicken stock where you've got all the flavor out of the chicken that's now in a stock and your chicken is bland. So I recommend a roasted chicken. You can take a whole chicken and roast it in the oven. You can even cut it up and saute a chicken would be better. Or you can even cheat like I did. I actually bought a rotisserie chicken from the grocery store and I have just cut it up really nicely there into bite-sized pieces. The first thing we're going to do is actually work on our pie crust. Again, I think a fresh homemade pie crust is going to be one of the key things that makes your pie stand out, whether it's a fruit pie or chicken pot pie, meat pie, whatever you're making. This is the best thing. Important thing about this, very simple ingredients. There's flour, I already have salt in here measured out, and then our butter. And my butter's been sitting here on ice because it's very important that your butter is cold. And I have some ice water here also waiting for us. There's a couple of different things you can do with a pie crust. The difference is they call it a mealy pie crust is I guess really a smooth pie crust. Probably mostly what you would buy and purchase would be that. But if you want your pie crust to be a little more flaky, then you might, it's really in the size that you leave your butter chunks. The smaller they are, the more of a smooth, mealy pie crust. And then the bigger your chunks, the more flaky your pie crust is going to be. And then again, cold water is very important, and we're just trying not to get ice in here. But we're just going to toss the water in with your flour mixture. Just enough to get it to where it's starting to stick together. So, should be able to get in here and make a ball. When you're measuring out your ingredients for a pie crust and really in baking, it's really a good idea to have a little scale because flour can be pressed down or it can be fluffed up, and so when you're just measuring by the cup, then it can be either too heavy or too something or another. What we're doing here, this is usually about a 10 to 12 ounces is a good amount. A nice little flour surface there. One thing you don't want to do is overwork your dough. When you overwork your dough, it tends to make it tough. This is true in any kind of a quick bread. You don't want to, like biscuits or something like that. And another little key, and the reason why we really want to make our pie crust first, is because your pie crust really needs to chill before you put it in the oven. The next thing is our vegetables, and we're going to do, again, roasting. We're talking about roasting. Roasting to me is one of the best things you can do for almost any vegetable. And so this is actually one of the things that we're going to do today is we're going to roast our veggies that are going in our pot pie. Just the corn, the carrots there. We have our potatoes. And I might just tell you, you know, how a chef holds a knife. It's like you always actually hold it out on the blade with your thumb and your forefinger and then wrap your 3 fingers around. That is the most control that you have over your knife. Less chance of slipping and cutting a finger. So from there, we are just going to simply roast these vegetables. We're going to kind of drizzle. The important thing we started out with, our oven is at 425, and you want it to be nice and hot when you are going in. Got your little salt and pepper. And this will take about 10 or 15 minutes in the oven. So while those are in there cooking, we are going to start our roux. our sauce, more or less. So the butter's just been sitting over here already, so it's already kind of melted down there, so we can go ahead and throw our onions into the batch there. And what we're going to do is just saute these onions just a little bit. We want them to be nice and tender, but not necessarily brown. We have our flour, salt, pepper, and a little bit of thyme mixed here together, ready to go in to make our roux. And then I've already mixed our chicken broth and milk here that goes into this roux. Now our onions are tender. They're pretty tender, sort of translucent, but not necessarily like brown. And now we're just going to add all of that in there, stir it fairly vigorously to get all that mixed in. Watch your heat. You want to pull it off the heat a little bit, because you don't want it to, it'll start thickening up really fast. You want to make sure it's all mixed in good. And then you can start pouring in your chicken broth and milk. So we've got our roux, is pretty nice thickness. We've been occasionally tossing our veggies, and they are just about ready. I think that we can go ahead and pull the corn. Leave the rest of that in there for a couple more minutes. And we're going to slice this off of, add my chicken over here, and then I'll use this bowl and our peas. Then all we need are our veggies. Slightly browned on each side, a little golden color, making them quite yummy going into this. So our pie crusts have been chilling, and we are now ready to put all of this together. And then we're just going to pour this into our little pie crust here. And then we just take our top piece of pie crust and lay it nice over the top. Notice it doesn't have to be perfect, but you want it to be fairly even around with your dough. And the way you kind of crimp it is you lift up both layers and then fold them under. So they're kind of mixing together a little bit over the edge. Kind of go in and press it down so it's kind of going over the edge. That'll help hold it from what they call slumping when your pie crust all falls in. And as I'm pinching and gathering, I'm sort of also going over the edge again to kind of help anchor it. And then we're going to take our knife here and just make a few little slits, and that we're going to put in our oven. That's still nice and hot, around 425-ish. I'm going to put that in there, and I'm going to immediately lower the temperature to about 375 on your stove, and then probably in about 10 minutes or so, I'm going to put our little pie crust edge over so it doesn't get too brown, and then in about 30-40 minutes, we're going to have a lovely pie. While this can make a delicious meal all of its own, it can also be very lovely mixed with with a little simple little mixed green salad, side salad, and I really like it with a bowl of, or a little cup of tomato basil soup. So you might put your favorite soup with it if you like. Come off nice and pretty. You see the flaky crust? Done. And there you go.
Want to see some spooky movies? Tune in to Kyle 10 starting at 8 p.m. to watch a whole night of horror.
Pensé que yo iba a perder la vida. Si no me hubiera puesto el cinturón, no estaría aquí con mi hijo, que adoro.
My name is Kate Johnson, and I'm the chairman of the Hays County Historical Commission.
I'm Tricia Randall. I'm the chairman of the Kyle Railroad Depot Committee, and we
are working with the city of Kyle. We're maintaining and taking care of this building.
This is an all-volunteer staff that opens this depot for Kyle every Saturday now from 10 to 2.
Kyle has had a very interesting history. This was the hub of transportation, communication, economic development, you could tell, by bringing in their products. This was the livelihood of the people of Kyle and the surrounding areas. So we're very fortunate to have this depot to tell the history.
And we enjoy having everybody come, and we need more volunteers. The more volunteers that we can get, the more we can be open. We're looking for people that love history and that are dependable, that we can depend on. Like I said, if we can get a few more volunteers, we might be able to be open some more, and that would be a good thing for the city of Kyle.
All right, come on, Brim. That's an order. Start biting.
Another day on the lake, waiting for that elusive tug on the line.
Look at there, you got him. Get him, get him. Oh!
This one got away, but thanks to Leonard Rainey, there's always tomorrow. For the past 25 years, he's been a man with a mission.
Knowing that when I'm dead and gone, that we'll have good fishing in our state.
He's pursued that mission with a vengeance, founding organizations like Texas Black Bass Unlimited and the Freshwater Anglers Association, raising hundreds of thousands of dollars for the Freshwater Fisheries Center and the Texas River Center, promoting water quality legislation like Senate Bill 1, serving on advisory boards and task forces.
It's a full-time job with Leonard. He works at this all the time. Weekends, holidays, Leonard is always there.
His motivation is simple.
I guess it's something that needed to be done, and nobody was doing it. If we don't educate and we don't get involved, then we're going to lose that very one thing that we love so much.
Of all the things he's done over the years, perhaps his favorite has been working with kids.
What's your name?
Domingo.
Domingo, did you catch any fish?
Yeah.
How many?
One.
One? Big one?
About this big.
All right. Every kid will love to fish.
Wave to him.
You know, the excitement of that fish under the water.
Oh my God!
Thanks to Leonard, thousands of kids have joined the fishing fraternity, learning its secret rituals.
This is a fisherman's handshake.
And even taking a junior angler's oath.
And as a junior angler, I will be responsible for the environment that I've inherited.
And I will protect it throughout my life. I will not
pollute the air that all living things must breathe.
I will not destroy the land that gives us life.
I will not pollute our lakes or rivers or throw trash on our shores.
I will not hurt my body by taking drugs or joining gangs.
As a junior angler, I will teach kids how to fish
and practice water safety. I will pledge to take my mom and dad fishing often. All these things I will do as a junior angler so I may enjoy the outdoors and always leave it better than I found it
for those who come after me.
And perhaps more than anything else, that sums up what Leonard Rainey is all about.
There's so many kids that will never get a chance to go fishing because somebody didn't take the time to carry them.
It's amazing how much of his life he's put into fishing, and something he really believes in. And I think all the fishermen in the state of Texas owe Leonard a tremendous debt of gratitude.
Many people have misconceptions about mountain lions. These large cats, also called cougars and panthers, are important predators throughout Texas and other states. Like most wild cats, they are very elusive, so it's rare for someone to see one. Most mountain lion sightings are actually misidentifications of bobcats, coyotes, and sometimes house cats. Mountain lions can be found throughout Texas, but are rare outside of South and West Texas. They are rarely seen near human development and almost never found east of I-35. They are large, slender cats with a relatively small head compared to their body, and they have a long, prominent tail. Their fur is light tan to tawny brown in color. Adult mountain lions range from 6.5 to 8.5 feet in length and can weigh 80 to 150 pounds. Despite being such a large cat, they are very agile. They are comparable in size to an adult Great Dane. Contrary to popular belief, mountain lions are not endangered in Texas. However, their large home range and solitary nature makes population estimates difficult to obtain. In Texas, they are classified as unprotected, non-game animals. Mountain lions rely on deer as a food source, but they will never kill out a deer herd. They often roam over 200 square miles looking for prey, so they rarely stay in any given area for very long, and in most cases are just passing through. Mountain lions frequently eat feral pigs, javelina, and occasionally prey on porcupines and jackrabbits. Although people claim to have seen black mountain lions, there is no evidence that they exist. They do not exhibit melanism, so they cannot have an overexpression of the pigment melanin to cause dark skin. Often, if a cat is seen in a shady area, their coloration may appear darker, giving the illusion that it's almost black in color. Mountain lions are shy, elusive, and solitary animals. They are mostly active at dawn, dusk, and during the night, and avoid areas with human activities. Due to their large size, mountain lions are often misunderstood and undervalued. They are an important top-level carnivore and a crucial part of the ecosystem.
They're mostly up in here. They're just clouds of them. They're just clouds of them. This is my business and where I live in South Travis County. We've never seen this before, half a dozen at a time maybe. Now, I don't know, they're hundreds, thousands. They look like leaves, brown leaves, so you don't really even notice the numbers of them. It's one of their stopover points on the way to Mexico. It's the Monarch Motel.
These same monarchs right here today that we're seeing, those that survive through the winter will come back through Texas next March and April. In the spring, these will get as far north as Kansas. So a distance of some 3,000 miles. Phenomenal.
That's a pretty amazing sight. Just lucky that it's 10 feet from my house.
Really, really magical.
Mi mamá dio vuelta al volante y perdió el control y el carro se empezó a dar vueltas.
Me pegó en el lado. En ese momento yo pensé que iba a morir. Sí, yo lo tenía puesto.
Agradecida que mi mamá nos forzó esta mañana a ponernos el cinturón.
Es muy fácil, como había dicho. Es como ponerte los zapatos. No estaría aquí con mi hijo, que adoro.
Pizza. It's cheap, it's delicious, and it's portable too. For these reasons and more, it's the food of college students, soldiers, and birthday parties. This doesn't stray far from pizza's roots. As far back as ancient Rome, there is evidence that a flatbread with toppings was used as rations for soldiers. In Virgil's Aeneid, he describes a suspiciously pizza-like food when he says that the soldiers devoured the cakes of flour that they used as plates. Today, just like all the way back then, pizza is a fast, cheap, and convenient food. I'm Daniel Seehausen, and this is The Answer Archive. While there may have been a flatbread similar to pizza in the ancient world, most experts would peg the true beginning of pizza's history in Naples in the 18th century.
There are two things to remember about pizza. One, it's cheap. Two, it's portable. The cheapness and the portability of pizza made it food for the poor.
That's Carol Helstotsky, a professor at the University of Denver with a research focus on the history of food.
I don't think it's coincidental that pizza's origins are in Naples. Naples was predominantly a port city. There is, along the Bay of Naples, a lot of working class housing. These were not spacious apartments. Very few people had anything that resembled a working kitchen. And so people lived on street food. And the street food had to be cheap because people lived, daily wages, or they were day laborers, or they worked on, unloading ships or fishing or whatever they could do to get by. So a lot of people had to live on street food, and the food had to be portable. Food had to be brought into these working class neighborhoods and sold to people.
In the early days of pizza, it would have been sold like hot dogs on the streets of New York City today. The pizza would have been brought into poor areas by the cooks and set up on tables in the hot sun, and then sold by the slice for very little money to the workers who needed a meal. And for at least 100 years, pizza remained a working class food. In 1831, Samuel Morse, of Morse code fame, gave pizza a rave review. A species of most nauseating cake, it altogether looks like a piece of bread that had been taken reeking out of the sewer. But that started to change in the 19th century, when Italy was unifying.
Italy was not so unified even after it was politically unified, right? And bringing together all these folks on this rocky peninsula was no easy task. Queen Margherita is visiting Naples, and this is a big deal for someone from central Italy to go down to the city of Naples. And while they are there, she would like to try some characteristic food. She doesn't say, I want to have food of the poor, I don't think. But in any case, as the myth goes, she wants to try this pizza. And so Raffaele Esposito, who's a famous pizza maker, creates these pizzas for her.
He made the queen 3 pizzas. The first was topped with lard, cacio-cavallo, a type of cheese, and basil. The second pizza had fish on it. And he also made her pizza al mozzarella, which was topped with basil, tomatoes, and, of course, mozzarella cheese. Pizza al mozzarella was Queen Margherita's favorite of the 3.
And so she proclaims she likes this one the best. And then there is in pizzeria, there is a card saying, I have tried these pizzas, I proclaim them quite good, and so the pizza is then named after her. And it's this great story. It's also very patriotic because the white of the mozzarella, the red of the tomatoes, the green of the basil, these are the colors of the Italian flag, right?
And that is the origin story of the pizza margherita. But as Italy unified, there weren't enough jobs for poor rural Italians, especially in the south of Italy, and opportunities began to open up around the world from burgeoning empires like America. Demand for manual labor around the 20th century, especially in factories, on plantations, on railroads, and in mines, pushed Italians to look elsewhere for, as they put it, work and bread. Because of these factors, record numbers of Italians left Italy from 1876 to 1915. By some counts, as many as 11 million, which was nearly a third of the population of Italy at that time.
If we think about Italy as a country, it's really good at exporting its population. Immigrants left Italy looking for better lives, so Italians kind of spread themselves all across the globe. And in doing so, brought their foodways and food with them.
And one of the places that Italians went was the United States. Lombardi's was the first officially licensed pizzeria in America. He and his employee, Totonio, started selling pizzas baked in a coal oven. Antonio would go on to open his own famous pizzeria, Totonio's, in the 1920s. Though the original location of Lombardi's closed in the 80s, it reopened a few streets over a decade later. It even still uses the same coal oven it used nearly a century before. Many of Lombardi's employees, like Totonio, would go on to open their own pizzerias. This began what some would call the Pizza Belt in the Northeast, though Lombardi's loves to brag that they were the first pizza in the United States. Their website is literally called www.firstpizza.com. In reality, many Italian Americans were selling pizza without licenses prior to Lombardi's.
When Italians moved to a place, a lot of the pizza making was taking place in bakeries, people would make these pizzas, and again, like they did in Naples, bring them out into the streets and sell them to people who were going off to work. And so there were a lot of mobile vendors all across the United States wherever there were Italian-American migrants. But the pizzerias are the sort of the stationary places where you prepare a pizza and have people either grab it there and take it away or eat it there. And so these pizzerias develop in the Northeast and become, I think because of their longevity, become really well known. And we could talk about the New Haven pizzerias like Sally's, for example, Lombardi's in New York, et cetera, that these are sort of these places that have staying power. And so they become almost canonical, right, in pizza history, really important places.
At first, pizza spread across the East Coast as an Italian-American specialty. Then it became popular throughout the United States because some decidedly not Italian men revolutionized pizza yet again.
The fast food pizza, right? Pizza delivery gets its start from Domino's and from Pizza Hut. And those are two companies that were started, or two restaurant chains that were started by men who were not Italian. They had nothing to do with Italy. Both of them set up shop purposely close to universities and to military bases. And I found this fascinating, right? Because students and I guess soldiers who were stationed at military bases wanted something cheap, they wanted something portable, and they wanted something filling. Pizza fits all those categories.
To some pizza purists, fast food pizza, like Domino's and Pizza Hut, is an abomination of safe, samey pizza, but its impact cannot be understated on pizza as a whole. After Pizza Hut was founded in Wichita, Kansas by Dan and Frank Carney, it grew quickly and spread pizza around the globe to unexpected places like Asia and the Middle East, using a technique known as glocalization, where they would move into places that may have been averse to typical pizzas and would offer local variants with ingredients people would recognize to get them to try pizza for the very first time. Unlike McDonald's that would come into areas and shut down their local competition, Pizza Hut and Domino's usually didn't kill local pizzerias. Pizza delivery even accidentally invented a new kind of prank, ordering tons of pizza to the door of an unsuspecting friend or enemy. The most amusing version of this joke, in my opinion, is when U.S. Army officials ordered dozens of pizzas to the door of an anti-war activist. But he had college students living at home, so he said, "When a pizza's delivered, I just stick my hand into my wallet without asking questions." He didn't even realize that he was being harassed by government officials with pizza. And with pizza available at nearly every street corner, and now even delivered straight to your home, pizza had only one more market left to conquer: home cooking. Another innovation was on the horizon that would revolutionize pizza one last time: frozen pizzas. In the 50s, frozen pizza capitalized on two trends to gain popularity. At the time, ethnic foods were becoming popular, and pizza came to represent Italians to the rest of suburban America. And perhaps, just as important, convenient foods were gripping the nation. TV dinners, boxed meals, and all foods that were quick and easy to prepare were becoming a new profitable market. Pizza delivery and frozen pizzas took the dish from a slice eaten on the street or in a pizzeria to something eaten in the privacy of one's own home.
And so you have this whole food industry that supports the popularization of pizza, so it becomes ubiquitous, it becomes everywhere. One could venture a guess that people just inevitably, right, the sort of the law of averages, will at some point consume pizza if it's everywhere and available in restaurants and available in grocery stores and on every street corner. Eventually everyone, no matter how wealthy or poor, is going to get around to eating it.
These new options of delivery or just picking up a pie frozen at the store exploded pizza into every corner of the US. As Carol Helstotsky put it, in 1945, few people understood what a pizza was. Within 2 decades, it was hard to avoid pizza. From Naples to New York, and from New York to the world, pizza has become a staple food for everyone, from the poor of southern Italy in the 1800s to nearly every college student in America today. Pizza is a part of almost everyone's daily diet. but few people think about the rich history of pizza. Whether it was made for the Queen of Italy at the turn of the 19th century or reheated in an oven to feed a family in the 50s, pizza will remain an important and iconic Italian dish for just about anyone at any time.
Hello, I'm Leanne. I'm a lifeguard here in Kyle at the James Atkins Pool. I enjoy my job. It was easy. The hiring process was very smooth. Everybody was very helpful. And so at the age of 52, having summers off, I decided that I would get my lifeguard certification. And with the hot summer, I enjoy coming to the pool as it's a feel-good job for me.
No importa lo que manejas, nadie está por encima de la ley. Conductores y pasajeros, abroche o pague.
I believe everybody, disabled or not, deserves a chance to make something of themselves. What I'm looking for as an employer is somebody who's motivated to work.
It's really important that people with disabilities are given the chance to work because they are so dedicated and they love their jobs and they love coming to work.
People have a choice of where they're going to spend their money. It could be for price, it could be for location or product, but it's also what the company stands for. So it's really important that businesses hire people that reflect the community.
It is good business to hire people with disabilities because it strengthens and adds diversity to a team.
Clarence is a courtesy clerk here, and he sacks customers' groceries, and then he takes them out to the car.
He just wants to help. He's that giving type person.
I'm a bagger. I sweep the stores and the floors up at Food Town.
He's self-motivated and has a great work ethic. It tends to rub off on other employees as well.
He's worked for our company since 2008. We're very proud and appreciative to have Clarence on our team.
Clarence has exceptional customer service skills. He brings a smile to work every day, and he knows more people by name here than I do.
Cole is a shining example of somebody who loves his job and loves his work.
I like working at Home Depot because I like helping customers.
What's unique about Cole is his zest for wanting to figure out things and offer more and be able to solve problems for both customers and associates.
We have a Home Depot app where you can look up products and locations, and he does not hesitate to assist customers when they come in.
He almost knows the entire store like the back of his hand, so if I have a question, I have no problem going to him and getting the right answer.
There's been a few times that we've been out and I've had Cole with me, and people will come up and they're like, "Is that your son?" They've told me stories of how I was in Home Depot the other day, and he's just such a great worker.
I have good friends at work.
I can't thank Cole enough for being the guy that he is, and the attitude that he brings to this store just makes it enjoyable for everybody.
Customers have a lot going on in their lives and their day, and they come in here to get help for whatever need it may be, and that smile to kind of help them know that we're here to serve and here to take care of them is something that we spend a lot of time training our associates, but with Cole, it's an automatic every time.
He's a great employee, and there's not a lot that I have to do other than just encourage him, fill his tank, and let him know he's doing a great job.
Eric makes a friend out of everybody. Everybody he talks to loves him.
I like everybody.
The first time I met him, he told me, I work all day and I work hard. And that is true. Eric is one of the hardest workers I've ever been around. He does everything with a smile and a positive attitude.
He's very positive. He comes into work very high energy, and that energy transfers to our guests and to our employees.
That's something that warms my heart to see that Eric has found a second home with his co-workers there at Whataburger.
Whataburger is my family.
There are so many people in place from the state level to the local level to make sure that each one of our individuals is supported.
Employers find out it's an advantage to their business because it makes their customers understand they too are compassionate.
After watching Clarence work, I've gone ahead and hired several other people with disabilities. and watch them grow with the company as well.
You're going to get an employee that wants to be there. You're going to get an employee that's going to show up on time. You're going to get an employee that's going to give you 100% every day that they show up, and they're going to make a positive impact on your company.
It's incredibly important for any business to reflect their community and give that individual a chance to show what they can really bring to the table.
It's a great opportunity for everyone. No one misses out.
Tenemos una hija de 6 años, se llama Audrey, y ella va ahorita a primer año. Le encanta jugar y ahora ya con su hermanito se entretiene entreteniéndolo a él. A mi hija la amamantamos, en total fueron un poquito más de 3 años, que estás dándole a tu bebé lo mejor de ti, que no solo es la nutrición, sino que le das el amor. Cuando Matthew nació, no podía agarrarse como debería. Para mí, el solo pensar en alimentarlo me hacía sentir rechazo. Yo no quería hacerlo por tanto dolor. Empezó a ponerse amarillito durante el primer día de vida porque no estaba recibiendo suficiente comida. Y sentirte que estás fracasando como mamá, que deberías de poder alimentar a tu bebé y no lo estaba pudiendo hacer. Me quitó toda la esperanza, toda la frustración, todo el dolor que había tenido se juntó en ese momento. Y del hospital nos refirieron al Lactation Care Center. Le checaron su lengua, sus cachetitos, los labios y ellas notaron que tenía restringido el movimiento. Nos refirieron a ir a un dentista. Y lo checó. Todo estaba restringido que no permitía que él amamantara correctamente. Era un procedimiento muy rápido, menos de 5 minutos. El cambio lo vi, inmediatamente el dolor cambió. Y sentir ahora que podía alimentar a mi bebé sin tener dolor fue increíble. Cada vez iba mejorando más, fue ganando peso, fue mejorando en todos los aspectos. Las consultoras de lactancia del Lactation Care Center son amables, son amigables. Desde que entras te hacen sentir en casa, desde que entras te hacen sentir en familia. Ellas están listas y disponibles para ayudar. Cual sea el proceso, cual sea la necesidad, ellas están listas para ayudar.
First, Papito.
Okay. Audrey wanted a baby brother. If she had a sister, they were gonna fight about her toys. So she thought about it and she's like, no, I think I need a baby brother. I breastfed my first baby for 3 years, so we knew that breastfeeding is the best for the baby, for the mom, and all the benefits, and it's free. From the moment he was born, we noticed something was not right because every feeding was a problem. From the first day, there was a lot of pain. From the first day, I started bleeding. He was 5 days old and he had already lost 12% of his weight. It made me feel like a failure as a mom because I wasn't able to provide. I was just devastated. I was ready to just give it.
What are you doing?
We went to the lactation care center where the hospital referred us.
How you been? Good, we're doing great.
The consultants there saw that he had trouble moving his cheeks and tongue properly for breastfeeding, so they referred me to a pediatric dentist to get a full diagnosis.
Hi, papacito.
When the dentist saw my baby, she said he had tongue tied where the cheeks are tight and the lip tied. She said that she could do the procedure right away and fix it. I had high hopes for that procedure, that it will make it feel better right away, and it did. It's just amazing. He was gaining weight, he had more energy, and now he will sleep longer. If I didn't have that help, that guidance from the lactation care center, I would have given up. Just having somebody to believe in you and tell you that you're doing great, that you can do it, it's amazing.
The word ombudsman can be tricky to say sometimes.
I had to look it up in the dictionary.
Yeah, it took me a while to get used to ombudsman.
It is odd sounding. It means to me a friend for our residents.
Most of the time when I ask people if they know what an ombudsman is, their eyes kind of roll back a little bit and get glossy.
But once they do understand it and they understand what we're here for, we're here to help the residents.
Volunteer ombudsmen help residents by allowing them to voice their concerns or issues. It may be the food that often arises that they may have a like or a dislike, and I can try to find out the right people to talk to about getting that kind of issue resolved.
Bridget has helped me with my dietary needs, and it has really made a big difference in my life. I could not have done it on my own.
The role of an ombudsman is not a regulator. An ombudsman is a resident advocate.
And some people say, what does that word advocate mean? And it basically means that you stand beside someone, you listen to their concerns, and you try to resolve that.
They are key problem solvers in a facility. They are here to address concerns in a confidential manner.
Sometimes people think they're alone, and this program ensures that they are not alone. The residents aren't alone, and neither are the family members.
There are times that little things come up that need a mediator, things that I couldn't handle, things if I'm out of town that I can't take care of, and it gives us a level of comfort to know Mom can call Greg.
Sometimes for families, we're just that extra support. They have a lot of things going on in their life. We can help them get the best possible individualized care for their loved one.
The first time I called, I was a little scared, but to see that Viviana was on the other side, she encouraged me. She said, I take care of it from here on. If you have any other questions, call me at any time.
Once family members know who we are and what we can do for them and their loved one, it's a great working relationship. You want to have somebody in your side that will talk to you, will explain regulations.
In 5 years, I've called twice, but those were very important phone calls to me, and they were fixed by Ombudsman. It's like 10 pounds of weight goes off of you, and it's given to Ombudsman.
So just make that phone call.
Ombudsman is a resource. It's an advocate, but it's just a phone call away.
The City of Kyle and Uber have teamed up to bring residents and visitors a new era of public transportation. As long as you're traveling in the pie capital of Texas, just claim your voucher on the City of Kyle app. And the next time you request an Uber, your ride will cost $3.14. It's as easy as pie. Terms and conditions apply.
I arrived upon a scene where a guy was going 45 miles per hour through a neighborhood with his fiance, and he died in the car wreck, and it turns out that his fiance was wearing the seatbelt. She was able to walk away from it, and the driver, the gentleman, he died on scene, and we came to find out later that he had just survived 2 tours on Iraq, had 2 Purple Hearts. They had just gotten engaged the night before, and he died in her lap, and it all could have been avoided had he just been wearing a seatbelt.
Oh, down here, human. Howdy, Ranger Arlo here. Every year, dogs die after hiking with their owners in state parks. Remember, they have a fur coat and no shoes. So let's start our hike. Start your adventure with the 5-second rule. Place the back of your hand on the pavement or ground. If you cannot hold it there for 5 seconds, the surface is too hot for your dog's paws. Check out my boots! For extra protection, you might want to try some boots. When hiking, remember to have a leash. No more than 6 feet, a collar with tags, and a plastic bag for when nature calls. Squirrel! Friends, always make sure to rest and provide your pup enough shade to cool off. Also, bring plenty of water and snacks. We love snacks. I hope these heat hacks help, because we love adventures almost as much as we love our humans.
Brennan, you got a copy?
Dewey, we're over here on the south side, and I've got a group of about 50 head of sheep over here. I didn't know if you wanted to come over here and classify some of these guys for the capture.
Yeah, 10-4, that's probably not a bad idea. I'll head that way shortly.
Okay, that's fine. I got another one, I think, up here.
Right down here to the right, 5 o'clock.
The
mountain ranges out here, the views, the vistas, all that, they're great. But they're nothing if you don't have wildlife in them. Kind of have to take a deep breath. They were here way before we were. Back in the late 1800s, there was a healthy population of desert bighorn sheep across West Texas. They started to decline in the 1900s, and they attribute that to the introduction of sheep, goats, the diseases that they carry, all this country getting fenced up, and unregulated hunting. By the 1960s, all the native bighorn were gone. A group of wildlife enthusiasts, of people that love sheep and want to do good things for sheep and all things wild, that got together and said, let's do something about this.
Wanting to repopulate West Texas with the desert bighorn, Texas Parks and Wildlife began capturing sheep from other states and moving them to the land they once roamed.
Back in the early days, it was pretty rustic, I would say.
And then we'd wrestle with them a good bit, and it'd get kind of western now and then.
We took 3 summers to catch 13 prime sheep.
And there were sheep brought in from Arizona, from Utah, lots of them from Nevada, even from Baja California, Mexico. The sheep are coming back to Texas, and currently there's about 1,500 animals.
That was a real red letter day when we suddenly saw a young lamb nursing a ewe on top of one of those hills.
That was really the beginning of the restoration program, and it didn't end there. Right now, we've got a capture on Elephant Mountain, trying to remove 80 animals off an elephant and translocate them down to a Black Gap. The population there hasn't really blossomed like it has at Elephant.
You're coming after the sheep here?
Yes, sir.
Got him, he's 12 o'clock. Great, that was a shot. Awesome.
So now they'll collect all the tissue samples, blood, fecal, hair, skin biopsy, nasal swab, tonsil swab, checking for pathogens. We try and learn as much as we can while we have them here, always keeping the animal safety in mind, animal welfare in mind.
Last thing we want to do is take unhealthy animals to a healthy population.
And we'll also radio collar the animals, and we'll keep track of movements, mortalities, habitat use. The sheep are going to Black Gap, borders right up against the U.S.-Mexican border, and so a lot of these animals will likely go into Mexico, and so that's going to allow us to identify those very important travel corridors.
And this guy ought to be on the landscape for 8+ years down at Black Gap, so he's got a long life ahead of him. Here, go.
It's because of man that, that these animals went extinct here in Texas. So I think it's collectively, our duty to make sure that they're here for one, and they persist here for future generations. Black Gap Wildlife Management Area is part of a 3 million acre protected area along the U.S.-Mexico border. The canyons along the Rio Grande here are over 1,000 feet high and some of the most beautiful and wild landscapes in the world. These bighorns are icons of that wildness. I've been asked, what is success? When will the restoration be done? And in my opinion, it's never done. There's still other places within the country, or even out of the country, that require that. That's how we started, and once we get to that point, it'll be our obligation to give back.
Kyle, Texas. Mike Kohler of Nitro Swimming, and we're coming to Kyle, September of 2022. Can't wait to get there.
Apple, pumpkin, pecan, all the delicious American classics. But have you ever wondered the history of the sweet dessert that we all wish followed every family meal? To learn more about pie, we will have to look way, way, way back. The earliest reference to a pie was a recipe for chicken pie, written on a tablet in Sumer, sometime before 2000 BC. Some of these ancient pies were enjoyed so much that they can be found painted on the walls in tombs, as seen with Pharaoh Ramses II, who ruled from 1304 BC to 1237 BC. These paintings weren't the only art inspired by pies. In the 5th century BC, there were mentions of pie-like food in Aristophanes' plays. These pies, however, were not like the pies that we know of today. Most of them weren't designed to be desserts, but rather meals that were stuffed with a variety of meats. Some theorize we call them pies today after the bird magpie, which gathers many different materials for its nest. Also, the magpie was known to be stuffed into many of these meat pies back in the day. These earlier pies were commonly referred to as coffins, directly translated meaning basket. In medieval times, not many cooks could afford to construct an oven, and since pies were easy to cook over an open flame, many cooks made them. The covering of the meat in a pie was more of an attempt to prevent the meat from drying out during the baking, rather than actually the pie in the modern sense. It wasn't until the 15th century that pies started to resemble the ones we know of today. Instead of meat, they started to be filled with dried fruit, to make them more like desserts. The first ever recorded fruit pie was in the late 16th century, when Queen Elizabeth was served a cherry pie. At this time, over in the New World, the settlers were in the process of making pies an American meal staple. Settlers favored pies over bread because pies required less flour, and pies also had the ability to increase the longevity of many of the ingredients put inside them. The apple pie, made with American apples, became popular because apples were easy to dry and store in barrels over the winter. In the northern states, pumpkin pie was popular, as pumpkins were plentiful. As the settlers moved westward, they relied on pies for many of their meals, often being what they lived off of. Many of us might be longing for the days that pie was considered a full-course meal, rather than just having some for dessert. Well, those days ended in the late 1800s, when the nutrition of pies was called into question. The popularity of pies decreased as news came out how much energy it took to burn off a pie. Also, as food became easier to get and faster to cook, the pie changed from an easy once-a-week meal to, by comparison, a long process in the kitchen. Then, in the 1980s, a pie renaissance occurred, rediscovering old-fashioned pie recipes and exploring cross-cultural combinations. This is truly where the pies that we all know and love today came from. And that was the history of pie.
Loving the flowers this time of year. It's beautiful.
Government Canyon is different from most parks. It's a natural area. It's a wilderness environment. And it's completely within the city of San Antonio. So you can come out inside the city and have a natural area experience that you can't get anywhere else.
Over 10,000 acres of our property is the backcountry. This is an area that will forever be left primitive, wild, and as natural as possible.
As a state natural area, our primary focus is the resource. We are here to protect the water quality and quantity over the Edwards Aquifer Recharge Zone. Most people come out here for our 40 miles of hiking and biking trails. These trails range from kind of flat, rolling savanna all the way up into rugged hill country trails.
Our first time here in the park.
I'm fast.
It's a little bit rocky, but pretty flat. You're walking too fast for me. Yeah. It's been great. It's very quiet. Actually, not too many people outside today.
Oh.
If you keep quiet, you can really hear all the birds. You can hear nature. It's a wonderful place to be, you know.
Look right here.
One of the most amazing aspects of Government Canyon is we have some beautiful overlooks.
The view is pretty from up here.
And you really ought to take the time to explore them. There's the South Bluff Spurs overlook. There's the overlook on the cliffs above the dinosaur tracks.
Look, They're 3 different sets.
In the end, we have over 200 tracks in the upper trackway. So this is one of the larger theropod tracks that we have. We see the 3 toes clearly defined, as well as the talon marks that would have come off of each toe.
So our campsites are designed with an impact area that encompasses the tent pad, the fire ring, the picnic table, all into one impact zone. This is one of the hutches that you'll find at all of our campsites. You can put your food in here, your food, your gear, anything you want to keep protected from the wildlife and elements.
Those looking melty?
Oh, God.
They love to be outside. We do tend to try to go camping at least, 3 times a year. 2 pockets, huh?
So far, mainly the campsite setup, that it's set up a little more remote. You don't have neighbors right next to you, but it's not a primitive walk-in that you have to really hike in. So, perfect mix. I've never seen a campsite like this.
We are on the ranch road. This is going to pretty much cut right through our front country trail system. It's a bunch of blackland prairie savanna. There's the painted. Yeah. We have anything from small songbirds to large raptors and anything in between.
There's some crested caracaras. There's a pair of them.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, they're cleaning themselves.
Yeah, they're preening. But that's what makes Government Canyon so great.
Oh, here he is, right here, right here.
It's because we do have that large diversity of birds out here.
So the recharge zone for the Edwards Aquifer is a large component of what we are about here at Government Canyon. But it's not just recharge of the aquifer. I think you'll find that when you come out and walk our trails, listen to the birds, look at the wildflowers, take in a gorgeous sunrise or sunset from one of our overviews, you'll find your own spirit and soul recharged.
Si la gente no se abrocha el cinturón, ahí va a estar un oficial de la ley esperándolos. Ahí va a estar el Estado esperándolos. Ahí van a estar las multas esperándolos. Abróchese el cinturón. Sí vale la pena.
Ever forget which cart to put out? Or miss your day entirely? Texas Disposal Systems can change that. The TDS Waste Wizard sends reminders via phone, text, or email when you want it. It also sends alerts letting you know about possible delays. Not sure what cart to put things in? The tool has you covered there too. You'll never miss your collection day again with the TDS Waste Wizard. Sign up today.
Mi amigo venía de vacaciones. Su camioneta se salió del camino y se volcó. Mi amigo fue aventado dentro de la cabina de la camioneta y sufrió heridas muy graves. Está en silla de ruedas, todo a causa de no tener abrochado el cinturón. Por eso damos tickets. Abrochar el cinturón es algo que salva vidas. Puede evitar heridas graves, como mi amigo.
My husband's name is Matthew. We have 4 kids together. I was a freshman in high school, and it was really scary because I did not think that I was gonna be a teen mom, and that's exactly what I was. When Rick introduced me to all the programs that they offered, it really took that fear away and gave me a confidence, like I could do this. I would have never known what healthy was if I would have never talked to Rick. You know, I'm not buying soda, I'm not buying candy, I'm not buying chips, I'm not buying junk food. I'm buying healthy stuff. So I'm actually leading a healthy life for my kids and for myself. I mean, my daughter, she loves fruit, okay? And so I would push her in the basket and she would tell me, Mommy, I want this, I want that. I was able to get it because of Rick. You know, like, it was really awesome. I love Rick, I really do. If it wasn't for that support, knowing that I was a young mother, that I could do it, I really honestly don't think that I would have had that motivation to want to do better. Rick completely changed my outlook on my life. I'm happy in my life, and I would never take anything back. I would never do it any other way.
They called him the little man with the big smile. Though he stood less than 5 feet tall, Jackie Hewlett was a giant among Texas anglers. With a quick wit and even quicker reflexes, Jackie was named Best Fisherman in Texas 4 years in a row. From 1967 to 1970, Jackie and his partner, Johnny Mays, dominated the state bass tournament, winning first, second, or third place in the team division every year.
Jackie Hewlett had the fastest reflexes of anybody that I've ever known. And I've fished with a lot of tremendous bass fishermen, but if a bass breathed on Jackie Hewlett's worm, he was in the boat. He had just tremendous reflexes.
Always laughing and telling stories, Jackie drew a crowd wherever he went. Folks called him the champ, a man who could enter tournaments and win, despite the odds.
I think the fact that his size could have been an inhibitor in his life and could have kept him from doing a lot of things that he went ahead and did anyway. I think that's probably should be a real inspiration to people with disabilities who think they can't get out and fish and do things.
When he wasn't fishing, Jackie collected antique lures. Those lures are now worth tens of thousands of dollars. Like everything else in life, Jackie collected with a passion. That passion and that famous ear-to-ear grin are what folks remember most about Jackie Hewlett.
Win, lose, or draw, Jackie was going to have a good time, you know, and so was everybody else that was around him. He was a great ambassador to bass fishing.
When you work for the Health and Specialty Care System, you experience a rewarding career in an innovative healthcare setting. The Health and Specialty Care System provides therapeutic care for people with mental illness and people with intellectual and developmental disabilities. State hospitals use state-of-the-art methods to treat mental illness through high-quality inpatient psychiatric care for adults, adolescents, and children. State-supported living centers provide comprehensive residential and behavioral services to people with intellectual and developmental disabilities. As an employee of the Health and Specialty Care System, you'll work with other top professionals to meet the goals of patients and residents. You'll also receive a competitive compensation package that includes benefits such as a pension, paid health insurance, vacation and sick leave, and qualified student loan repayment. Make a difference and choose a career where you can grow. To get started, visit the Health and Specialty Care System website.
Hello, I'm Diana Blank-Torres, the Director of Economic Development for the City of Kyle. So the City of Kyle decided in 2005 to create an Economic Development Department. A lot has changed over the last 15 years, obviously, but the City of Kyle was roughly 9,000 people at the time, and we are quickly approaching 58,000 right now. The past couple of years, we've had about an 8% growth rate over an annual period, and that's continuing over the next few years at least. My very first week on the job, we watched them install the pie on top of the pie company. The staff was really small then, and so the main office was next door to a mobile home trailer. The building department was in the trailer, and they moved me into an office in the building next door, which is now dispatch. And I shared an office with the finance director, who was only like a part-time contractor, and the mayor at the time. And whoever got there first got to use the computer. And then whoever was left either stood at the tall filing cabinets or he found somewhere else to go. So to go from there, and then I was actually on this committee for this building to be constructed. So it's kind of cool. My name is on the building outside. To take part in that was really interesting. It kind of fell under the any and all other duties at the time, helping pick out furniture and pick out carpet and paint colors. And to be at the point where we're already exceeding the capacity of this building is kind of mind-blowing, because we built with access at the time in mind. And so now that we have grown so quickly, it's just been kind of astronomical. A lot of downtown has changed. The lighting, the sidewalks, the pavers, none of that was there 15 years ago. So it's always interesting to talk to people that haven't lived here that long, and the average citizen has lived in Kyle for 5 years or less. And so when they're asking, why don't we have this, or why don't we have this, or why don't we have this, when we put it in perspective, what we didn't have and how quickly we've gotten it, it's usually very surprising to people. In '05, we didn't even have 3 overpasses. So in 2007, we had the groundbreaking to the hospital. We had the grand opening to HEB Plus, and we had flipped the switch to our very first traffic light in the city of Kyle, all in the same summer. So that was kind of a significant pivotal moment in Kyle's time. And so if you think like in development terms, 15 years to go from your first stoplight to where we are now. So I mentioned the hospital, the retail. Those are things that we didn't have before at all. Now we have about 2 million square feet of newly constructed medical facilities. That has created about 2,000 medical jobs, not counting docs and specialists. In retail terms, we have almost 2 million square feet of retail that has either been developed or underdeveloped since then. And then in terms of industrial and really primary jobs, we have focused on target markets and advanced manufacturing, biomedical, destination recreation, and Class A office space is kind of our next move to be able to support the community that's here. I'm very mindful of whatever lands here today is going to be here for a really long time. So we want to make sure that we are putting on the ground something that is going to be long-term and sustainable, and what the community will support. The past 15 years, being able to experience the types of projects and the diversity of projects in one community is kind of unheard of in the position that I'm in as a Director of Economic Development, and just one community at that period of time. I've gotten to experience this entire community change, and to be part of that and play a role in that has been really exciting. And to be able to watch some of the projects that we've talked about for years come to fruition is really exciting.
I think I can do this. Oh, you can. It's going to be fun. You don't have to worry about balancing or anything. You are in control. You tell them you want to go slow, you're going to go slow. Okay?
Jenny Burton is getting her first water ski lesson.
Jeffrey Sale got the biggest fish by 2 fish hairs. The biggest fish. Come down and get your friend.
Computer! Jeffrey Sale just won a computer in a fishing tournament in East Texas. What they have in common is that both of their experiences were made possible thanks to one man.
He has made the sacrifice and gone and found other people who are faced with challenges, and he's given them that little drop of hope using outdoor recreation.
Michael Shorty Powers stands taller than most men with 2 working legs. His tenacity to get the physically challenged outdoors, face their fears, and embrace their accomplishments has changed thousands of lives. That's what his nonprofit organization, Turning Point, is all about.
I made this video, and it goes through before we got injured, our injury, how we all felt, how none of us wanted to hang out with any disabled people at the time, you know, and just the stages that we went through, and then there becomes a turning point where you just say, okay, I give up, I accept it, I go on, I'll do whatever I gotta do, you know. And that's a tough time, you know, right there. But it's the best time as well, because then you just, you know, you get rid of all the weight, you know, you're ready to live again. And you say, okay, so well, I can't stand up water skiing, but I can sit down water skiing. You know, I can't do this, but I can do that.
Shorty's love of the outdoors began as a boy in Oklahoma and taking fishing trips with his grandfather. When he was 14, his family moved to Irving, Texas. But at 17, a drunk driver hit Shorty's car at 110 miles an hour.
I died 3 times, but it tore my aorta in my heart, and it cut the blood off to my bottom part of my spine and my legs.
But what might keep another person down only sparked fire in Shorty. He was more determined than ever to keep doing what he loves best, fishing.
But it's been a trip, hasn't it, my friend?
I'm telling you, this is the best trip I've ever had.
Appearing on fishing shows and in other media, Shorty's drive is unstoppable.
From fishing on a barge to teaching them how to dog paddle or float, just getting rid of that fear of water so they can go out and enjoy fishing and other sports. Shorty is there to push them, not ask them. He shoves them out into the sunlight, and I think that's very, very special.
And he won't let anyone sit on the sidelines.
And you never knew this was all going to happen when I met you in the Walmart parking lot.
No.
Looking good, girl.
You know, he doesn't just fish. He doesn't just turn people on to the outdoor world. He writes articles. He raises money. He does presentations at rehab centers. He's married. He has a wonderful son. You know, he's a family man. Shorty's a pretty balanced guy.
Balanced, but with a lot of surprises. Like the time he wanted to show a bunch of junior anglers a water snake.
Everybody hates snakes except Shorty.
But I've been catching snakes all my life.
And he swims like this creature, you know, and he approaches this snake.
I just put my eyes down in on the water, and I was just watching because I knew he had to come up.
You got him, man! You got him!
And all of a sudden there's this splash and water's going everywhere, and you see a snake tail and then a paralyzed limb, and then Shorty's head would bob up.
I took it and I stuck his head in my teeth so that he couldn't bite me, and then I could swim. So he slapped me upside the head, and I'm swimming on like this, and the kids are all freaking out.
Here's this guy who doesn't care what other people think, who is gonna make a difference in people's lives, and he wanted people to touch the scales and kind of feel their teeth if they'd like to.
I guess I've been the snake man ever since.
Shorty has implemented several annual fishing tournaments throughout the years. In 1985, he started the first National Bass Championship for the physically challenged at Caddo Lake in Uncertain, Texas.
Here goes the key to a Toyota truck.
In 1991, he designed the first annual extravaganza in Dallas, which today hosts more than 30 sports and outdoor activities. During the mid-90s, he served on the Texas Parks and Wildlife's freshwater fishing and park advisory boards. And in 1998, he was awarded the Texas Parks and Wildlife Commission Chairman's Award for Public Service for his efforts in taking kids in wheelchairs hunting.
It was an honor for me to nominate Shorty for the Hall of Fame because of all that he represented in terms of the partnerships that I tried to create when we were at Parks and Wildlife, and among those, Shorty was clearly one of the most unique. But among freshwater anglers, I mean, Shorty is a giant. I mean, there's no one else in the diverse and eclectic community of people who surround freshwater fishing that even approaches Shorty in terms of the particular contribution to freshwater fishing that he has made.
Time to go fishing.
He does a lot in the world for physically challenged people, a lot, and that's what makes me so proud of him, is that one of the things is that he taught me that I make my own limitations in life. If it wasn't for him, I probably would never have kayaked. I would have never have done scuba diving or sailing trips. I mean, I've done so much more because he opened that world to me. So it's what you make of yourself.
In 2004, Turning Point celebrated 25 years of turning lives around.
You know, it's hard to make it in a nonprofit organization, but man, they all believed in what I believed in, and we made it happen. And it's doing good today. And it'll be going on probably after I die. I don't know who's going to do it, but somebody. I've influenced enough of them where there ought to be enough of them that can handle it, you know, when I'm gone.
All right, Jay!
So you've got some skills operating a video camera and using video editing software. And now you want to make a compelling outdoor video that other people actually want to watch. Well, I'm going to share with you my top tips for making outdoor videos, which is essentially knowing what you want to do, knowing your equipment, and making a plan. And while I'm talking specifically about video, you might realize that this is true for almost any outdoor activity. So let's get started.
Now, before you get started, you want to have a clear idea of why you want to make a video and brainstorm your ideas. What would video accomplish that another medium like writing or photography not accomplish? While you brainstorm, you should answer 3 big questions. What are you going to show? Who is going to see it? And how are you going to show it to them? Once you know what your goals are, it's easy to come up with a plan.
So when you're making videos outside, you're going to be dealing with 3 main factors: the sun, the landscape, and the weather. Now, you can't control any of these, so the quality of your video will depend on how well you manage these factors. The best thing you can do is know the area. Become familiar with your surroundings. Get a map if you can. Ask a local for any points of interest or any hazards to avoid. Check around for spots with good lighting and clear sound, and make sure you can physically get to all the places you want to go with your equipment. It's pretty tough to get around sometimes. Now that you know the area, you want to make a plan and be prepared. Ask yourself, what do I want to see in this video, and how do I get it? Write out where you want to be and when. Even draw it out on a map. For instance, I like to do the most physically demanding work early in the day. When it gets too hot, I'm gonna take a break, get some easy shots, and hydrate a little bit. Make a list of shots that you want so you can remember to get them. Make a list of questions or prompts for people talking on camera so that they have something relevant to say. And write it all down on a piece of paper that you can carry with you. You could put it on your phone, but you might run out of batteries or just get distracted by your friend's dog on Snapchat. Oh my God, so cute. Now, there are endless debates on what's the perfect camera to use, but the right equipment is usually the gear you already have. Practice using your equipment and you'll get the most out of it. Spend some time making several videos, start to finish, just to get used to the process of making videos. With practice, you can get a feel for what techniques produce the best results. You might find points of failure within your equipment, like not having enough batteries to last a full day, running out of memory, or not having the right tripod mount. The more you know your gear, the easier it will be to get what you want out of it. While video is mostly a visual medium, nothing adds to the quality of your video like good sound. And nothing ruins a good video more than bad sound. Come on. So forget that mic that's built into the camera. It's no good. Get yourself a quality microphone and use it regularly for getting sounds that you want to hear, like the sounds of nature or a person talking. Plug the microphone into your camera. Listen to what you're getting with a pair of headphones. And while you're out, record some footage just for sound. You can later pair the best sounds with the best shots in your video editing software for the most dramatic effect. Once you're outside and you start shooting, it's always good to shoot more than you need. So if you're making a 3-minute video, you want to shoot anywhere from 10 to 30 minutes of unedited footage. Try to get multiple angles of things you want to show, and try to get a good mix of wide shots, medium shots, and close-ups. So many close-ups. So if you make it a habit to know your goals, practice using your equipment, and make a plan, your video will be great. Just like this one, right? So good. Nice work, Jeffrey. Good job.
My name is Yvonne Gil Vallejo. I am with the Engineering Division. I'm a project manager for the wastewater treatment plant expansion. I had 30 years of experience in project management, all in water and wastewater in design, construction, and post-construction. I started November 19th, 2019. You know, Kyle is really great. I think the culture is a very good culture. I think when you need to be very assertive, trying to get something done, I think the whole city does that. But you also have times where you can kind of sit back and just kind of decompress and enjoy what you've done and enjoy what you've accomplished. So the culture here is a very good one. There's always opportunity to learn something. And of course, as a professional, there are professional organizations that I'm involved with. We get to go to online classes now since COVID. So there's a lot of that that's available. And then I've never been turned down for anything that I've requested to participate in. So I think that's very important for development of your staff, to have extra knowledge and to share that knowledge once you receive it. I look forward to interacting with my coworkers. I mean, everybody seems to be very nice and very personable. Definitely feel like I'm part of a team, yes. From my coworkers to the staff at the treatment plant to the inspector. So yeah, everything's a team, otherwise it would be hard to get something done. Since Kyle is still kind of small, it's much easier to know who those people are and to acknowledge them when they need to be acknowledged. So I think that's really good about Kyle and where they are right now as a city. I think the key thing you have to remember is that it's really not about you. It's really about the citizens of this city, the hard-earned tax dollars that they put in, and to make sure that those hard-earned dollars are well spent. And I feel like I'm accountable to the citizens of this city for that, especially with the opportunity to expand this facility. It's a very large project, and to me, that's very important, and I want to make sure that I can account for everything that's going on there, good or bad. But most of it's good. It's all good.
Max, do you like this one?
Nana.
Yeah, Nana.
There you go.
My name is Asia, and I grew up here in Central Texas. I got pregnant when I was 22, so I think that's young. When Max was about 6 months old, I decided to go back to school full-time, and I knew I would need a breast pump, and so my lactation consultant was like, well, why don't you just go see if you qualify for WIC? Sure enough, I qualified for WIC, and then I got access to nutritionists, and I thought that was the coolest thing ever, and so I decided to stick with it. WIC has given me access to healthy foods. WIC has given me the education to know why I should have these healthy foods and then how to prepare them. Really, knowledge is power, and when you know better, you do better. With WIC, there are people there that can help you and reach out to you and provide resources to you. When you're pregnant and alone, the world is really big, right? And to go to this one place where there's people in there who care about the outcome of your pregnancy and of you and your baby, that has meant a lot to me. Education and connection and like a group and people, and that's everything you need, I think, right? Say thank you.
Thank you.
Lake Kyle, Cool Springs, Steeplechase, and Waterleaf. All of these wonderful parks are connected by one trail. The Plum Creek Trail, over 7 miles of walkable, bikeable trail that runs alongside the flowing waters of Plum Creek. Not only does the trail connect the major parks of the city, but it connects the community back to nature. The Plum Creek Trail will one day become a part of the Kyle Loop that will connect Kyle east to west, with approximately 15 miles of trails spanning all the way from the city of Ulen to the Blanco River. And the Kyle Loop is only one part of a much bigger goal to one day connect Central Texas from San Antonio to Austin. This network of trails is thanks to the work of surrounding communities with the support of the Great Springs Project. Go explore the Plum Creek Trail today. The Plum Creek Trail, connecting Kyle.
The Texas horned lizard is a creature of contrasts, fierce in appearance, yet harmless to all but insects. The species may be threatened today, but in legend and lore, it has always been a survivor.
Everyone's familiar with Tale of Old Rip.
He's our most famous citizen. He's dead, but he's our most famous citizen still.
Near Abilene, the town of Eastland is home to the best-known horned lizard of all time, Old Rip.
In 1897, they were getting ready to lay the cornerstone for a brand new courthouse.
People were getting together, putting things in the cornerstone, newspapers, Bible, coins, different things. And Ernest Wood, he noticed his son playing with a horn toad.
And he said, son, motion to them, bring that horn frog. They sealed it up. Nobody thought much about it.
Flash forward 31 years.
I call it 31 years of peace and quiet.
It's 1928. Eastland has boomed and plans a newer courthouse. By demolition day, the local newspaper speculates about the courthouse cornerstone's horned inhabitant.
Every day, something about, is this horned toad going to be alive? So had a good-sized number of people here. Went in there and opened it up. Didn't look to be alive at all. And while the man was holding it up, the other leg twitched, and somebody said, he's alive.
The story of a horned lizard hibernating for 31 years captured more headlines.
They named him Rip, like Rip Van Winkle.
Old Rip met the president and toured the country.
His story inspired much debate and even a cartoon or two.
It definitely was a Warner Brothers cartoon. And of course the story was a little bit different. They had him actually performing in the circus and things like that.
Hello, my baby. Hello, my honey. Hello, my ragtime gal.
I don't believe we got any credit on that at all.
Baby, my heart's on fire.
Old Rip wasn't a singing, dancing frog, but he was a celebrity. When he passed away, he was laid to rest in a tiny casket at the courthouse.
And here he is, the world-famous Old Rip.
It's amazing. We've had people from everywhere wanting to see Old Rip.
There's the horned frog.
Wow.
Just there. He sleeps all the time.
80 years later, visitors still stop to pay their respects, and locals still swear by the story.
It's absolute biblical truth.
Incredible, but true.
The Old Rip tale may sound far-fetched to a biologist, but
it's a great legend which helps promote the Texas horned lizard.
Jumped over a culvert and then hit a rock wall and flipped one time. That is the only reason we are here. We would not be alive.
Hi, I'm Chef Julie Albertson, and this is my lovely assistant, Edith Diaz. We're both chefs here at Texas Pie Company, and today we're going to be making for you a cherry lattice pie and a chicken pot pie. To start off with, we're going to do our lattice top first for our cherry pie. So Edith, what we do here at the Pie Company is we use a rolling pin, but to keep the dough from sticking, we use a knee-high pantyhose on our rolling pin. And our pie dough is available at H-E-B, already ready to go. And it looks like this in the freezer section at H-E-B. So we have cherries in here that are a ripe heart cherry. And there is approximately 2 pounds of cherries in here. And we use frozen cherries for our products. So with the cherries, what we could do is we add 2 cups of sugar, half a cup of flour, and we toss all that together. I like to mix my dry ingredients first so that the flour and the sugar kind of get mixed in together so we don't get any flour lumps. And what happens with this process is that you will get, the flour will coat your cherries to help thicken the cherry juice. And just toss that around a little bit, and you can see how they're really sticking really well, how the flour sticks to the cherries. Also forgot one of the major important ingredients. We have a teaspoon of almond extract. It just adds a little bit of extra layer of flavor to the cherries and brightens the pie when it's done. So what Edith is going to do right now is she's going to go ahead and cut your lattice strips that go on top of the pie. I am going to go ahead and add the cherries that we've already got ready to go into our pan or to our prepared dough. And don't worry if they look like they're really mounded up. Once they start to cook, they will decompress a little bit. So right now it just looks like a huge mountain of cherries. So I'm going to finish rolling, and Edith is going to go ahead and start the strips for you guys. And if you haven't heard, here at Texas Pie Company, we are pieologists, professional pieologists. That's right. We create the good stuff here. And Edith likes to start in the middle, so she'll flip one of the dough strips back so that it causes the weaving process. You could just lay the strips over the top, but weaving it just adds another visual depth to the pie, and it comes out really pretty once it's all done. Look at how pretty that is when it's all finished. It's just lovely. So what we're going to do is just finish off the edge, and I like to use the edge of the pie pan just to press it down around the edges so that you don't have any dough strips hanging off and getting burned in the oven. So what you do is you lightly brush the top with your egg wash. Make sure you get it really good and coated, because once this egg wash bakes, it just adds such a beautiful color to the dough. And mason jars are awesome because you can use these for any kind of shakers like your cinnamon and sugar. We just poke holes in the top and then use those as a shaker, so you don't have to go out and buy anything special. So we're going to get this loaded into the oven. So it takes about 45 minutes, and it looks like this cherry pie is already done. So let's just grab that and get it out of the oven. Thanks, Steph. See how beautiful those come out? And you know, we were talking about how high it looked like the profile was, but once they bake down, they condense, and it turns out looking just absolutely beautiful. And I really like the fact that how the filling does drip over the edges just a little bit. Just adds another beautiful layer to that finished product. And there's our finished cherry pie. And we are going to now be making your dinner, which is going to be a chicken pot pie with a closed top. So what Edith is going to start doing while I'm mixing our ingredients is she's going to roll out our top for us to go over the top of the chicken pot pie. And we use our homemade pie dough that we store. But if you don't have homemade pie dough, you can also pick yours up at H-E-B in the freezer section. And we also have small pastry shells that are available in H-E-B in the grocery store in the freezer section next to our pie dough puck. These, there's 8 count to a box, so it gives you like a small little appetizer size pie or quiche. So Edith is going to roll out our top, and it's just going to be a big circle. You just need to make sure that it's going to be big enough to fit your pie pan. And again, we use the knee-high pantyhose on the rolling pin. So what I like to put in first is going to be some cream of chicken soup. Bowl's a little bit warm. So I've got cream of chicken soup. That's a 10.5 ounce can. And then I'm going to add to that, I'm going to add a teaspoon of garlic salt and a half a teaspoon of cayenne. I know that sounds like a lot of garlic salt, but it's really not. It's going to be, since none of the ingredients that you're adding are going to be very salty, it just adds another flavor profile to the end product. And just mix all that stuff in together. And then I have 2 cups of mixed vegetables. You can pretty much use any kind of vegetable that you want in this. This is what we have on hand, and this is exactly what we use here at Texas Pie Company. So it's just a medley. And there's 2 cups of that. I like to use full heavy whipping cream when we use it. Why scrimp on flavor, right? So you add that to your mixture as well. So this is 2 cups of heavy whipping cream. And then we use here at Texas Pie Company, we use a diced white meat chicken for our chicken pot pies. So what I have here is approximately 3 cups, which is going to be about almost 2 pounds of diced white meat chicken. And you can pretty much use any meat in this. It doesn't necessarily have to be chicken. It could be turkey pot pies. You could do a shepherd's pie. There's a whole lot of different things that you can do with this. So what Edith did is she made sure that this was a little bit larger than a 10-inch circle. So if you see the comparison, we know we have just a little bit of edge to work with, no matter how full it is. So just toss all this stuff together. And this again is also going to be a very full pie. And we say that these feed around 4 people, 4 servings, but they're 4 really large servings. And now what Edith is going to do is she's going to go ahead and top that off for us Let me get that centered so that she could do that. And do you see how she did that? She flipped it so that it was still on the wax paper, and you do it about half and then flip it back over. And then it just peels right off like a dream. And now what she's gonna do is she's gonna go around and seal the edges so that we don't have any of that good filling that we just put in there leak out. And she's rolling the dough, kind of an under roll around the pie rim. So we'd put vent holes in the top so that the steam can get out and you don't lose all of your filling all over the oven. And we're gonna brush the top of that one with egg. And if you like, you can actually salt the top, like with garlic salt or a little bit of Parmesan, because I really like that in presentation on the plate, and so many different flavor profiles in the finished chicken pot pie. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna go ahead and put this in the oven, and it'll cook for about an hour and a half in the oven. And that's at about 350 degrees. 350 is usually my favorite temperature to work with. Everything goes in at 350. Everybody's oven is different, so you just have to adjust it how your oven works best for you. And now it's been about an hour and a half, and we've got our finished chicken pot pie coming out of the oven. And it is a beauty. We like to put them on pans here at Texas Pie Company because, as you can see, they do have a tendency to weep a little bit on the sides. So that's not a problem, but you just don't want to have to clean your oven after you had dinner. I hate doing that. And these are going to be a little bit more of a runny ingredient than, say, our pies are. So this one you want to use a bowl because you want to get every last drop of this baby. Scoop some out of the center. See how creamy and pretty that is? And with that savory crust that we just did with the top and the garlic on it, it just is divine. All we're missing is a fork and a roll.
Having a job means much more than a paycheck for persons with disabilities. It means greater satisfaction, self-confidence, and independence in their personal lives.
When people with disabilities are employed, it gives the community an opportunity to see the value of people.
Stephanie's employment is very meaningful to her and to us and to all of her peers. She's a teacher's aide. It's the preschool special ed classroom.
I help the kids. I enjoy the work that I'm doing.
Stephanie's self-esteem has grown. I think Stephanie's independence has taken off and shot through the roof.
Confidence that it has given her is tremendous. And she was not outgoing at all until she became employed.
Jackie's job is very meaningful to her. She loves getting up every day and going to work.
I work at Toyota Experience.
Her proudest times of the week is when she comes home and she just shares a little bit what she did at work and a little bit about her customers.
She's more independent, she's more confident, she takes more initiative, both on the job and at home.
Susie works here at the Coalition of Texans with Disabilities. She handles a lot of our research and editing.
I'm going to turn my life around, and I'm a lot happy.
When you look at an employee, you don't really worry about if they have a disability or don't have a disability. What you want is a driven employee that's going to do the job, and that's where we've benefited. She's driven. Susie went to UT and graduated before the ADA. That's a huge feat.
As a parent, we always want our kids to be successful, and oftentimes that means, taking chances. As long as you can see that progress, you know she's on the right path.
We've been extremely lucky. No negatives at all from her being employed. It's all positives.
We didn't lose any benefits. Nothing's changed.
Now more than ever before, persons with disabilities can have the support of their employer, the local intellectual and developmental disability authority, local governments, as well as family and friends.
Working will give your loved one the pathway to personal growth.
My face actually busted the windshield. My right side of my face is all plastic surgery. I should have just said, everybody buckle up. You never get over it.
Mom got 2 green. My oldest is Ryder. Paisley, she's 3. And then Brooklyn is 1.5. 2 red. Ryder has always been a throw-up kid. Our pediatrician says, oh, it's a normal kid thing. He's fine. And it got to a point where he wasn't fine. He couldn't eat, he couldn't drink, it wouldn't go away. He had to be hospitalized. They blood tested him for several different things. And he has celiac disease. And I just got told, give him gluten-free. Well, what is gluten? I had no clue. So we turned to Jamie. I first got introduced to Jamie a couple of months after my kids started going to the WIC program in Abilene. When Ryder got diagnosed, I didn't know that dietitians would help with this sort of thing, but I knew she was somebody that would give me helpful information as I needed it. Jamie gave me a list of different things that I could and couldn't give Ryder, and she's given me all kinds of cool recipes that we could try with him. Cauliflower crust. What is that? Who even knew that was a thing? And the kids love it. They don't know the difference. We went on a gluten-free diet, and you could see total improvement. His tummy wasn't hurting, and just his overall health improved. So that's, yay, a big plus, because I never thought we would get there. I've been introduced to so many different new and healthier options and been given the ability to get those healthier options and knowledge about those healthier options for my whole family, not just Ryder. And I would have never known if it weren't for the WIC program.
El muchacho que estaba manejando una troca se quedó dormido. La troca se revolcó, se volteó. Cuando yo llegué, yo lo vi de que estaba lleno de sangre, había recibido heridas a la cabeza, a la espalda. Entonces cuando yo hablé con él me avisó a mí que se había quitado el cinturón porque le había dado sueño. Incidentes así me motivan que dé multa. Abróchese el cinturón. Sí vale la pena.
told that Kaylee wasn't the driver, but Kaylee was the only one that wasn't wearing her seatbelt.
It's such a preventable thing, you know, to buckle your seatbelt, and if she had her seatbelt on, she would still be here today. One of North America's most astonishing creatures is the monarch butterfly, not only because of its beauty, but because these butterflies make a grand journey that defies explanation. The majority of monarchs migrate from Mexico to as far north as Canada and back again to Mexico. Flowering native plants are an important food source, offering nectar for the adult monarchs during their migration. Native milkweed plants are a critical part of the monarch life cycle. Females will only lay their eggs on this larval host plant. Monarch populations have declined, and they really need our help. Loss of habitat due to changes in the landscape could mean that we might lose monarchs in our lifetime if we don't act now. A small pollinator garden at home, work, or school, in any neighborhood or park, can help monarchs and other important pollinators. You can make a difference for monarchs and other pollinators, so we'll have them in our future. First, make sure no chemicals have been used on your plants at any time. Buy from reputable nurseries that don't treat plants with pesticides, since they can harm butterflies and their larvae long after they've been planted in your garden. Secondly, include native milkweed plants in your garden. Their purpose is to be a nursery for young caterpillars, so they will be eaten down to the nub, but will regrow quickly thereafter. Last but not least, provide blooming native plants throughout the year. Their blooms will feed our monarchs during their migrations in the spring, during March and April, and in the fall, during September and October. These flowering plants make our yards look great and benefit wildlife. Helping monarch butterflies in urban areas is a big deal.
All it takes to get started is one native plant.
National Wildlife Federation is offering a challenge to cities to take on the Mayor's Monarch Pledge to create habitat and to educate their citizens about how they can make a difference in their communities. San Antonio has become the nation's first monarch champion city by taking on all 24 actions of the pledge. These cities need everyone's help though, so after you plant your pollinator garden, encourage others to do the same.
Kyle residents and businesses use nearly 4 million gallons of water each day for everything from bathing, cooking, and drinking to swimming and irrigation. Most people just assume the water will turn on when they run the tap, but don't think about how it got there. Have you ever wondered where your water comes from, how many people are involved, or how it's treated before it gets to your home? Drive in and around almost every neighborhood and you can see water towers dotting the Kyle skyline. Our water comes from Lake Dunlap, which flows out from Canyon Lake near New Braunfels. We also have 5 wells in town that draw water from the Edwards Aquifer, and our usage is based upon permits issued by groundwater authorities. The water from the lake is called surface water, and the water from the wells is called groundwater. They are blended and treated once they get into our water system here in Kyle. In the near future, some of our water will come from the Carrizo Aquifer in Lee County through a partnership with the Alliance Regional Water Authority. But for now, the water supply is the surface and groundwater we mentioned earlier. Our water system is maintained by highly skilled and trained water operators who are licensed by the state of Texas. Their job is to add the right blend of disinfectant to make sure the water is safe for distribution to our customers. Water treatment makes sure the water you use daily is clean and safe. After meticulous rounds of testing, water travels to your home through a complex system of underground pipes. Once it crosses over from the main pipes, it enters your home, where you use it for everything you do around your house. Turn on the tap to wash veggies, take a shower, flush the toilet, water your garden, or make a nice cup of tea. Each month, you receive a utility bill from the City of Kyle. It's broken down into several sections depending on the utility services you receive. Some customers receive water, wastewater, and trash service along with a stormwater utility fee. Others receive only wastewater or only trash service. Let's take a closer look at your utility bill. You'll notice something called a water minimum charge. This is the fee charged by the water department each month. It is a fixed cost that helps pay for infrastructure maintenance, repairs, and improvements. The fee also pays for the meter techs that read your water meter and utility staff that generate the bills. Think of it as the funding mechanism for how the water utility operates. The water usage fee is a different line on your bill. That is the rate you pay for each 1,000 gallons of water used, meaning water that runs through the meter outside your home. In Kyle, as in many other cities, we use a tiered rate structure to encourage conservation. So the more you use, the higher the rate per 1,000 gallons. When it comes to the water usage fee, you as the customer are in control of how much water you use. So each month, you can decide to make 1,000 cups of tea, take 100 showers, drink 4 dozen glasses of water, or irrigate your garden for 2 hours a day. Just know that the more you use, the higher the rate. All of the water that goes down the drain or is flushed down the toilet becomes wastewater.
The Texas Parks and Wildlife television series is supported in part by Texas Parks and Wildlife Foundation, conserving the wild things and wild places of Texas thanks to members across the state. Additional funding is provided by Toyota. Your local Toyota dealers are proud to support outdoor recreation and conservation in Texas. Toyota, let's go places.
Coming up on Texas Parks and Wildlife.
It is a magnificent tree. Again, you get to this part of the trail and you can't help really but to just stop in awe.
Caddo Lake is a really special place to visit. It's a place unlike any other within the state.
I thought it was too good to be true. You get to live at a beautiful place, be a part of something bigger than yourself.
Texas Parks and Wildlife, a television series for all outdoors.
Former Texas Governor James Hogg's dying wish was for a tree. Before he passed away in 1906, he told his loved ones that he wanted a pecan tree to be planted at the head of his grave. He wanted the nuts to be given to the people of Texas with the dream of making the state a land of trees. Honoring Hogg's request, the State Horticultural Society planted 2 pecan trees at the head of his grave. In time, their nuts were distributed across the state. In 1919, the pecan tree became so popular that it was named the State Tree of Texas.
250 to 300 years old. That's how old this tree is.
Trees connect us in many ways. We gather under them, seeking their shade on a hot day. We admire them for their beauty. We see them as a link to the past and hope for the future. Every tree tells a story, and some of them have great stories to tell. Our Texas state parks contain many remarkable trees. 3 of them have risen to such a level of historical importance that they have been officially registered among the famous trees of Texas. These are their stories. In South Texas, there's a very special kind of tree that isn't commonly found much farther north than the town of Goliad.
It's called an anaqua. It's A-N-A-C-U-A, sometimes A-N-A-Q-U-A. Its nickname is the sandpaper tree. And it gets that nickname because the leaves are very rough, like sandpaper. It's very likely that they were using these leaves as sandpaper back when the mission was active. Imagine using leaves to do all this work.
The Spanish began colonizing South Texas in the late 1600s, and they built missions to convert natives to Christianity and to deter the French. In 1749, they settled Mission Espiritu Santo in what is now Goliad.
The Spanish built quite a few missions and presidios. The main goal for these missions and presidios was to keep the land in Spain's name, don't let it fall to anybody else.
The mission shut down in 1830 after Mexico gained independence from Spain. But as the abandoned buildings fell into disrepair, an anaqua tree sprouted from the ruins. A century later, the land was now part of the United States, which was in the midst of the Great Depression. The Civilian Conservation Corps had recently been created to provide young, unemployed men with jobs. One CCC unit was dispatched to Goliad to rebuild the missions for a new state park.
What we see today, most of that was built by the Civilian Conservation Corps.
The CCC planned to rebuild the mission, but something had to be done about the Goliad anaqua that was now a large, mature tree growing out of the ruins.
Rather than cutting it down, it did have to move. It was in the way of their work, so they needed to move it one way or another.
Architect Rayford Stripling, who was leading the CCC effort to rebuild the mission, later commented, "I couldn't stand to cut that tree." He decided to save it.
So they dug an 18-foot diameter root ball and dragged that tree from its original location to where it is today. That's a massive undertaking to move a mature tree like that. They undertook those massive efforts just to save the tree's life. It lived, so that was incredible in itself, and now it's kind of like a centerpiece to the mission. It's history, it's recognition as something beautiful that we wanted to save. We're super grateful to the CCC that they did take the huge extra mile of saving this tree.
Rising to 103 feet, Old Baldy stands as a stately beauty along Austin's Onion Creek in McKinney Falls State Park. This bald cypress tree serves as a home for birds and bees and an object of fascination for all who see it.
So Old Baldy is this awesome giant behind me. This tree is actually about 550 years old. The oldest tree we have in the park, actually one of the oldest trees in the state of Texas.
Bald cypress trees are a member of the redwood family, and like their West Coast cousins, they can get pretty big.
Its widest point around its base is actually about 16 feet. So if you could imagine going to hug Old Baldy, that would be a pretty big hug. And watch your heads as we're coming in.
Old Baldy grows near the park's rock shelter overhang, where evidence of human habitation goes back 8,000 years. From the late 1600s to the early 1800s, a portion of El Camino Real de los Tejas ran through this area. Travelers of these trails and trade routes could find shade and shelter under the towering bald cypress trees that grew along Onion Creek.
In the year 1716, there was actually a Franciscan priest that was traveling through this area. And we have written record that he actually did make note of Old Baldy in his diary. It's pretty wild to think about. That was over 300 years ago now.
Today, a trail and footbridge lead visitors to Old Baldy.
You guys can see Old Baldy here in front of us. Old Baldy has seen a lot of changes. This tree has actually seen more visitors since the park opened about 50 years ago than it had in its entire life before then. We are within city limits of Austin, Texas, which is a very quickly growing city. So it's really great to know that Old Baldy is protected in our park here. It is a magnificent tree. Again, you get to this part of the trail and you can't help really but to just stop and look up in awe and just take a few moments to appreciate Old Baldy.
The Texas Gulf Coast is beautiful, but it can also be deadly. When Hurricane Harvey made landfall in Rockport in August 2017, Texans lost their homes, and some even lost their lives. After the storm hit, many worried about one longtime resident of Goose Island State Park. Over the centuries, a very special live oak has spread its crown over a patch of coastal prairie.
People come into town to visit Rockport. They're here for the beaches mostly, but they'll start asking around like, hey, what else is there to do in Rockport? You're probably going to hear about the big tree. Go see the big tree. It's a live oak tree, Quercus virginiana. Just looking at it, you kind of are in awe.
The tree stands 44 feet tall with an 89-foot crown spread. The circumference of the trunk is 35 feet. It's one of the biggest live oaks in the state and nation.
To come here and see it in person is just completely different than seeing a picture of it. You think, oh yeah, it's just a tree, but it's not. People in Rockport know this tree and love it.
Its gnarled branches are supported by braces and cables. A lightning rod protects it during thunderstorms. Over the centuries, it has survived destructive hurricanes, fires, war, and ever-spreading coastal settlement. It has seen the coming and going of Native Americans, European explorers, and Texas settlers.
I think people can learn from it. In 2017, we had Hurricane Harvey hit Rockport, and that really was a huge hit to the economy, to the town itself. And I think if they come here and see that the big tree survived that, it just kind of reinforces that thought in them, like, okay, I can do this.
Quite honestly, when I was younger, it was just an old tree. But through some of our experiences here in Lamar and becoming part of the community, it's kind of burned in my heart now. Harvey was a Cat 4. It was just catastrophic to our oak tree population. The roads were just covered with debris. And the question on everybody's mind is the big tree still standing? I still remember the radio call across the fire net. Big tree still standing, big tree still standing. So
it was quite desolate looking, but it was here.
Yes.
My husband and I started dating in 1961. This is one of the first places we came to. So every time we get to Rockport, we come to see the big tree, to see how the girl is doing. I say she's a girl. When you're first dating, there's lots of things that you think about. And so this is one of the first things that we actually went to see together. You didn't know you were coming to see all this, did you?
What do you remember about it? When did you first see it?
Probably in the late 1960s.
It's a certificate of authenticity of the big tree. When they put these out, it was kind of a donation to fund the restoration and upkeep of the big tree. Every summer, we'd come down here to stay at Goose Island State Park because my dad loved to fish, and we spent a lot of time down here over the years. Back before this fence was here, I remember climbing up in the big tree. I just felt real enamored with this tree for how old it is, how long it's been around. It's really something. It still looks the same as it did 50-something years ago, but it's still growing.
Hi. The big tree is definitely something you have to see if you're in the Rockport area, if you're coming through Lamar, if you see Goose Island, definitely come to the big tree. It's great to see.
Here in Texas, our legendary trees stand tall. They help us remember our roots. They can grace us with their natural beauty and fill us with awe. They inspire us to tap into our own resilience and strength when facing life's storms. Trees are our common heritage. They bring us together. And they are something to cherish, honor, and protect. Every tree in Texas has a story. So next time you pass one by, stop and spend some time with it. One day, it too may be one of our famous trees of Texas.
celebrating a century of Texas state parks.
You know, Caddo Lake State Park, it's the only area in Texas that you can find this environment, this habitat. There's not a lot of people out here to where it's going to be crazy. You can really get out here and just recharge your soul.
Caddo Lake State Park is the gateway to Caddo Lake. We are located 4 miles upriver on Big Cypress Bayou. And Caddo Lake is special because it is the largest naturally formed lake here in Texas. And it was formed around the year 1800 when water from Big Cypress Bayou tried to merge with the Red River, but met a giant logjam called the Great Rift.
We are a Civilian Conservation Corps park. July 4th, 1934 is when the park officially opened for public use.
The first thing you see as you drive into the park are iconic pillars that were built back in the 1930s and are still standing today. And as you drive through the park, you'll see the cabin area. Those were the cabins that the CCC lived in when they were building this park, as well as the rec hall, which is where they would have had their meals. So there's a little bit of magic from the CCC left all over the park.
There's nothing that's going to be too hardcore as far as the trails go. They're pretty standard, a couple uphill here and there.
Here we go.
So you can come out here with your family and just be out here for a couple hours on the trails and enjoy yourselves.
Park programs are a really great way to get your kids involved in nature. And you just want to tap it on the bottom. So, nice, good one.
Whoa. That's cool.
The kids are getting to really experience it for themselves, really get to explore at their own pace, and just see what's out there. It's called a cricket frog. And they'll get bigger than this. These are just real little ones.
Can I hold one of them?
Yes, critters and mud and all that stuff, that is their favorite thing probably ever. I want my kids to actually come and physically put their hands into the water to see the creatures up close. It's not just something they know about in their head, but something they feel in their heart.
What you think? Is it fun?
Yeah.
I love it here. Ooh. This is my home. I hope I catch him because he's pretty good size. Oh, honey, I just enjoy being here. Yeah, have some me time. Sure. Ooh, I got something. Ooh, I can fish a little bit. When I'm sitting here fishing like this, come here, baby. I don't have a care in this world. Oh, I got a goggle eye. Hey, baby daddy. Oh, baby. I love it.
Paddling, it's nice because you don't have the buzz of the motor from a boat. So you get to hear the movement of the water. And you get to kind of feel like you're supposed to be there instead of in a big clunky boat where you're just kind of rocking. You get to get really close to the trees and see the detail of the wood and the hanging of the moss. And it's just nice to see the little intricate details of nature.
Caddo Lake is a really special place to visit. It's a place unlike any other within the state.
This is pretty cool.
You really have the opportunity to come out here and really recharge and be a part of nature.
Here is a mysterious, quiet, wild getaway that you just don't find anywhere else.
I like my brain to be busy. I mean, that's when I'm happiest. When my brain's busy, I'm trying to solve something. My first 2 years of school, I got all my nursing prereq school. I just like, nah. Studying wildlife biology at West Texas A&M University. I don't have any student loans so far, and I would have to take out student loans for an apartment. I was looking at the rent around Canyon, and I mean, that was real expensive. I researched about the volunteer opportunities, and I just came across being a park host. In the description, it says you can keep your camper up there. You get a camp spot for while you're working. And so I was like, that's interesting. I looked up the distance between here and my school, and it wasn't bad. It was like 10 minutes. Everybody was like, thought I was crazy. Like, what do you mean you're gonna go live in a camper? Cheetos doubling as cheese. Don't judge me, I'm out of cheese slices. I mean, I was really fortunate that my grandparents let me use their camper. Since it's just me and my dog and my snake, it's really all the space we need. It's a great way to go through college.
Lindsay is a little different. She's at a totally different end of the spectrum than what we typically see in our Park Host program. We have some regular folks that volunteer with us. Park Hosts are staffed in each one of our camping loops.
Hackberry to headquarters with a site count.
Go ahead.
You can't have or expect park staff to be on site 24 hours a day in a camping loop. But with Park Hosts, they can be there.
Morning, folks. How are you?
You know, you have required site counts.
Come up and register. Are you leaving today?
No, we'll be here one more night.
And then you're responsible for keeping the bathroom stocked and clean.
Okay, dear, it's all clear. They're shorthanded. There's no way to fill that gap other than with volunteer services.
And sir, what's your name?
My name's Kip.
Ken, I'm Eric.
Eric? We are the best and the first and the most available point of contact for campers. Through that intersection, then you'll see another little intersection right there.
There's a lot of stuff that we could not do as successfully without our volunteers. Most of them, I would say, are retirees, and they do everything from keeping their restroom and their loop clean, to helping at the gatehouse, to helping with interpretive programs. And if they have special skills, then we make use of that too.
They need more projects to do anyway.
You know, we didn't start out intending it to be like an internship, but the experiences that she's gaining is very much like one. She's just starting her working life, so she just has a little different perspective on things.
The primary use for that property is...
Lindsay is not jaded by some of the boundaries of life, you know, that some people know because of their experiences. She knows no bounds at this point. That's contagious. So it's been wonderful for my staff, for her to just be here.
It's a job that you don't hate. You're not like, I gotta go to work, you know? I will work out in the field if they need me there. If they don't really need me anywhere at the moment, I just kind of figure out something that needs to be done with the park, like either pick up trash or help clean out one of the camp loops, clean bathrooms, stuff like that. I mean, I prefer this over working somewhere else. So I lived in an apartment before this, in a house, in an apartment. Never lived in a camper. It is a little challenging balancing everything. Sometimes you get sightseers in the park, and if I was running late to class or something, then I might be a little extra late after that. As I've gone along through the semester, I've been balancing it better. Good time management skills, yeah.
Remember with waterfowl, we had how many flyways?
I would really like to be a wildlife biologist. I've learned a lot from just living out here. And it's relaxing in some ways, and it's exciting at the same time. I thought, you know, it was too good to be true.
You get to live at a beautiful place, be a part of something bigger than yourself. You feel right at home.
This series is supported in part by Texas Parks and Wildlife Foundation, conserving the wild things and wild places of Texas thanks to members across the state. Additional funding is provided by Toyota. Your local Toyota dealers are proud to support outdoor recreation and conservation in Texas. Toyota, let's go places.
Lake Kyle, Cool Springs, Steeplechase, and Waterleaf. All of these wonderful parks are connected by one trail. The Plum Creek Trail, over 7 miles of walkable, bikeable trail that runs alongside the flowing waters of Plum Creek. Not only does the trail connect the major parks of the city, but it connects the community back to nature. The Plum Creek Trail will one day become a part of the Kyle Loop that will connect Kyle east to west with approximately 15 miles of trails spanning all the way from the city of Ulen to the Blanco River. And the Kyle Loop is only one part of a much bigger goal to one day connect Central Texas from San Antonio to Austin. This network of trails is thanks to the work of surrounding communities with the support of the Great Springs Project. Go explore the Plum Creek Trail today. The Plum Creek Trail, connecting Kyle.
The Texas Parks and Wildlife television series is supported in part by Texas Parks and Wildlife Foundation, conserving the wild things and wild places of Texas thanks to members across the state. Additional funding is provided by Toyota. Your local Toyota dealers are proud to support outdoor recreation and conservation in Texas. Toyota, let's go places.
Coming up on Texas Parks and Wildlife.
This spring break, I decided to try something a little bit new and go on a backpacking trip. We'll see how it goes.
In the morning, you have a purpose for the day. At the end of the day, you feel like you've made the world a little bit of a better place.
They're mostly up in here. They're just clouds of them.
They're just clouds, though.
Texas Parks and Wildlife, a television series for all outdoors.
My name is Emily Lozano, and I'm 20 years old, and I've always loved the outdoors. Ever since I was young, my family would take me to different Texas state parks. We'd tent camp and we'd get all we need out of the car. So this spring break, I decided to try something a little bit new and go on a backpacking trip. I'm gonna do the Lone Star hiking trail. It's extremely long, some 90-something miles. We'll see how it goes. Okay, I parked my car at the beginning of the trail, and I ended up needing a ride to the end of it so that I could hike the trail in reverse.
Hey, how you
John
doing?
was my ride.
Good to meet you. You ready to get your pack in the car?
Yeah, let's do it.
Let's do it.
And John is the real backpacker. He's done the AT multiple times. We hit it off instantly. Because it's been raining so much, we skip Winter's Bayou and start at Tarkington.
There's 3 things to remember when you're doing your long trail here. First thing is physical. You can do it. The next part, you got to feed yourself. So what's your food supplies, your logistics? And finally, every morning you're gonna have to get up and get on the trail and gotta be able to keep doing it day in and day out, okay?
He's so sweet. Not what I expected at all. He gives me certain tips about backpacking.
Emily, as you see, this is the blazes for the Lone Star Trail. That tells you to go left, as you should go, rather than right down that other road. Definitely will keep you from getting lost.
Pointing in the right direction.
Correct.
All right,
Let's move
sounds
on.
good. His stories are fantastic.
First AT trip, 1995. I'm a neophyte backpacker. Didn't know anything.
He really, really cared. He really wanted to make sure I was going to be okay as soon as he left.
Good morning. Hi, good morning. How you doing?
Next is Alan. Alan is super sweet.
I don't know where we're going.
You don't know where you're going?
I just followed
We're gonna get lost.
And he was so pleasant, and he talked about the organization.
The Lone Star Trail is 98.6 miles long, and then we have about another 35 miles of other loops.
And it's all done by volunteers?
All done by volunteers. We have several nonprofit organizations, principal one being the Lone Star Hike and Trail Club.
So what is your part in that?
I help coordinate trail stewards. And trail stewards might involve adopting a mile or 2 miles of the hiking trail to help maintain it.
Oh, look, here's a beaver dam right here. That's a beaver dam? That's a beaver dam right here. I don't think they would like me knocking on their doors too much.
So why do you do it?
Unless volunteers maintain the trails get closed.
We get to our campsite, and he heads out, and he goes home. I'm tired, and I definitely feel it.
Cilantro lime with black.
Up next is the Magnolia section, which has the massive obstacle of crossing the San Jacinto River. Thankfully, I don't have to do it alone. Hi, I'm Emily.
I'm Dave.
Dave looks like
to meet
a
you.
ranger
How'd you
straight
like Ben?
from Jurassic Park. I've never crossed a river. I'm so anxious.
Okay, Emily, so there's an option for you here. That's a way to get across without getting wet, as long as you don't fall.
I don't want to cross a tree that's slippery with a pack.
All right,
Let's wade.
let's go wade. Okay, now come upstream, come this way. Yeah, come.
This way?
That's your target, head for that branch.
How deep is this?
The deepest part is right in front of that other stick. That was the hard part.
I make it across safely. I am so grateful that Dave was there.
Oh, it's working.
I don't think I could have done it by myself. Honestly, it was so much more fun having him there.
I'm glad I'm not carrying your pack today. Yeah, there's quite a bit more sag with your pack on there, look.
Dave is nice enough to give me a lift to the next trailhead, which saves me a whole lot of walking, and I could not be happier. And Dave brings me next to the Big Woods section.
Oh, you're welcome.
Then he heads off.
Bye.
I've begun to notice a blister, and I'm praying that it doesn't get worse. On top of being alone, the day seems to stretch a little bit longer. I have so much time alone with my thoughts. Every mile feels a little bit longer. I enjoyed being by myself, and I enjoyed the second to kind of daydream a little bit. But I almost got a little bit lonely. I am getting a little lonely. Walking down the road is miserable. I don't like the road because it is gravelly and it's hot and there's no shade. And I just wanted to take a break. There wasn't even a good spot to break. And it's straight. It makes it feel like it's forever. So I just kept walking. Off to my right, I see a sign and it's clearly marked. And as soon as I hit the shade, I plop down on a log and gobble up a granola bar. And it's fantastic. Just past the trailhead is this primitive campsite. My blister is massive. Honestly, I want to cry a little bit. Not feeling like I'm ready to do the over half of the trail that's still left to go. So in the mailbox is this log of all of the people who have been here before me and all of their encouraging words. It made me feel like a part of it. And it gave me the strength to keep going. Day 5. This is the last day before Huntsville State Park. My legs hurt. My thighs are burning. My feet hurt. I run into Candace, who gives me a lift to the next trail section.
I started going out on the public hikes, and I just kept coming back.
Candace explains a lot of the methods and a lot of the procedures that they go through when volunteering on the trail.
It's not created by a machine, and a user-created trail is one of the hardest trails to maintain. But not very many people live out here and can actually work on the trail. It's been turned over to volunteers.
What she loves is the chance to give back. Candace is most definitely a trail angel. She absolutely saved me. My feet look terrible. They don't look as bad as they feel, but they almost look as bad as they feel. And I'm just so ready to see my family. And I don't want to have to hike all of that in the morning. It's midday, still a whole lot of sun left.
Oh goodness. If I hike more today, it'll be less tomorrow. Let's do that.
I crank out another section of trail, find a nice patch of trees. Set up my hammock and pass out. Day 6. It's already a good day and it hasn't even started. I see a tiny little Honda Civic. I know that car. It has my dad and my sister and my little baby brother. They drove all this way to spend the day with me. We go to Huntsville State Park, and they have showers at Huntsville State Park. And my sister brought fruit salad. And I'm not hiking. And it's so great. Amanda's coming with me on the next 3 days, and I'm so excited.
Okay, so what'd you bring?
Okay, I have a jacket.
That's good. You can keep that.
Socks.
Ooh, nice socks.
Okay, pants.
Okay, that's good.
Then I have this.
Today. That's the same sleeping bag I have.
Really? Okay, and then I have a lot of snacks, which I don't think I need this much.
No, I ate through a whole bag of snacks.
We build a campfire, and I get to catch up with her. And I'm so happy that I get to share this with her. Next morning, I'm excited, and Amanda's excited, which just makes me more excited. I feel light. It feels like day 1 all over again. I'm not doing it alone anymore. And this is someone at my experience level, and this is someone my age who gets it.
We go into the big hot hole.
Actually, I want you in front of me so that if you slip.
Slippery.
Oh, it's not slippery. I was expecting it to be worse.
The fact that Amanda was so chipper and so cheerful, it helped me get over the fact that my foot hurt. It helped me get over the fact that my muscles were sore and that my back hurt. Amanda being so positive just made it so easy for me to say, okay, let's do it. One more day.
So happy. I don't know.
As the day is closing, Amanda's ready to be done. I'm ready to be done. And then we come up on Stubblefield, and it's such a relief. I don't have to admit to my sister that I don't know what I'm doing, even though I'm pretty sure she knows that I don't know what I'm doing. And that's okay. It feels like the end is near, like you can taste it, like you're so close.
See the bubbles?
Super eerie almost, with this fog hanging. And this was one of our longest days. We did so many miles. I was struggling with the 9-mile days and the 13-mile days, and then we did 15. Amanda did so good.
5
idea how it happened.
I really like this, and I like backpacking. I probably wouldn't be doing half as much if I wasn't here with you.
Without you, I was doing half the mileage we did.
I don't know how you did it because I'm super duper tired right now.
That's just wanting it. And we just did 15 miles in one day. 15 miles, so you got it, boo. This is it. This is the end. I'm so sad because it's ending, but more than anything, I'm excited. Every step and you're closer. Walk faster, walk faster, walk faster. Every trail maker feels like a victory in itself. One more mile. That's my car. I know that license plate number. I know the dirt on that tire. I know that dent. I did that dent.
Oh, I'm coming for it.
We made it! We made it! I need to take this off right now. And then Amanda and I go to a real restaurant and I order real food. No mushy bag food.
Okay, yeah. What was your favorite part?
My favorite part was probably Huntsville State Park. Just taking the day off and relaxing. It helped me enjoy the trail even more afterwards.
And your worst part?
My worst part was my pinky toe growing a toe.
And what was the hardest thing of it?
The hardest thing was probably just getting up and starting.
What made you keep going?
We were in the middle of the woods. There wasn't an option. Yeah. I did it. I finished it. And my blister healed and my toe is fine. I feel so accomplished and I feel so blessed that these volunteers are out there because without them, this trail would be closed. It was such a great spring break and great in ways I wouldn't have expected it to be. And I'm so glad I went.
My name is Sue Wagley, and Jay and I own this amazing ranch, the Wagley Ranch. Jay and I moved down to Texas in 1989 to stay for 1 year, and we fell in love with the ranch and we stayed.
Right there.
He's right here. Awesome. He's right here in the tree. This is him. We have the golden cheek warbler, which is the cutest little bird ever to live, and that is just a highlight of our year, is waiting for them to come through. Oh my God, he's so beautiful.
And we probably have 15 to 20 pairs. It's considered critical habitat. Obviously, it's an endangered species, but it's the most northern sighting of the golden cheek warbler in the state of Texas, which also makes it the most northern sighting of the bird in the world.
It's really cool. That's a claim to fame that no other ranch has. Fun thing about working with the Wagleys is his focus is on the wildlife end of things. And so we increased a lot of forbs, great for pollinators. Bees and butterflies are going to benefit from that, as well as the turkey and deer and quail. Sue looks at it and says, are these forbs okay for my cows? When do we get good grass? And so balancing that wildlife and that grazing is always a fun challenge. Both will benefit, bees and butterflies in the short term, and as I explained to Sue when we were out there, the cows will benefit next year. The native grass restoration has been profound. They're picking those species that want to be here, and they're just pretty. They resemble what this prairie should be. We were here along myself and maybe 3 other Parks and Wildlife employees were here to help the Wagleys, and they were carrying drip torches, and we worked hand in hand to get it done.
So ideally, every 5 years, every pasture would get burned. Then you're burning the cedar and the small brush things so that you don't have to come back mechanically and remove things.
My great-grandfather came by covered wagon to Mineral Wells, and he started the Wagley Mineral Baths. He was original investor in the Baker Hotel.
The Baker, I mean, that is such a part of our family history. Jay's dad grew up in the Roaring 20s going to the Baker all the time. He said there were fountains on the roof with swans, and they had black tie events up there, and people came for months at a time to be cured by the water. So now it's so exciting, and a group of investors and Mineral Wells are making this happen along with Jay. You scooting them along, right, Scoot? So we decided to start a herd in 2008. We kind of started with a motley group of cows, and now we've developed into a commercial Black Angus herd, and they're beautiful. I'm kind of biased.
I've worked with a lot of young ladies that could do anything a man could do, horseback or on a ranch. Well, Sue's really good at everything that I'm not good at. If I have some questions about the numbers, well, she has the answers.
You know, our children, Philip and Eliza, they love the ranch, they love the cattle, and I think they will continue what we do. And all of our big work days are family events.
Everybody gets involved. Philip ropes and flanks, Eliza and Sue vaccinate and I vaccinate.
And it's over fast. It's, you know, 15 seconds of a bad time, and then they're back with their moms.
Jay and Sue are absolutely in it for the right reasons. They're passionate about wildlife, they're passionate about the ranch, they're passionate about passing it on to future generations.
We're so blessed to have a ranch where Jay's and my value system is just part of our lives, and it's about getting up in the morning and you have a purpose for the day, you have a plan, you work together, it's teamwork. You might have a disagreement, but you work through it. And at the end of the day, you feel like you've made the world a little bit of a better place because you're good stewards of the land and the wildlife and the cattle, and it's just a real blessing that we have this as a family.
They're mostly up in here. They're just clouds of them. They're just clouds of them. This is my business and where I live in South Travis County. We've never seen this before, half a dozen at a time maybe. Now, I don't know, they're hundreds, thousands. They look like leaves, brown leaves, so you don't really even notice the numbers of them. It's one of their stopover points on the way to Mexico. It's the Monarch Motel.
These same monarchs right here today that we're seeing, those that survive through the winter will come back through Texas next March and April. In the spring, these will get as far north as Kansas. So a distance of some 3,000 miles. Phenomenal.
That's a pretty amazing sight. Just lucky that it's 10 feet from my house.
Really, really magical.
Celebrating a century of Texas state parks.
This series is supported in part by Texas Parks and Wildlife Foundation, conserving the wild things and wild places of Texas thanks to members across the state. Additional funding is provided by Toyota. Your local Toyota dealers are proud to support outdoor recreation and conservation in Texas. Toyota, let's go places.
The City of Kyle and Uber have teamed up to bring residents and visitors a new era of public transportation. As long as you're traveling in the pie capital of Texas, just claim your voucher on the City of Kyle app. And the next time you request an Uber, your ride will cost $3.14. It's as easy as pie. Terms and conditions apply.
The Texas Parks and Wildlife television series is supported in part by Texas Parks and Wildlife Foundation, conserving the wild things and wild places of Texas thanks to members across the state. Additional funding is provided by Toyota. Your local Toyota dealers are proud to support outdoor recreation and conservation in Texas. Toyota, let's go places.
Coming up on Texas Parks and Wildlife.
There aren't very many people that walk across the state with their belongings on their back. This is my way of learning what Texas is like.
Even though you can be sitting in the campground with 50 other campers, you only walk 100 yards and you're going to be all alone in the woods.
I haven't run the numbers lately, but I'm guessing we're pushing 200,000 acres.
Texas Parks and Wildlife, a television series for all outdoors.
A lot of people stop when they see me on the road. Why are you walking? And they offer me a ride, and I have to turn them down. One guy says, "You mean you're doing this on purpose?" It's not a race, it's not a program, it's more like a lifestyle. This is just what I want to be doing.
Dave Roberts is out for a walk. He has been for months.
So I'm a little more than 3 months since I left New Orleans.
Dave is walking to New Mexico, taking in miles of Texas along the way.
That looks like a watermelon from here.
Palmetto is my 26th state park. I've gone about 2,200 miles since New Orleans. So I'm more than halfway through the state of Texas. One guy says, "Well, you know, there's a bus. You can just take a bus to El Paso." So he didn't get it. I think I'd rather walk.
I don't want to just sit home and play card games on the computer and raid the refrigerator every 10 minutes and get fat and lazy. I want to be outdoors. I want to breathe unfiltered air. I want the weather to affect me. I want to meet people I've never met. I want to go places I've never been. And that's the lifestyle that I've chosen for myself.
Since I left New Orleans, I've used up 5 pairs of shoes, and I'm ready for my 6th. So I'll get a pair in one of these towns. Okay, this is the kind I normally get right here, but they don't have my size. They look like they'll work. $10.
I'm buying $10 shoes.
Okay, now I need to get a new pair of insoles.
They last about 400 miles per pair. They were getting a little thin on the bottom. I just didn't want to feel the road under my feet, and so I bought a new pair of shoes.
Thank you.
They're comfortable, they work, and I'm happy as a clam.
Using up shoes traversing Texas on foot may sound extreme, but this is just one in a series of outdoor adventures for Dave.
I'm weaving across America, but I didn't start out with that in mind. Just happened one step at a time. And it all started, I hiked the Appalachian Trail. I was just going to hike the trail and go home. But it was such an awesome experience, I didn't want it to stop. And when I got to Maine, I rode my bicycle to Florida, and then I hiked the Florida Trail. And so I find I'm zigzagging across the country. Somewhere in Florida, I got the idea that I think I'll paddle down the Mississippi River. So how do I get to Minnesota? I'll ride my bike. Hiking, biking, and paddling. This summer I paddled down the Mississippi River. So I had to get from New Orleans to New Mexico. So how do you get there? Well, you walk across Texas. And so that's what I'm doing. I'm visiting state parks. And right now I'm in Lockhart, Texas. And this is my 27th one, I think. I told some of my friends, I'm going to walk across Texas. And they said, why Texas? You know, they think Texas is just desert. And I said, well, I looked at the website and it looks to me like there's a lot more than just desert out there.
Past your campsite, there's more trails.
Visiting state parks has made my trip much more interesting.
You're all set.
Okay, well, thank you very much. I've met some of the most warm-hearted people I've ever met in Louisiana and Texas. Okay. I made a spreadsheet at 15 miles a day. How many state parks can I do? And it came out to 23 state parks. When I got to Tyler, I was like a week and a half ahead of schedule. I was doing 23 miles a day, not 15. So far, I've done Village Creek, Martin Dies, Mission Tejas, Martin Creek, Tyler, Dangerfield, Bob Sandlin, Cooper, Bonham, Eisenhower, Ray Roberts, Richardson, Possum Kingdom, Mineral Wells, Dinosaur Valley, Cleburne, Whitney, Meridian, Mother Neff, Colorado Bend, Inks Lake, Enchanted Rock, McKinney Falls, Bastrop, Bisher, Palmetto, and Lockhart. And I have 13 to go, something like that. It's my tent. This is my sleeping pad. This is my food. That's the heavy one. This is my sleeping bag. And this is my dry clothing. And that's it. This is the 4th tent I've had in 2 years. One was lost, one was stolen, one was melted in a dryer. And now I have this one. My budget is $20 a day. For a lot of people, getting by isn't really enough. The attitude is more important than the gear. I put all my stuff in it and then I'm ready to have lunch and take a walk. I don't have a knife, so I cut my cheese like this. And I put on my salsa. I was having 3 of these for lunch a day and realized I was still hungry, and so now I have 4. I have a saying, if everything goes according to plan, you're not having an adventure yet. It's really blowing.
2 months and 1 pair of shoes later, Dave is in far west Texas.
This is quite a headwind we got here today.
He's back on the road after a medical timeout.
I had a pain in my chest, went to the doctor, and he suggested I go for further checkups. So I went home to do that.
The diagnosis? Heartburn.
There's nothing wrong with me. Physically, I'm in good shape, but I needed to change my diet, and I'm glad I did that.
Dave picked up where he left off in Del Rio. After days crossing desert, he is outside Fort Davis.
Now I feel assured if I'm out in the middle of nowhere, 1,000 miles from the nearest hospital, that I'm okay. I feel confident to just go and do it at my age. I'm 72. Well, my biggest concern going from here to El Paso is getting enough water.
After the pecan orchards, there's really not much water.
To Van Horn.
To Van Horn.
Where towns are
I
scarce,
soak them in water.
Dave eats dehydrated meals his daughter mails, and what food he can find to fit his budget and backpack.
2 boxes of cereal. That's 3 days. These are going to be my dinners. Sandwich bags. My pack weighs 13 pounds plus food and water. 4 days worth of food. That's 10 pounds right there. This is heavy too, but you gotta eat.
It's gonna be $28.92.
That's not bad.
There you go. Wish you good luck.
Thanks a lot. Here I go. Ooh, this is heavy now.
Not surprisingly, Dave skips convenience for primitive camping.
In a way, I'm out here to escape the hubbub and the busyness of the modern world. I can live in that world, but I prefer this. It's absolutely beautiful. You can just see forever up here. It took me an hour and a half to get up here, but it was worth it. 20 or 25 years ago, I had a dream. In my dream, I died and I went to heaven. St. Peter looks at me and he looks down at his book and he looks at me again and he says, why didn't you take advantage of what they had to offer down there? End of dream. And so I woke up and I said, wow, that's pretty powerful. So not long after that, I quit my job and I decided that I was going to spend the rest of my life volunteering. So I joined the Peace Corps.
A mountaintop seems like the perfect place to contemplate the next adventure.
My next adventure is to hike the Continental Divide Trail, which goes from Mexico to Canada. The Triple Crown is the Appalachian Trail, the Continental Divide Trail, the Pacific Crest Trail. I've already done the AT, planning to do the CDT this summer. And if I can do the Pacific Crest Trail, then that's the Triple Crown. Nobody that I know has ever done the Triple Crown entirely after the age of 70. So that'll be my claim to fame, for what it's worth. To me, this is just really special, being up here in God's country and being able to see the sunset from a setting like this. That's part of the reward. It's part of it. I'd climb quite a few mountains to see something like that. This is my front yard. When I get up in the morning, I just get up, pack up, and go. My Texas adventure was awesome. You know, I feel like I belong. It's not like you're just out there. I didn't feel alone at all because there's so many people that are interested in what I'm doing.
And travel safe.
Thank you, Texas. Looking to see where I'm going to be going today. There's a lot of nothing out there. If you are looking for something to do during retirement, don't do what I'm doing. Look deep in yourself and find out what is the thing that you can do that nobody else can do, and do it.
Celebrating a century of Texas state parks.
Folks who come out here to South Atlanta River State Park, the main draw is probably the river, which is why it gets its namesake. spring-fed, year-round flow. And then we also have the unique feature of rising up into the Edwards Plateau. We go from about 1,700 feet and then rise up another 400 feet. And throughout that, you have canyons and bluffs that provide some of the best pictures of the hill country you're ever going to see.
Fish on.
Or glide.
Yeah, I haven't seen this many in one place before. They're hovering around the feeder, trying to find a hole to put their little beak in.
South Lano River has 4 bird blinds. They all have a water feature.
There's a bunting.
And so you can always count on seeing a lot of bird activity.
There's the jay over there on the feeder again.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, man, tons of birds.
For the kids, there's a number of opportunities where you can hop in the tube, float for 2.5 hours down the South Lano River, and get back out and do it again.
Definitely the hidden gem out there. It's got a small little chute area. The current's not too fast. Great for children that are like 12 and under that want to float a river that's not too hectic. I consider it really safe for children, so that's pretty much why we really come here.
You don't often think about the kind of bugs that live in the river. Sweep it against the plants and then dump it into your bucket, okay?
We got a bug! We caught something.
It's neat for the kids to get out and play in the water as well as find out about the different bugs that live in the water. Look at this.
I got a beetle.
Any activity there in nature and they're discovering things. So hold it real flat, there you go. It's priceless though, really, to see them all get excited about everything.
The entire park is great for hiking and biking trails. Anytime you want to hop on your mountain bike, you have over 25 miles of trails. I like the mountain bike back here because there's not a lot of other people back here. 2,100 acres is a lot of land to go play around on a mountain bike. It's nice that as soon as you get back here in the backcountry with your bike, you really don't hear anything but birds and the wind.
Y'all ready to eat?
It's not a big park, you know, you're not going to have party crowds out here, and it's a very family-oriented park, you know, and it's quiet too.
We are an international dark sky park.
Those little spots are moons.
If we're having a star party, people can come. We have an interpretive ranger that will show you all the constellations of the sky. We go to our parks, there's that primitive feel. And even though you can be sitting in the campground with 50 other campers, you only walk 100 yards and you're going to be all alone in the woods. And that's what makes it special, because there is space to be had out here.
This is the Packer Channel. We're on the north side. It's my favorite spot. To me, this is one of the most natural places I can be, you know, in the ocean, in the water, at the beach. I feel like this is such a luxury. I don't know how many times I just give thanks.
It's like a small surf community out here. It's a place you can come and just kind of relax and just get away from everyday, you know, struggles or problems that you might deal with. You can come out here and be yourself. It's a real friendly crowd. It's good for any age. There's people out here that are 70 years old, and all the way from kids out here that are, 5 years old. And you just come out here and have some fun and catch some waves.
For me, surfing is a way that I connect with nature and with myself. It's really important to connect body, mind, spirit. There's something about surfing that really does that for me, and I think for a lot of people.
Out here, we're all equal. We're all doing the same thing. We're after the same goals. There's nothing. It's you and nature and your freedom, and it doesn't matter what color you are or how much money's in your bank account or anything. You're out here with people of all walks of life, just killing it.
This is my escape into nature and to connect and to leave all your baggage at the beach and you just let that stuff go. It's kind of like Texas Point Break.
When we think of Texas, we think of wide open spaces, we think of vast forests, we think of mountains off in the distance, we think of the Milky Way coming out at night. And we're losing our sense of place as we see that landscape change. And the simple fact is that Texas, the state of Texas, is losing working lands faster than any other state in the nation. We're seeing land converted from open space to urban uses and suburban uses and commercial uses faster than we ever have in history.
Less than 5% of the land in Texas is public property, open for everyone to enjoy. Ted Hollingsworth runs the Texas Parks and Wildlife Department's Land Conservation Program. He considers it a calling to find new property to preserve.
Our mission really is, those children that we see that are here probably from some urban area, and some of them are maybe seeing an alligator for the first time, and that's really important, and I get that. Okay. But my personal bias is that I want to make sure that alligator has a place to live, and it has enough space that it can grow to be 12 or 13 or 14 feet long. And one of the ways that we can really help offset this loss of land and loss of conservation is by land acquisition. When I became the director of the Land Conservation Program, not only did we not get appropriated a single dime in state money for land acquisition, but we were specifically given no authority to use state money to acquire land, which meant that if you wrote me a check for $1 million and you said, Ted, please add land to Brazos Bend State Park, it was worthless.
Thankfully, things have changed. In the past 20 years, more state and federal money has been freed up to buy land. And it's now the law in Texas that several $1 million from the sporting goods sales tax is set aside every year for land acquisition.
Fortunately, things have changed a lot in the last 20 years. There's more funding available, there's more state funds available to match the federal funds. We have more opportunities than ever.
Ted Hollingsworth has seized those opportunities, helping to ensure 90% of Texans are now within an hour's drive of public outdoor spaces.
Maybe my favorite would be Palo Pinto Mountains State Park. Powderhorn, of course, had a lot of partners and a lot of players. We were blessed to add 304 acres to this park a couple of years ago.
So this land acquisition that we have out here is going to allow us to expand not just campsites, not just group sites, but also expand the diversity of what we have to offer.
In the 17 years I've been director of the program, we've averaged right at 10,000 acres a year added to the department's lands. wildlife management areas, coastal management areas, state parks. I haven't run the numbers lately, but I'm guessing we're pushing 200,000 acres. My wife spent her entire career as a first grade teacher, as an elementary school teacher. What's important to her is that the children, get away from these things and have a relationship, understand their place in the world. What's important to me is that we preserve the place in the world so that her children have access to it. So it really means a lot to us to be able to see these places and especially see the children come and have that out of the classroom experience.
This series is supported in part by Texas Parks and Wildlife Foundation, conserving the wild things and wild places of Texas thanks to members across the state. Additional funding is provided by Toyota. Your local Toyota dealers are proud to support outdoor recreation and conservation in Texas. Toyota, let's go places.
Hi, I'm Danielle. Thanks to a partnership between the City of Kyle and Uber, getting a ride has never been easier. As long as you're traveling in Kyle, download a voucher from the City of Kyle app and your ride will cost just $3.14. To help veterans like me, this offer is now available for rides to and from the VA clinic in Austin. And if you have a flight to catch, rides to and from the airport are now 31.4% of the original price. Download the app today to get discounts on your Uber rides. It's easy as pie.
Let's follow the path of Dusty's trail, oh Dusty's trail, Dusty's trail. A stage and a wagon a heading west, part of a wagon train lost from the rest. Dusty's the reason for their plight. Thanks to Dusty, nothing's right. Only the wagon master's hand keeps them a-rolling to the promised land. Oh, the going gets mighty rough, but they don't seem to mind. It's California, that's the place they must find. deserts and rocks are in their way, but they won't stop, come what may. Mountains and hills that they must scale, but they know they'll make it 'cause they just can't fail on Dusty's trail.
That's enough scouting for today, huh, Freckles? Any more riding, I'm gonna have to walk.
Hey!
Hi, mister. Howdy.
You wouldn't be heading west now, would you?
Yeah, California.
Good. I'm a United States Army courier, and I must get this pouch to Fort Hale.
That's nice. Good luck.
Hold on. I want you to get this pouch to Fort Hale. I've been hurt.
Just give it here. Well, what did you do that for? You locked it on me.
Safekeeping. I'll meet you in Fort Hale with the key. Raise your right hand. You promise to protect the Constitution of the United States against all enemies and to do your duty no matter what may be asked of you?
I promise.
Good. You've just been sworn in a soldier in the U.S. Army.
Me, a soldier?
On temporary duty.
That really looks bad. How'd you hurt your arm like that?
A gunman named Bates. He's been chasing me for that pouch.
He's been chasing you for this pouch?
I'm too weak to make it to Fort Hale right now, but I can throw him off your trail. Just make sure you guard that pouch with your life. Good luck.
My life?
Mr. Callahan. See, it's a high-tempered steel, kind of special alloy the Army uses. We can try.
We got to do better than try. We got to get that thing off of Dusty's arm. Otherwise, he's going to be a sitting duck for one of Bates' bullets.
I don't want to be no sitting duck. I'm too chicken.
Yeah, but what about getting the pouch to Fort Hale?
We'll get it there, all right, as soon as we get it off of Dusty's arm. Then I'll find some safe place to put it.
I got some tools I think will do the job. But you know, there may be a better way.
Like what?
Well, about a half-mile back, we passed a telegraph pole. Now, I could tap into the line, ask Fort Hale what to do.
Good thinking, Andy. Go get to it.
Yeah, and tell him to send a longer chain. I want to be as far away from this pouch as possible when Bates starts shooting bullets.
I'll do my best.
Tea, dear?
Oh, no, thank you, dear. I can't think of food. That pouch on Dusty's arm is driving me mad. It must hold a fortune.
Oh, Carter, dear, do forget it and have some tea.
Daphne, do you realize that what's in that pouch could make us richer?
Carter, we're already richer. We have more money than we could spend in 100 years.
I know that, but what then? Let's think of our future. No, I simply must have what's in that pouch. Ah, Dusty, dear boy, there you are.
Hi, Mr. Brookhaven. What's the matter with your leg?
Oh, it's an old wound I suffered in the War of 1812.
That's funny. I never saw you limp before.
Well, it comes on now and again, just when it's damp.
Damp? It hasn't rained for days.
Well, I stepped in a puddle.
Puddle. They can be very damp.
At any rate, as a retired lieutenant colonel and your ranking superior officer, I have decided on a diversionary action to protect our country's property, namely that pouch.
I'm sorry, Mr. Brookhaven.
Colonel Brookhaven, private.
I can't let you have this pouch. I promise to defend it with my life.
Very well. You defend the pouch, I'll defend the content.
How'd you do that?
Do you realize that you've just disobeyed the orders of a superior officer? How would you like to face a firing squad?
I'd love it. I need all the protection I can get.
Drat. Hardly worth developing a good limp over.
Come on, Dusty, we gotta cut it off.
My arm?
The chain.
That axe makes me feel like a turkey before Thanksgiving.
Look, we gotta get that thing off of your arm before Bates gets back. Now just hold steady while I give that chain a whack.
Did you break it?
Yeah. That was a good axe, too.
Lulu, that's the wrong lock. I told you, whatever's in the pouch is a secret.
Dusty, my feminine curiosity is killing me.
Yeah, well, your feminine curiosity might get me killed, too.
Please, I got to see what's in that pouch. What's in that pouch?
Okay, take a look.
Ooh, men.
Hi, Betsy.
Hi, Dusty.
Listen, you gotta do something. I need a lot of help. I gotta get this thing off my arm.
Oh, in a minute. Right now, I'm making soap.
I know. But I figure if we use some of that stuff and put it on my wrist, I can slip it right over my hand.
Oh, well, let's see. Oh, it's awfully tight.
Well, it's worth a try. I'm getting nowhere with the screwdriver.
Well, put it in the bucket.
Ugh, that's gooey.
Oh, of course it is. It's lard. That's the way you make soap.
Oh, good. Then I'll be clean, too.
Rub it around real good. Here. Okay. Let's try it.
You know, Betsy, if this works, I'll be grateful to you for the rest of my life. And come to think of it, it might be the rest of my life right now.
Pull. Real hard now. Pull, and it'll come off. Oh, Dusty. Oh. I'm sorry, it slipped. Oh, I'm sorry, Dusty. But even with all that goo, its handcuffs are still too tight.
It's okay, Betsy. Just have to try again with the screwdriver.
Now, just relax, Dusty. I'm gonna see if I can shoot that chain in two.
Couldn't I stand behind you?
Not gonna hurt you.
Did you break it?
Boy, that is some kind of hard piece of steel.
Looks like a banana without the banana.
Mr. Callahan, I just got word from Fort Hale off the telegraph wire.
Yeah? What's it say? Read it.
Urgent that you hold pouch and keep sealed until relieved.
Oh, boy, I'll be so relieved when I get relieved.
And the last line says, guard it with your life.
Well, I'll tell you one thing. If Dusty's got to guard that pouch with his life, the least we can do is guard his with ours. I'll tell you what, Andy. We'll stand watch tonight while he sleeps. You take the first one, I'll take the midnight to 4, and then I'll tell Mr. Brookhaven to take that short one from 4 till breakfast.
All right, you. Give me the pouch.
Everybody up! Don't bother reaching for your guns. I have them. Get over there. Move! Take that chain off and throw it over here. What happened to the courier? Let's just say he didn't give it to me. Put your hand down.
I'm sorry, I just got used to the weight.
What's going on here? Who are you?
Never mind. Get over here with the others. That's Bates, the killer we've been protecting that pouch from. One of you cut it open during the night and stole what was inside.
Cut the pouch? Who would do such a thing?
And how? I was on guard duty.
So was I.
I was wide awake until I fell asleep.
Cut the excuses. Now, somebody stole what was inside that pouch, and I want it. Let's start with you, Sleeping Beauty.
Oh, no, don't look at me. I never stole a thing in my life.
Carter, don't you remember? You stole a railroad once.
Now, precious. In business, that is called a merger.
Talk, or I shoot.
Sir, I am a poor, simple businessman.
Oh, not poor, Carter. We have banks, and trusts, and corporations.
Darling, the killer wants the pouch, not a financial report.
How do you know it was one of us that stole it? You're the only people around here.
That makes sense.
I've had enough of this. I'm getting very angry. Little man, you should have guarded that pouch with your life.
I knew he'd say that.
Maybe you're lying. Maybe you opened the pouch.
Me?
You know what happens to people who lie to me? You've got 3 seconds to give me what was in that pouch. 1, 2.
Hey, wait a minute. He didn't take what was in the pouch.
How do you know?
Because I took it.
Mr. Callahan, why?
Well, I just had to have that pouch. I was standing guard over Dusty here, and, well, it was the dead of night. Everyone was asleep. I kept seeing that pouch. I knew whatever was in it was valuable. Very valuable. Enough to make me rich for life. Could be a millionaire, loved by the most beautiful women, eat the finest steaks. I had to have that pouch. I could see it was going to be tricky. So very carefully, I got a hold of the pouch. Oh, you're smart. But I'm smart. Finally, I had it. I slashed the pouch open with my knife. Took out the loot. And went to bury it. And that's how I got the loot out of the pouch. And then I buried it under a tree over there, and I covered up the spot with some brush.
Well, you went to a lot of trouble for nothing. Now you can dig it up again. Grab that shovel and start digging.
All right.
Well, that's 5 holes and no loot. Where is it, Wagon Master?
It's got to be here someplace.
No, it's not.
You lied to save a little guy's life.
No, I didn't really. It's got to be...
Wait!
Why should I?
Callahan lied.
All the more reason to shoot him.
Well, you'd just be wasting a bullet. I stole the loot.
You, Lulu? Lulu, I can't believe it.
Well, I thought it had money. Lots of money. I thought I could build my dance hall. I needed that pouch. I had to have it. So, when Mr. Brookhaven was sleeping on duty, I creeped in and... I could see it, just lying there, tantalizing me. I could be rich, famous, have all my dreams come true, just by taking the pouch. I knew it was going to take my very best. So, I gave it everything I had. I turned on all my charms. I could tell it was working. I used every trick I know to cast my spell. I saw my chance and grabbed it. Still, he struggled. So, I struck my crowning blow. I won! I split open the pouch with my scissors. And took it to my wagon. You know what I mean, big boy?
Yeah. Very tricky. But it won't work on me.
Sure worked on me.
Get the loot.
All right. It's in the wagon. I put it here somewhere.
No, you didn't. We emptied the whole wagon. You lied. To save that big guy.
No, really,
Then find it. One?
Wait! You wouldn't shoot a woman.
I'd shoot anyone, or everyone. Two?
Don't! I'll confess. I stole the pouch.
You, Auntie?
That makes 3 of you.
You better be telling the truth.
I am.
You, Andy? Why?
I thought the pouch contained new patents. Mining maps. Could make me rich. And so at night, while I was guarding Dusty, I saw the pouch lying there. A fortune right before my eyes. I tried to resist, but I couldn't stand it. I fought with myself. It was no use. I had to have it, and I knew how to get it. I cut open the pouch, took out the loot, hid it in my tool chest, where no one could find it.
Then get it, now. Move!
You're right. Nobody could find anything in there.
Because it isn't there. Now, I've had enough of this. The next person who talks better know where that loot is.
all right, Mr. Bates, I confess I did it.
No, I did it.
No,
All right! Now, I don't believe any one of you, but I'm onto your game. You're stalling for time, and now you're gonna pay for it. I'm gonna shoot you all one by one until the real thief talks.
Excuse me, my name is Brookhaven with a B. I have a respectful request that you do not shoot us in alphabetical order.
I'll shoot in any order I want. Starting with you.
Again?
1, 2, just a minute. I got the loot. You. Oh, no, not again. You're lying to save your buddy's life.
Yeah, that's right, but I knew when you found that courier and he didn't have the pouch that you'd be back here, and I slit the pouch open and I got it.
No more of your stories, just get it.
Right here.
Would you mind telling us what's in it?
We're dying to know, Cal.
Well, I don't know.
The less you know, the better.
Then I'm perfect, because I don't know anything.
Hand it over.
All right, get his gun, Dusty, get his gun!
Got it. Now, what are we going to do with him?
I'll take him. I'm Lieutenant Conway from Fort Hale. We got your message, and I come after this pouch.
Oh, here. This goes with it.
Yeah, just take it all. It's a match set.
You folks did a good job. We've been after this man for months, and this bag is very, very valuable.
We still don't know what's in it.
Yeah, could you tell us that at least, Lieutenant?
$10,000. Payroll for all the soldiers at Fort Hale.
$10,000? Did you hear that, Precious? We risked our lives for petty cash.
Yeah, well, we certainly want to thank you, Lieutenant. You arrived just in the nick of time.
Thank you, folks, and have a safe journey. All right, you. Come on.
All right, Dusty. We'll round up the teams. We can get started.
Anything you say, Mr. Callahan.
And don't forget to fill the water buckets.
Anything you say, Mr. Callahan.
Why do you keep saying anything you say, Mr. Callahan?
Because I'm very grateful to you. And anything you say is okay with me. I just don't want to hear those 5 words again.
5 words?
Guard this with your life.
Go get the water, will you? Now I'm worried about my life. Tough day, little pal. I can really use some shut-eye. Hey.
Good night, Mr. Callahan.
Good night, Dusty.
Good night, Andy.
Good night, Dusty.
Enough of the good nights already, huh? Get some sleep.
Sure thing.
Good night, Lulu and Betsy.
Please, can we get some sleep?
Holy smoke.
Holy smoke what?
Good night, Mr. and Mrs. Brookhaven.
Now, does that cover everybody? Let's get some sleep. Doesn't take him very long, does it?
A killer tornado.
103, 104, 105, 106.
Morning, Mr. Brookhaven. Doing your morning exercises, huh?
No, I'm just checking my wallet.
Good morning, Dusty.
Good morning, Mrs. Brookhaven.
You know, it's quite warm today. Would you ask Mr. Callahan to please head north?
Mrs. Brookhaven, we're headed for California. That's west.
Not Northern California.
Hey, Dusty, never mind the fire. We gotta get out of here pronto.
What's wrong? What's wrong, Mr. Callahan?
Listen, what do you hear?
I hear a lot of ringing.
No, the air. It's warm. A little touch of moisture, slight breeze.
You think we're in for a storm?
Worse than that, a killer tornado.
But it's such a nice day.
That's how killer tornadoes start. Everything is beautiful, and then all of a sudden, wham, bam!
I hate tornadoes. I had an uncle once who lived in Kansas City who once got caught by a tornado.
I thought your uncle lived in Cleveland.
That was before the tornado.
Yeah, well, never mind about that. Get the horses, will you? Right. We don't make it to Hidden Canyon on the double. I'll tell you, we're in a lot of trouble. The Sullivan party was wiped out on this very same trail.
How much time you figure we got before it hits?
I don't know, day and a half, maybe.
I better alert the Brookhaven.
Good idea, good thinking. I'll go check the map. We got to get to Hidden Canyon. Girls, secure everything in there. We have got to roll, and fast.
Oh, good. I just love to feel that cool breeze on my face.
You're gonna feel a breeze, all right.
Is there some kind of problem?
No, not if I can find that shortcut to Hidden Canyon. Now, tell me.
Horses are all set, Mr. Callahan.
Yeah, maybe they're all set, but we're not.
What do you mean?
I can't find a map. A map to Hidden Canyon. Right. All right. One map we got to Hidden Canyon. It's lost.
A killer tornado? Are you sure?
Just look up there. I'm telling you something. If that tornado hits this wagon train, we're going to be picked up and blown around like a feather.
I just did my hair.
Don't worry about your hair. Believe me, if that tornado hits, all we got to do is find the map.
Couldn't we just leave without the map?
Look, I'm going to tell you, that map's got to be around here someplace. The wind must have blown it away.
We'll help you look for it. Do you smell something? Like something burning. Oh, Cal! Your blanket!
You can wear it like this.
Never mind the blanket. Let's just go find the map, or we're going to be blown all the way to Laredo.
Laredo? Where's Laredo?
It's in Texas, about 800 miles south. Never mind, just help me find the map. That's me. Here, I'll tell you what we'll do, little pal. You go over that way, and I'll go over this way. It's got to be around here someplace, huh? Ah, boy. Oh, Lulu. Oh, I can see you didn't find a map either, did you?
Sorry, Cal.
Hey, what's the matter? What you walking like that for?
I threw a shoe. You're really worried about that old tornado, aren't you?
I'll tell you something, honey. You put my worries on a scale from 1 to 10, they measure about 15.
Mr. Callahan, look what I found. An old cavalry canteen and some ancient Indian jewelry, which is quite valuable, I suppose.
And I found these luscious-looking blueberries. They're going to be marvelous with cream if I can find a cow.
Hey, don't you remember we're supposed to be looking for a map?
Oh, yes, I've forgotten that tornado. Let's have another look for that map, dear.
The scale just went to 20, hasn't it?
It's no sign of the map anywhere.
Look, why can't we just start riding without it?
Honey, we got to find Hidden Canyon, or we got no chance, and I need the map to...
Mr. Callahan, my gold locket's missing.
Are you sure?
I'm positive.
She's right. We're looking for the map, and there was her gold locket. Gone.
It was my great-great-grandmother's.
That's odd. Now, first the map is missing, now the gold locket is
Now,
missing.
wait a minute. You think there's a connection?
Oh, sure. Whoever stole the gold locket wrapped it up in the map.
Dusty.
Yeah?
No.
Come on, Betsy. We'll look for your locket. They can look for the map.
You really sure about this tornado?
As sure as my name is Callahan, Andy. Believe me when I...
Hi, Harry. You want some baked beans?
Harry?
What's the matter with you? You crazy? Birds don't eat baked beans.
This one does.
That raven's over 200 miles from his natural habitat. Now, he's scared of something, and I'll bet it's that tornado.
I know, you're right about that. You know, animals and birds, they have an instinct about these things. Hey, man, I mean to tell you, we got to find that map pronto. Hey, what's the matter with you? You crazy? We got to get going. We got to find that map.
Yeah, but I just want to give him some beans. Here, hold this for a minute, will you?
My emerald! My koala emerald, it's gone!
Daphne, please remember, calm down. It's insured.
Carter, it's your insurance company.
Good heavens, so it is.
What's all the commotion? Find the map?
Mrs. Brookhaven's emerald is missing.
Everything seems to be missing. I think my belt buckle is gone.
What makes you think that?
This.
Dusty, for crying out loud, will you cover up?
I heard a scream.
Yeah, well, Miss Brookhaven here lost an emerald, and he's lost a belt buckle.
Yeah, but I thought I heard a scream. You did, so when I raised my hands like this.
Please.
Callahan, can I see you for a moment?
Yeah, sure. Excuse us, will you? And Dusty, keep your hands in your pockets. What is it, Andy?
Look, there's something strange going on around here. My college ring is missing. Lulu just reported one of her earrings gone, and there's Betsy's locket.
There's got to be a thief around here someplace.
Exactly.
Yeah. Well, why would he steal a map? That has no value.
On the contrary, a map's got great value. While we're out looking for the map, he figures we'll stay put in one place.
Oh, well, the varmint picks us clean.
But there's one thing he may not know about the tornado.
Aha, yeah, we got him there. A tornado come along and blow... yeah, blow him away with the rest of us.
Unless we catch him first and get the map back.
Ah, maybe if we leave out something of value where he can see it, we might trap him.
Good idea. You know, maybe Miss Brookhaven will give us something valuable from her jewel box as a decoy.
No, she's screaming like a wounded coyote now over that emerald. Unless,
Unless what?
You keep the girls busy for a little while. I got me an idea.
You want me to talk to the Brookhavens?
That's right. But get them away from the coach before you do it. Wait till I'm through.
Through with what?
Well, never mind. I'll tell you later, because if I told you now, you'd talk to them about that.
I'm not very good at keeping secrets.
No. Just get them away from the coach and keep them for about 5 minutes.
5 minutes? Nobody's ever talked to me for that long, especially the Brookhavens. What am I going to talk about?
I don't know. Whatever you've got in common.
In common with the Brookhavens?
Yeah.
I know just the thing.
Oh.
Mr. and Mrs. Brookhaven, I hate to disturb you when you're resting, but...
We're simply exhausted from searching for that map.
Yeah, well, I want to talk to you about something.
During our period of exhaustion?
Yeah, well, it's very important, or I wouldn't, interrupt your period of exhaustion.
Oh, very well, Dusty. What is it you want to discuss?
Well, I can't talk about it here. It's a very private thing. Couldn't we talk about it over there?
Well, it's so comfortable here. Couldn't we discuss it here?
Certainly. We have no secrets from the others, so whatever it is you have to say, speak up.
I want to talk to you about my life savings.
Daphne, Dusty wishing to discuss money. Come along, dear. Thank you. Now then, Dusty, what was that about your life savings?
I was thinking about putting them in a bank.
Oh, Mr. Brookhaven owns many banks.
Oh, yeah. Some of the branches of my banks have branches of their own.
Like a money tree.
But are they safe from robbers?
Impenetrable.
Yeah, but are they safe?
Mr. Brookhaven means that our banks and all our strong boxes are under lock and key.
But what if somebody tries to break the lock?
A Brookhaven safety steel guaranteed for life lock? Huh, impossible. See, Dusty, you need have no fear when you deal with the Brookhaven Bank.
Our strong boxes have never been entered.
Okay, I'll do it. I'll give you my life savings. It's right here in my piggy bank.
Piggy bank?
Good heavens, Carter, don't touch it. Pigs are such unclean creatures.
Piggy bank indeed. Come, Daphne.
Hey, look what I got. Isn't that a sparkler?
Huh? That's a perfect decoy.
Hey, I'll bet you that's worth a lot of money. Hey, I'll just put that over there. And then tonight, they'll catch the firelight and sparkle. We'll catch that thief.
Callahan, look.
What? Well, there hadn't been anybody here. They couldn't possibly...
We're up against a real criminal.
I know, and I'm going to be up against a very mad Mrs. Brookhaven. All right, wait a minute. No, I know what to do. Tonight, we will set a trap for that thief. A real trap. All right. Yeah. Get it off of him. Get it off him. We got him. Wait, Dusty. Will you sit still and let us get this thing off of you, Dusty?
Thanks for getting that fish net off me.
That's not a fish net. That was a trap.
For our mysterious thief.
I can't believe it. I just can't believe it was you, Dusty. But, well, never mind. Give a salute.
Okay, I admit it. You caught me in the act.
Hey, bread? What's bread?
For Harry.
Who's Harry?
That's the bird. You know he likes baked beans and bread.
Dusty.
What about the valuables?
And the map. That's the most important thing.
The map and the valuables?
Yeah, we've got to get the map to get back on the trail.
Before the tornado hits.
Well, that's a pretty terrific idea, but there's only one problem.
What?
I don't have any of those things.
Dusty.
If you don't believe me, you can search.
More bread?
Harry has quite an appetite. That's my fish hook.
Now you tell me, huh?
No, he's right. There's nothing here.
Mr. Callahan, I'm innocent.
Hold it. Maybe Dusty's telling the truth, and maybe he's guilty, too.
What are you talking about?
I remember reading in a medical journal about some people who have this unstoppable desire to steal things, even from their closest friends. It's called kleptomania.
I've never even been to that country.
Now, kleptomania is a sickness. Now, basically, these are honest people, but they block this from their mind like it never happened.
Well, you mean he could have taken those things from us and not even know it?
Exactly. Now, I know a little about hypnosis. I could put Dusty under.
Under what?
Put him to sleep.
Oh.
To see if unconsciously he's avoiding the truth.
Dusty, do you really think you took those things from us?
I don't know. But if I didn't know, maybe I did know that I didn't know that I did know. That I knew. That I know that I did know.
Remember, Dusty, we're your friends. We want to help you.
Did you find anything out yet?
Yeah, we found out that when he's unconscious, he's just the same as when he's conscious.
Well, I'm going to keep looking for the map.
1, 2, 3. Hi, Dusty.
Hi.
Hey, hi there, little pal.
Hi.
Dusty, I want you to tell us everything you did yesterday.
Sure.
Well, now, what did you do after you watered the horses?
Was I supposed to do that?
All right. What did you do after you didn't water the horses?
I tried to fix the harness.
Harness?
I accidentally caught on the spokes of the wheel.
Yeah, that's what happened to the...
Now, Dusty, this is very important. Did you enter the Brookhaven's coach at any time?
Yes.
There you are. If he went in the coach and took the jewels, he also took the map.
Dusty, why did you go in the Brookhaven's coach?
To put out the fire.
Fire?
The one that started when I dropped the lantern.
It's so sad, Carter.
My dear, with the tornado approaching, we must make final arrangements. Please read it back to me.
To my board of directors, as my last act on this earth, I leave the bulk of my estate to the Massachusetts Home for Millionaires.
The rich are always discriminated against.
See that? I can't even play mumbly peg right.
Dusty, stop condemning yourself.
Everybody's going to be killed by that tornado, and it's all my fault.
Dusty, you're wrong. Andy said you didn't remember stealing a thing.
Well, maybe I'm so good at covering my tracks, I don't even know I'm the thief.
Hey, you want something to eat?
Yeah, how about a steak, some hash browns, and a big slice of apple pie?
You know we don't have that kind of stuff.
I thought a condemned man got anything he wanted.
You're not a condemned man. You haven't done anything wrong.
Maybe I have, and maybe I haven't.
Dusty, look! On top of your head, a big bird! The one you were feeding.
No, girls, you don't have to cheer me up. It's no use.
The map! He's got the map!
What's going on here?
Mr. Callahan, look, the raven. He's got the map.
I can see he's got the map. Don't anybody move. Hey, follow that bird!
He's probably got our jewelry, too.
Stand back, everybody.
Hey, don't shoot him, Mr. Callahan.
I'm not going to shoot him, just going to scare him so he'll drop the map.
He's my friend. Let me talk to him.
Well, if anybody knows what's going on in a bird's brain, he does.
Hey, look at this.
My locket.
Yeah.
My earring. And everything else that was missing.
Well, get the map.
Oh, well, here's some more bread, some baked beans, and... he eats worms.
Well, hurry up and get the map.
Mr. Callahan, look!
What?
Yeah, but he's still got the map.
Don't worry, I'll get it.
Harry. Nice, Harry. Don't eat the map, Harry. Let me have it. Come on, boy. Come on, I'll give you a whole slice of bread.
Center cut with a worm.
Cave. All right, you get Mrs. Brookhaven in the coach and pull and secure all those grapes, will you? All right, look, we're going to pull out of here as soon as he gets back with the map. Tie that thing down tight.
Mr. Callahan, come
What?
quick. I got Harry trapped in the cave with a map.
Cave? What cave?
Over there behind those rocks. It's too late now, look.
All right, everybody in the cave. Come on, girls. How's everybody in here?
Yeah, just a little cold. Yes, it is frightfully drafty.
Well, at least we're safe.
Yeah, well, thanks to Dusty here for finding this cave.
Me? Don't thank me. Thank my friend Harry. He's the one who found the cave.
Hey, it looks like he's trying to give us back that map, Andy.
It's almost like he wanted us to follow him in here on purpose.
Hey, maybe it's his way of repaying Dusty for feeding him and saving his life.
Yeah, too bad we can't give him some kind of reward, huh?
Too bad I don't have my checkbook handy.
I've got something for him.
Used to be a piece of bread.
Oh, Dusty, that's a pretty crummy reward.
Now listen, your nest is back the way it was, and you got 2 days' worth of supply of bread.
Hey, Dusty, come on. I got the coach and the wagon all fixed. We gotta move.
Well, I guess it's time to say goodbye.
Now, go ahead and say goodbye to Harry.
Oh, it's not Harry anymore. It's Harriet.
How come?
Look what I found in the nest.
Come on. Goodbye, Mother.
Did you know that the City of Kyle has an Arts and Cultural Commission? Hi, I'm Vanessa Westbrook, Chair of the Arts and Cultural Commission. The commission is comprised of 7 members who reside in the City of Kyle. The commission brings creative energy and expertise to plan activities, events, and public displays that encourages the community to engage in the arts. The Arts and Cultural Commission serves in an advisory capacity to City Council on matters related to projects in the area of the arts that benefit the residents of Kyle. The Commission seeks to offer inclusive activities and events in the area of dance, music, theater, visual arts, and more. The Arts and Cultural Commission meets the 3rd Thursday of the month at the Kyle Public Library. Members of the community are welcome to attend the monthly meetings. Have an idea or suggestion in the area of the arts? Come join us.
Let's follow the path of Dusty's trail, oh, Dusty's trail, Dusty's trail. A stage and a wagon a-heading west, part of a wagon train lost from the rest. Dusty's the reason for their plight. Thanks to Dusty, nothing's right. Only the wagon master's hand keeps them a-rolling to the promised land. Oh, the going gets mighty rough, but they don't seem to mind. It's California, that's the place they must find. Deserts and rocks are in their way, but they won't stop, come what may. Mountains and hills that they must scale, but they know they'll make it 'cause they just can't fail on Dusty's trail.
Well, you were right, Dusty. You're sure not going to get our wagons over that mountain that way.
I know another way.
Hey, good. Which way?
That way. But you can't get through there either.
Let's just rest the horses here for a while. And if you don't say another word, maybe I can get some rest, too.
How'd I do that?
I don't know. But get off.
I can't. I don't know how to get off a horse this way.
Well, get off the way you got on.
Oh, yeah.
Wait, hold on here, young lady. Now wait, nobody's gonna hurt you.
Oh, it's not you. It's them.
Them?
Those people back there. They ran me out of town.
Oh, now, why in the world would anybody want to run a pretty thing like you out of town?
They say that bad things happen when I'm around. Because I'm a witch. Do you think I'm a witch?
Well, of course you're not a witch.
Mr. Callahan and Dusty. They're back from scouting.
Who's that on Mr. Callahan's horse? My heavens, it's a young girl.
And a pretty one at that.
Well, he said he was going scouting, just didn't tell us what for.
Well, hi, everybody. This here's Miss Priscilla.
How are you? Guess what? She's a witch.
Dusty.
More coffee, Priscilla?
Thank you.
Where are you from, young lady?
A little town called Hard Luck.
Hard Luck? Oh, what a peculiar name for a town.
They named it that after I got there.
I'm afraid I don't quite understand that.
When I came to town, everything went wrong. A barn burned down, a well went dry, a cow stopped giving milk, and then there were other things.
What kinds of other things?
Look out! Things like this. Mrs. Brookhaven, I'm glad that tree didn't fall on you and your husband.
Oh, thank you very much, my dear, for sparing us.
Please, I didn't make that tree fall.
We believe you, Priscilla.
I'm glad. I'm so used to being blamed for everything. Well, honey, we don't believe in witches around here. Confidentially, if you've got a frog that'll turn into a prince, I'll be glad to kiss him. Confidentially, I'd kiss him myself.
What can we do to help you?
All I want is a ride to the next town, where I can start over.
And where people don't know you're a witch.
Please, I can't bear to hear that word witch anymore.
Oh, I do understand, my dear. Mr. Brookhaven and I are from Boston, near Salem. So we know one or two things about, you know what. Promised you wouldn't do that anymore.
What's the matter with you, Dusty?
Something smells funny.
Dinner smells fine.
So do you.
Well, thanks a lot.
Pardon me.
Dusty, what are you doing?
Following the trail. I feel like a regular bloodhound.
Well, stay away from the trees.
I beg your pardon. Why are you sniffing at my wife?
Hey, I found it, Mr. Callahan.
Dusty, what are you doing?
I could smell something way over there. It smelled like garlic.
Brookhaven eating garlic? Carter.
Just wearing it, my dear. Just wearing it.
Something they do back in Salem to ward off an evil spirit.
Yeah, that's a silly superstition.
Is that a false, silly, true superstition or a true, false?
Oh, I had enough of this nonsense. What we've got to do is find a pass to get through those mountains.
And we all have faith in you, Mr. Callahan.
Well, you better have a little faith in Priscilla, too. She couldn't cast a spell on anybody. Now, let's finish our dinner.
You in there, Mr. Callahan?
Well, who did you expect? Dusty?
We warned you, Mr. Callahan.
If I'm any judge of witches, there's more to come.
Cal, are you all right?
Oh, just a little accident.
Now, there's no point in joking about it, Mr. Callahan. Priscilla cast a spell over you.
Well, anyway, it sure is a nice night tonight.
Go ahead. Blame me. Blame me for that, too.
Come back, Priscilla. It wasn't your fault.
Yeah, it could happen even if you weren't a witch.
That was a coincidence. Just a coincidence. wasn't it?
Of course it was. We've all seen lightning and thunder before.
But not right after I said, isn't it a nice night?
Now listen, everybody, I don't want to hear any more talk about Priscilla casting spells. I just think we've all been very unfair with her, that's all. Seems to me she's a fine girl.
That goes for me, too.
I don't want anybody blaming her for what goes on around here.
That goes for me, too.
I'll tell you what I'm going to do about it right now.
That goes for me, too. What are you going to do? That goes for me, too.
I'm going to go out and find her and bring her back.
Me, too?
You, too. Priscilla, we
Don't
just
trouble
wanted...
yourself any further, Mr. Callahan. I know what you're going to say.
She can read your mind.
Dusty, please.
I won't bother you and your friends any longer. I'm leaving.
No, wrong. That's not what I was going to say. All I wanted to say was that I want to apologize for all of us. Nobody meant any harm. We are all a little tired and nervous. This has been a long, tough trip. Now, you've got a place in this wagon train until we get to the next town.
But except for you, no one else wants me along.
I do.
See, I am the wagon master, and you, like everybody else, do what I say. Now, is that clear? All right, no more about it. Come on.
Asleep? Fast asleep. Do you think Priscilla's a witch?
Well, there's been some strange things happening since she got here.
Maybe. But Dusty does strange things, and we never accuse him of witchcraft.
Dusty wouldn't know which end of a broomstick to ride. Priscilla, now she's something else again.
Well, I don't think Priscilla's a witch. I don't even believe there is such a thing as a witch. So how could Priscilla be a witch? She can't, that's all.
Who are you trying to convince, me or you?
Me. Mr. Callahan! Mr. Callahan!
What?
Priscilla's gone. She must have left during the night.
Well, of course she's run off. Once a witch is found out, she has no other choice.
Good heavens, I just thought of something.
What?
What kind of a curse did she leave on us? If she can make a town change its name to Hard Luck, she can do the same to us.
Hogwash.
Rattlesnake!
Rotten luck.
Hard luck.
Oh, if anybody wants any more flapjacks, you better speak up now. They're going real fast.
How about you, old partner? You like an old flapjack?
Oh, don't mind if I do.
What's all right, Dusty? It's nothing serious.
We're all cursed, I tell you.
Obviously, it was Priscilla that burnt Dusty.
Priscilla did not burn Dusty's hand, Mrs. Brookhaven. He burned his own stupid hand.
Yeah, I don't have to be cursed to burn my own stupid hand.
But it was Priscilla's spirit that guided his hand.
Mrs. Brookhaven, it's that kind of talk that caused Priscilla to run away. Now, we have no proof that Priscilla has done anything.
Mr. Callahan's right.
Yeah. We're beginning to talk like those superstitious townspeople.
Except we're superstitious wagon people.
The accidents that she caused.
Priscilla didn't cause any accidents. We did. We started having accidents out of plain nervousness.
Right. Priscilla wouldn't hurt any of us, and that's a fact.
You call this an accident?
Of course it was an accident. Dusty couldn't do that again if he tried 1,000,000 times. Right, Dusty?
Right.
Except I put it right there on the board, right about here, a million times.
Never mind, never mind.
I agree with Mr. Callahan. Now, you know, we've been pretty rough on Priscilla for no real reason. She could be having a rough time out there in the wilderness by herself.
You're right. This is rough country. Come on, Dusty. You and I are gonna go find her.
Priscilla! Priscilla!
You save your voice. You couldn't have gotten this far on foot.
How about a broom?
Will you stop that? Now, you just keep saying to yourself, Priscilla's not a witch.
Priscilla's not a witch. Priscilla's not a witch.
Priscilla's not a witch?
Look, there's a big storm coming up. We've got to find some shelter. Hey, there's a cave back there. Come on. Well, at least it's warm and dry up here.
Look at those funny birds. They're all hanging upside down.
Those are not birds, Dusty.
They're not?
No. Bats always hang upside down.
Oh.
Bats! Bats! Dusty! Bats!
Double, double, toil and rubble. Remove our curse, remove our trouble.
Very good, my dear. Now, once more to make sure.
Double, double, toil and rubble. Remove our curse, remove our trouble.
Atta girl, Mrs. B.
Oh, thank you, Lulu.
Mr. Callahan and Andy said all that talk about witchcraft was nonsense.
Yes, of course it is, but it doesn't do any harm to hedge a bet.
Let me have a crack at that, Mrs. B.
Oh, with pleasure, Lulu.
Thank you. Let's see. Okay. Curses, curses, go away. Come again, but not our way. Get the message?
Very good. Would you like to try it?
I don't believe in curses or witchcraft.
Oh.
But then again, you never really know. Curses, curses, in which I don't believe, real or not, I wish you'd leave.
Look at that. A tree root growing right down through the earth, right to here.
It can't be a tree root, Dusty.
Why not?
Because there's one growing up from the other end.
Maybe it's an icicle.
Oh, it's too warm in here for an icicle.
Wormsicle?
Yeah. Come on. We got to find a way out of here.
Why don't we go out the way we came in?
That's what we've been looking for, remember? That's what I told you.
That's where I heard it before.
Hey, there's a little piece of light. Maybe there's a way out on the other side.
Yeah, but what if we get lost on the other side?
What difference does it make which side we're lost on? Go ahead.
Oh, Mr. Callahan, there's another cave over here.
Yeah. I'm stuck.
Try to wiggle.
If I could wiggle, I wouldn't be stuck.
I'll wiggle you. Oh. Did you feel something wiggle?
Yeah, my arms. They almost came out of their sockets.
Oh. Well, maybe if I push instead of pull, it might work. I'll be right back.
Instead of pull? What are you talking?
Found you.
How'd you get back there?
Caves connect.
Well, if you knew that, why did you have me crawl through this hole?
Because you said, see the little teeny light there, and then you just go crawl through.
Hey, you knucklehead! These walls are made out of rocks, and I'm made out of skin. Now, take it easy.
Maybe I can do better from the other side.
Yeah.
Still here, huh?
Yeah, enough of that!
You know, you kind of look like a turtle with his head stuck out of the shell.
Don't get me out of here, I'm gonna turtle you.
Boy, you really are stuck.
I don't care how you do it, Dusty, but get me out of here.
Don't go away. Sorry, Mr. Callahan. It's gonna hurt you a lot more than it hurts me.
Oh, you little pal.
I got you unstuck.
Yeah.
Now, hold that. This cave is full of tunnels. Rope ourselves together. That way we won't get lost. Let's go. Hey, what's that?
What?
Hey, Dusty, where are you? Hey, what are you trying to do, burn me alive? Well, say something. Huh?
Listen, can't we just cut the rope? Huh?
Not until we find our way out of here. Come on.
Priscilla, are you all right?
Why, yes, I'm all right.
We were worried about you.
Worried?
What have you done with our wagon master? I'm with Dusty.
What did I do with them?
Yes.
They went out looking for you several hours ago.
They did?
Yeah, we were all afraid something might have happened to you.
Have you seen them? No. Which way did they go?
Well, they thought you might have headed for the mountains.
You know, they might have taken shelter from the storm.
I hope they didn't go into Dead Man's Cave.
Dead Man's Cave?
Does the name mean what it implies?
People who don't know the caves can never find their way out.
Good heavens.
All right, now look. I want all of you to stay near the coach until I get back. And don't wander away. We don't want to lose anybody else. I'm going with Priscilla. Come on, Priscilla. Priscilla? She's gone.
Another passage leading to a dead end. Hey, what are you writing on the wall?
My will.
What?
Oh, you can't see what you're getting.
Hey!
Rocks falling and bats and stuff. Help! Help! Dusty! Help! Somebody help!
Dusty! Mr. Callahan!
Priscilla!
Thank heavens I found you. Follow me out of here.
Yeah.
Follow you?
I've been through these caves before. Please, have faith in me. It's very important.
Dusty, little pal, we are going to follow her. She knows the way out of here.
We're gonna follow her because she knows the way out of here.
Well, let's turn off to hard luck. You sure you want to go back, Priscilla?
Yes, hard luck.
I wish you wouldn't leave us. I mean, you know, since you saved our lives, we don't think you're a witch.
Your faith in me has given me faith in myself again. And I must prove it to them. Thank you.
Yeah. There you go.
Thank you, Mr. Callahan.
Yeah.
Are you sure she's not a witch? Since she kissed me, I got this kind of strange feeling.
It's not because she's a witch, Dusty. Hey. That's because she's a girl. Hey, wagons! Oh!
Come on, boys.
Oh, no. Now, why did we have to be cursed with that?
I thought you told me you didn't believe in curses.
I don't, except one. You. You forgot to put the lock nut on the axle.
Maybe there's a curse on Dusty now.
Maybe there is.
Do you really think so?
Come here, will you? Go get the jack. I'll take care of the wheel. Go. No.
Let's follow the path of Dusty's trail, oh, Dusty's trail, Dusty's trail. A stage and a wagon a heading west, part of a wagon train lost from the rest. Dusty's the reason for their plight. Thanks to Dusty, nothing's right. Only the wagon master's hand keeps them a-rolling to the promised land. Oh, the going gets mighty rough, but they don't seem to mind. It's California, that's the place they must find. Deserts and rocks are in their way, but they won't stop, come what may. Mountains and hills that they must scale, but they know they'll make it 'cause they just can't fail on Dusty's trail.
Buddy, is your wagon master around?
He's out watering the horses.
Well, we'll wait for him. Oh, that really smells good.
Doesn't look too bad, compared to what we get in the Army.
Sure would be nice to sink our teeth into some real grub for a change.
Help yourselves. Oh, I forgot to tell you, the potatoes aren't done yet.
Callahan! Well, you old buffalo! Ryan, what's up? They're still letting you wear those stripes, aren't they?
Cookie, you didn't tell me here that your wagon master was an old yellow leg.
Huh? Yeah, yellow leg. It's a cavalryman. It's got a kind of the yellow stripe they wear down their breeches. Ryan here and I used to be in the same company together.
Callahan, this is me corporal here. Sprouse, I want you to meet the best ex-sergeant that ever wore cross sabers.
Now, you're as full as Blarney as ever, aren't you? Hey, what are you two doing way out here?
We're looking for an Army deserter. Hightailed it out of the Army with the payroll.
Ooh. Have you noticed anyone suspicious around, flashing a lot of gold?
No. Dusty, you seen any strangers?
Yeah.
Oh, who?
Them.
Hey, Dusty, how you coming with dinner?
That's him. He's the deserter. He's the deserter. I tell you, that's Webb Matthews, the sidewinder we've been looking for.
Will somebody please tell me what's going on here?
He's a member of our wagon train.
Well, that cinches it. We heard he joined up with a wagon train. He's the one we're looking for, all right. Ain't he, Orion?
Mm-hmm. Sure. Yes, this is the varmint, all right.
I'd know him anywhere. I was the courier carrying that payroll, 6,000 in gold, and he ambushed me. My head still aches from where he whacked me.
Well, maybe the whack in your head got you all whacked up.
I tell you, I'm certain.
Will somebody please tell me what's going on?
These men think you're somebody called Webb Matthews, that you're an Army deserter and you stole some payroll gold.
That's ridiculous.
No.
Well, I've been with this wagon train for the past 4 months.
That robbery took place 5 months ago.
Callahan, did you know anything about this man before he joined up with you?
Well, I certainly...
And you? You got any proof at all that you're not Webb Matthews?
Well, of course I...
And do you have any proof at all that you didn't hightail it out of the Army? With the company payroll?
No, but that doesn't mean anything.
All right, Corporal. Let's take him back to the camp.
Now, wait a minute, O'Ryan.
Callahan. Now, you know better than to interfere with the Army.
This whole thing's absurd. I'm not going anywhere.
Hold it. It's all right, Andy. Better go peaceable. It's all right. We know you're innocent.
Well, all right, Mr. Callahan, if you say so.
All right, let's go.
Hey, take it easy on him, O'Ryan. Get this thing straightened out.
I know, it's all a misunderstanding. Yeah, they got the wrong guy. Take it from me. I know men.
O'Ryan's always been as honest as they come. That's what I can't figure out.
Anybody want to eat? Me either.
What do you think about this dreadful situation, Carter, dear?
It's quite elementary, really. Andy's innocent.
How can you be so certain?
Why would anyone want to steal a paltry $6,000?
What are you going to do about Andy?
Well, nothing we can do tonight. Sleep on it, decide in the morning.
If we can sleep.
Mr. Callahan,
Hmm?
I'm really worried about Andy.
So am I. I don't understand. Something about Sprouse and Orion that just doesn't ring true.
Yeah.
No. Come on, let's get some sleep. Think about it in the morning. Hey, what's going on?
We're sure Andy didn't do what those soldiers said.
We don't know how yet, but we're going to help him, aren't we, Carter?
Amicus non desertus Brookhavenus. A Brookhaven never deserts a friend. Family motto.
And we're not leaving Andy behind either.
Well, of course we're not leaving Andy behind. This wagon train is not going anywhere without him. No wagon master's worth his salt and don't look after his own. Besides, I got an idea how we can get to the bottom of this whole thing.
Mr. Callahan, I could kiss you.
Thanks, but right now I need Dusty.
I ain't gonna kiss you.
You would save these old Army uniforms for something.
Where'd you get all that stuff?
From the cavalry. Yeah. We'll take the stripes off of those things. It'll be all right. We're gonna put these on and go into that camp. You know that look that Sprouse and Orion gave to each other? Something funny about that.
Yeah. And we're doing it for Andy.
That's right. I can smell an honest man a mile away.
Yeah.
Yeah, here.
Well, I can smell his cavalry.
Now remember, all you got to do is just blend in with all those soldiers there, see?
Okay.
And never volunteer for anything.
Okay.
And keep your mouth shut. I'll do all the talking. Did you hear that? You keep your mouth shut, and I'll do all the talking, all right?
How can I talk with my mouth shut?
Come on.
Hey, you!
Us?
Where are you two going?
Well, I tell you, we was going to go down there and have a swim.
You got a pass?
No.
You?
He's doing the talking.
Huh?
Yeah, well, he can't talk, see, he's got a sore throat.
Suppose the both of you just go back in camp and I'll forget you were sneaking out.
All right. Well, so far, so good. Don't salute anybody unless they got some gold on their shoulders. Hi, buddy. Hey. Hey, look.
Boy, I bet he never gets to dinner first.
Let's go. Hey, Andy. Yes,
What are you doing here in those uniforms?
We come to get you out of here. We know you're innocent.
Mr. Callahan can smell you a mile away. You know, if you're telling the truth, then Sprouse was lying. Don't you worry about a thing, Andy. We're going to find all the facts.
So loud.
I appreciate what you're doing, but you're taking your life in your hands.
Also a mustache.
What's happening?
We were just having a look around, sir.
Well, talking to prisoners isn't allowed. Don't you have other duties?
No, sir. We don't volunteer for anything.
I'm volunteering you for that drill squad over there. Get moving.
Yes, sir.
Gold.
Dusty.
Here, you two, hit, snap to it. Now, you two fall in with the rest of them recruits. Now, let's look lively here now, squad. All right, squad, and hunt. Left, hey. Forward, hut. Hut, hut. Right, hey. Forward, hut. Here now, what's going on back here? Forward, right, hey. Forward, forward. Not right, right, forward. Not right, no time, forward. Forward, hit,
Oh, shut up, will you?
Drill. Whoop.
It won't be long now. They'll court-martial that wagon train guy, and Webb and me will be off the hook.
I don't like it. I just don't like it.
You don't have to like it, Orion. You just go along with it, and you'll get your share of the gold. Enough to pay off your gambling debts. Either that or a bullet in your gut. Take your pick.
That Orion never could play poker.
And as soon as I identify that guy at the trial, I'm off to join Webb. We'll split up the loot and send you what's coming to you.
Hey, the three of them are in this thing together.
It was a sorry day when I met the likes of you.
We all have our price, Orion. All I did was meet yours.
Hey, come on, we gotta go save Andy.
All right, you hold it right there. Callahan. You're under arrest.
Well, I don't mind telling you people, I'm worried. Now, Callahan and Dusty should have been back by now.
I hope nothing's happened to them.
I'll go.
So will I.
No. It's my place. I won't hear tell of it. Besides, it is a man's job.
No offense, Mr. Brookhaven, but I really think Lulu and I could do a better job.
I bet... What do you mean?
Well, you see, there are things that we could accomplish with soldiers that you can't.
Yes, of course. That is a possibility I hadn't thought of.
So what can they do? We're not in the Army anyway. So they'll make us civilians.
Listen, we are charged with spying and impersonating soldiers, Dusty. We're in big trouble.
Hey, okay. Let's break it up, huh?
Wait, whoop. Dusty, just a second. No. Here. Wait, let's start it again, huh? Put the log down. Now, let's see. Oh, here, I know. I think I got it. Andy? Get up.
ain't your business, please.
Oh, well, you see, our wagon train was passing through the territory, and we heard there was a little old army encampment nearby.
Are you what they call a major or a colonel?
Well, no. Not exactly. My job's more important.
Oh, Betsy, did you hear that? That's so exciting. What do you do?
I keep those outside from coming in and those inside from going out.
That does sound important.
But why would anyone want to leave a delightful place like this?
Got 3 prisoners like to give it a try.
Prisoners?
Yep. Waiting court-martial. General Cunningham's coming tomorrow to preside over the trial.
Oh, that sounds so thrilling. What do you suppose is going to happen to him?
What do you think happens to spies and deserters?
My. We'd give anything if we could see a real live prisoner.
Anything? I'll see what I can do.
This here Cunningham's coming in tomorrow to run the whole shebang.
You're wrong, Lulu.
But that's what the sentry said.
He's coming today. Now, here's what I want you to do.
Who's over there?
Private, you will please inform your commanding officer that General Cunningham has arrived to preside over the court-martial. Oh, my stagecoach broke down 2 miles down the road, and my men are repairing it.
But the general wasn't expected until tomorrow.
Tomorrow what?
Tomorrow, sir.
Sir, what?
Sir General Cunningham, sir.
That's better. I'm recommending you for corporal. Now, hurry up and announce me to your commanding officer. I have to get back to the war.
What war is that, sir?
Sentry, there is always a war going on somewhere.
Yes, sir. Right this way, sir.
Hey, these are great seats, right down front. Kane, good.
General Cunningham, sir. How good to see you.
Oh, have you met me before?
Why, no, sir.
Oh, then, this is indeed a pleasure, sir. May I introduce my wife, Mrs. General Cunningham, and my 2 lovely daughters, Miss Lulu Bell Cunningham and Miss Betsy Bell Cunningham.
Charming. Ladies, will you be seated? We can begin the trial, sir.
Where's my gavel?
Right here, sir.
Plain oak. I'm accustomed to mahogany. Oh, well, I suppose you have to make do out here in the wilderness. I hope this never gets back to the point. Well, who is the trial counsel here?
I am, sir. I am, sir.
You are? You're kind of young. You sure you know your law?
I studied at Yale, sir.
Yale? That's not exactly Harvard, is it? But I suppose some of us have to struggle through life with some sort of a handicap. All right, Lieutenant, you may call your first witness.
The court calls Corporal Sprowls. Can you identify the man who attacked you and stole the Army payroll?
Yes, sir. It was Webb Matthews.
Is he present? And if so, can you point him out?
That's him.
I object!
Sir, you can't object. You're the presiding officer.
A mere technicality. Are you familiar with the case of Lucas versus White?
No, sir.
Yeah, well, the objection is sustained. And you better get back to your law books.
Yes, sir. The court now calls Sergeant Orion as a witness.
Yes, sir.
Sergeant, will you tell the court what the other two prisoners were doing when you apprehended them?
Yes, sir. Well, you see, they were in uniform, pretending to be soldiers. And they were spying on this here military outpost.
Orion, you're a disgrace to that uniform.
I object.
Your objection is completely out of line, Lieutenant. Are you familiar with the case of Wayne versus Garrett?
Yes, sir.
You are? Well, there's this other case of Duval versus Lovelace. That reverses Wayne versus Garrett.
No, sir. The Tyson-Danbury decision reversed Wayne versus Garrett.
Correct. I'm just putting you to the test, and you passed for once.
Sir, I don't believe I need more testimony. And I'm prepared to deliver my summation.
Good. Well, I hope it's a brief one. In the immortal words of Chief Justice John Marshall, a brief summation is a good summation.
Never, in all the annals of military history, have any more dastardly crimes been committed by a soldier and his two cohorts. To assault a poor, defenseless, enlisted man in the act of doing his duty. To steal the hard-earned wages of our self-sacrificing, brave fighting men. To dress up in an honorable uniform for the dishonorable purpose of ferreting out military secrets and delivering them to the enemies of the United States of America, the home of the free and the land of the brave. This, sir, is nothing short of treason.
They're guilty, the whole treasonable lot. Well done, Lieutenant. I was carried away with your eloquence. Well, now we must hear from the defense side. Who is the defense counsel here?
I will speak with the three of us, sir. I agree with everything the lieutenant says about that robbery. The only trouble is he's got the wrong man. Now, Dusty and I here was dressed up like that because we was trying to find out the real truth. I rest my case.
I have now heard both sides of the case, and wishing to be completely unbiased, unprejudiced, and impartial, and with the facts on one side completely outweighing the lies on the other, so I declare these three men innocent.
General Cunningham, sir. General Cunningham. You, sir. What do you have to say for yourself?
You're a day early?
General, sir, look, I can explain everything. Wait a minute, General. Andy here is not Webb Matthews, you see.
Of course he isn't Webb Matthews. Webb Matthews was captured 3 days ago with the payroll gold. He made a full confession. I'm here bringing you the news.
Oh, well, then you're going to want Sprouse and Orion. Easy does it, Dusty. We'll get that on there in a minute now.
At ease, men. We will bivouac here for the night, march out at 0500.
Okay, Mr. Brookhaven.
Mr. Brookhaven, what?
Mr. Brookhaven, Sir General?
Mr. Brookhaven, what are you talking about? We're not in the Army anymore.
I know. But Mrs. Brookhaven finds me so much more exciting this way in a uniform that I thought I'd just surprise you.